Welcome to another soothing episode of Boring History for Sleep. Tonight, we'll be exploring some of the less exciting aspects of the past, perfect for lulling you into a peaceful slumber. Our main topic will delve into the monotonous and often challenging life of Victorian-era factory workers. But that's not all. We'll also touch on other mundane historical subjects that are sure to have you drifting off in no time. As we journey through time, we'll examine the tedious daily routines, the mind-numbing repetition of tasks, and the dreary living conditions that characterized this period. We'll also explore other equally uninspiring historical topics, such as the evolution of tax collection methods and the riveting history of dust. So settle in, close your eyes, and prepare to be gently bored to sleep by the mundane details of history. Remember, the more uninteresting you find this, the better it's working. Sweet dreams, and let's begin our soporific journey through time. As we delve into these mind-numbing historical facts, I kindly ask you to engage with this video in the most sleep-inducing way possible. If you find yourself drifting off, that's perfect. It means we're doing our job right. However, if you're still awake, please consider leaving a like or even subscribing. It helps our channel grow and allows us to create more content to help you sleep. Remember the goal instead. We want you to feel so utterly bored that sleep becomes inevitable. So get comfortable, close your eyes, and let the monotonous drone of historical tedium wash over you. Whether you're struggling with insomnia or just need a quick nap, we're here to bore you into a peaceful slumber. Now let's continue our journey through the dullest parts of history, guaranteed to have you snoozing in no time. As we delve deeper into the grim reality of Victorian factory workers, let's explore the abysmal working conditions they endured day in and day out. Brace yourself for a journey through the dark, dangerous, and downright depressing world of 19th century industrial labor. Picture yourself stepping into a dimly lit factory, the air thick with cotton fibers and coal dust. The deafening roar of machinery assaults your ears, making it nearly impossible to hear anything else. This cacophony wasn't just an annoyance. It often led to permanent hearing loss among workers who spent years in these conditions. The air quality in these factories was nothing short of toxic. Workers inhaled a cocktail of pollutants, including cotton dust, metal particles, and chemical fumes. This resulted in a variety of respiratory diseases, with many laborers developing chronic lung conditions like byssinosis, also known as brown lung disease. Ventilation was practically non-existent in most factories. Windows were often kept closed to maintain humidity levels necessary for certain manufacturing processes, particularly in textile mills. This created a suffocating environment where temperatures could soar to unbearable levels, especially during summer months. Speaking of heat, let's not forget about the constant threat of fire. Factories were tinderboxes waiting to ignite, filled with flammable materials and powered by open flames or rudimentary steam engines. Fire safety measures were minimal at best, and many workers lost their lives in devastating factory fires. The physical toll on workers' bodies was immense. Long hours of repetitive motions led to chronic pain and deformities. Hunched backs, arthritic joints, and stunted growth were common among those who started working in factories at a young age. The lack of proper seating or ergonomic considerations meant that even standing for extended periods caused severe discomfort and health issues. Machinery posed a constant danger to workers. Unguarded gears, belts, and moving parts were responsible for countless injuries and fatalities. Workers could easily lose fingers, hands, or even entire limbs if they weren't constantly vigilant. The loss of a limb often meant the loss of livelihood, as injured workers were simply replaced without compensation. Child labor was rampant in Victorian factories, with children as young as 5 or 6 put to work. These young workers were often assigned to dangerous tasks, such as cleaning under moving machinery or climbing into tight spaces to fix equipment. Their small size made them ideal for these perilous jobs, but it also made them more vulnerable to accidents and exploitation. The concept of workplace safety was virtually non-existent. Factory owners prioritized profit over the well-being of their workers, and there were few regulations to protect employees. It wasn't uncommon for injured workers to be blamed for their own accidents, with many losing their jobs as a result of workplace injuries. Sanitation in factories was abysmal. Toilet facilities, if they existed at all, were often insufficient and unsanitary. Workers had to relieve themselves in designated areas, sometimes right next to their workstations. This lack of basic hygiene contributed to the spread of diseases among the workforce. Breaks were a luxury that most factory workers couldn't afford. Many worked for 12 to 16 hours a day, with only brief pauses for meals. Some factories even locked workers inside during their shifts to prevent them from leaving early or taking unauthorized breaks. This practice led to tragic consequences during emergencies like fires. The mental toll of factory work was just as severe as the physical one. The monotony of repetitive tasks, combined with the constant stress of avoiding injury and meeting production quotas, led to widespread depression and anxiety among workers. The relentless pace of work left little time for social interaction or personal development. Factory owners employed various tactics to maximize productivity at the expense of workers' well-being. One such method was the sweating system, where middlemen would subcontract work to desperate individuals who would complete tasks in their own homes for meager pay. This system often resulted in entire families, including young children, working long hours in cramped, poorly ventilated living spaces. The use of fines was another common practice to control workers. Employees could be fined for a variety of infractions, including tardiness, talking during work hours, or even for producing substandard goods. These fines could significantly reduce a worker's already meager wages, trapping them in a cycle of poverty. Women in factories faced additional challenges. They were often paid less than their male counterparts for the same work and were subject to sexual harassment and exploitation. Pregnant women had no maternity leave and often worked right up until childbirth, returning to work shortly after to avoid losing their positions. The lack of proper lighting in factories not only made work more difficult, but also contributed to eye strain and vision problems. Many workers developed myopia or other visual impairments due to the constant strain of performing detailed work in dim conditions. As if the working conditions weren't bad enough, many factory workers lived in overcrowded, unsanitary housing near their workplaces. These slums were breeding grounds for disease and contributed to the overall poor health of the working class. It wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that reforms began to address some of these issues. Factory acts were passed to limit working hours, especially for women and children, and to implement basic safety measures. However, progress was slow, and many workers continued to suffer under harsh conditions well into the 20th century. As we reflect on the plight of Victorian factory workers, it's important to remember that their struggles paved the way for the labor rights and workplace safety standards we have today. While conditions have improved dramatically in many parts of the world, there are still places where workers face similar challenges, reminding us that the fight for fair and safe working conditions is an ongoing battle. As we delve deeper into the grim realities of Victorian factory life, we encounter perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of this era: child labor. The exploitation of children in factories was widespread and deeply entrenched in Victorian society, reflecting a callous disregard for the well-being of the youngest and most vulnerable members of the working class. Children as young as 5 or 6 years old were often sent to work in factories, their small size and nimble fingers making them ideal for certain tasks. These young workers were subjected to the same harsh conditions as adults, but their developing bodies were even less equipped to handle the physical demands and dangers of factory work. One of the most common jobs for children was as scavengers in textile mills. These unfortunate youngsters would crawl beneath the massive, dangerous machinery to retrieve bits of cotton or wool that had fallen to the floor. The work was incredibly hazardous, with children constantly at risk of being caught in the moving parts of the machines. Another common role for children was that of a piecer in spinning mills. Piecers would have to quickly tie together broken threads, a task that required speed and dexterity. While this job might seem less dangerous than that of a scavenger, it still exposed children to the deafening noise and oppressive heat of the factory floor. The working hours for these young laborers were grueling. Children often worked the same 14 to 16-hour days as adults, starting before dawn and finishing long after sunset. The physical toll on their developing bodies was immense, leading to stunted growth, deformities, and a host of health problems that would plague them throughout their short lives. Education, which we now consider a fundamental right for children, was a luxury that most young factory workers could not afford. The demands of their jobs left little time or energy for learning, condemning many to a life of illiteracy and limited opportunities. Some factories did provide minimal schooling, but this was often inadequate and secondary to the primary goal of maintaining a cheap, compliant workforce. The living conditions of child workers were equally appalling. Many lived in overcrowded, unsanitary lodging houses provided by the factory owners. These cramped quarters were breeding grounds for disease, and the poor diet afforded to the children left them malnourished and susceptible to illness. Perhaps most disturbing was the treatment these children received at the hands of their overseers. Physical punishment was commonplace, with children being beaten for infractions such as tardiness, poor work quality, or simply falling asleep on the job due to exhaustion. The psychological impact of such treatment on young minds is difficult to fathom. It's important to note that child labor was not a new phenomenon in the Victorian era. Children had long been expected to contribute to family income in agricultural and domestic settings. However, the scale and intensity of child labor in factories were unprecedented, and the visibility of these young workers in urban settings eventually began to spark public outrage. As awareness of the plight of child workers grew, reformers began a push for changes. One of the earliest and most significant pieces of legislation was the Factory Act of 1833, which prohibited the employment of children under 9 years old in textile mills and limited the working hours of older children. However, enforcement of these laws was often lax, and many factory owners found ways to circumvent the regulations. The campaign for reform gained momentum throughout the 19th century, with writers, politicians, and social activists working to expose the horrors of child labor and advocate for change. Charles Dickens, who had himself worked in a factory as a child, used his novels to shine a light on the suffering of young workers, helping to galvanize public opinion. Despite these efforts, progress was slow. It wasn't until the Education Act of 1870, which established compulsory schooling for children up to the age of 13, that significant inroads were made in reducing child labor. Even then, many poor families continued to rely on the income provided by their children's work, and it would take decades more before child labor was effectively eliminated in Britain. The legacy of Victorian child labor is a stark reminder of the human cost of industrialization and the importance of labor protections. The suffering endured by these young workers contributed to the eventual development of laws and social norms that now protect children from exploitation and prioritize their education and well-being. As we reflect on this dark chapter of history, it's worth considering how the echoes of these practices persist in some parts of the world today. While child labor has been largely eradicated in developed nations, it remains a pressing issue in many developing countries, where economic pressures and lack of regulation create conditions reminiscent of Victorian-era Britain. The story of child labor in Victorian factories serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of vigilance in protecting the rights and welfare of society's most vulnerable members. It underscores the need for robust labor laws, effective enforcement, and a collective commitment to prioritizing the well-being of children over economic gain. As we close this segment on the plight of child workers in Victorian factories, we're left with a profound appreciation for the progress that has been made in child welfare and labor rights. Yet it also serves as a call to action, reminding us of the ongoing need to advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves, and to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated in the present or future. As we delve deeper into the grim reality of Victorian factory workers, let's explore the numerous health hazards they faced on a daily basis. The Industrial Revolution may have brought about technological advancements, but it came at a severe cost to the workers' well-being. One of the most prevalent dangers in Victorian factories was the constant exposure to harmful substances. Workers in textile mills, for instance, inhaled cotton dust day in and day out. This led to a condition known as bisonosis, or brown lung disease, which caused severe respiratory problems and could be fatal if left untreated. Similarly, those working in match factories faced the horrific threat of phossy jaw. This gruesome condition was caused by exposure to white phosphorus used in match production. The phosphorus would enter the body through the gums, leading to jawbone deterioration. In severe cases, the jaw would literally rot away, causing immense pain and disfigurement. The noise pollution in factories was another significant health hazard. The constant clanking and whirring of machinery not only made communication difficult, but also led to permanent hearing loss for many workers. Imagine spending 12 to 16 hours a day in an environment so loud that you couldn't hear yourself think. Poor ventilation exacerbated these issues. Factories were often cramped, stuffy, and filled with noxious fumes. The lack of proper air circulation meant that workers were constantly breathing in toxic particles, leading to a variety of respiratory illnesses and lung diseases. The physical toll on workers' bodies was immense. Many jobs required repetitive motions for hours on end, leading to chronic pain, muscle strain, and skeletal deformities. Children, whose bodies were still developing, were particularly vulnerable to these effects. It wasn't uncommon to see young workers with stunted growth or permanent disabilities resulting from their labor. Eye strain was another common issue, especially in industries like needlework or watchmaking. Workers would spend hours focusing on minute details in poor lighting conditions, leading to severe vision problems and, in some cases, partial or complete blindness. The threat of accidents loomed large in Victorian factories. Unguarded machinery was a constant danger, with workers risking limb and life every time they operated equipment. Loose clothing could easily get caught in moving parts, leading to horrific injuries or even death. Burns from steam engines, scalding from hot liquids, and crushing injuries from heavy machinery were all too common occurrences. Fire was another ever-present danger. Many factories were poorly constructed, with flammable materials stored haphazardly. Coupled with the lack of proper fire exits and safety protocols, a small spark could quickly turn into a deadly inferno, trapping workers inside. The toll on mental health was equally severe. The monotony of factory work, combined with long hours and constant stress, led to high rates of depression and anxiety among workers. The constant fear of losing one's job or being unable to provide for one's family added to this psychological burden. Malnutrition was rampant among factory workers. Low wages meant that many could barely afford enough food to sustain themselves, let alone maintain a healthy diet. This weakened immune systems, making workers more susceptible to diseases and infections that spread rapidly in the cramped factory conditions. Women faced additional health risks. Those working in the textile industry often suffered from weaver's bottom, a painful condition caused by sitting on hard benches for extended periods. Pregnant women were given no special consideration and often worked right up until childbirth, risking their health and that of their unborn children. Child workers, some as young as 5 or 6, were particularly vulnerable to health hazards. Their small size meant they were often tasked with cleaning and maintaining machinery while it was still in operation, leading to horrific accidents. The physical strain of factory work on their developing bodies often resulted in permanent deformities and stunted growth. The lack of proper sanitation in factories was another significant health risk. Many facilities had inadequate or non-existent toilet facilities, forcing workers to relieve themselves in corners or continue working in soiled clothing. This unsanitary environment was a breeding ground for diseases like cholera and typhoid. Sleep deprivation was a constant issue for factory workers. Long shifts, often extending well into the night, disrupted natural sleep patterns. Many workers, especially those living far from the factories, had little time for rest between shifts. This chronic fatigue not only affected their health but also increased the risk of accidents due to lowered alertness. The cumulative effect of these health hazards was a dramatically reduced life expectancy for factory workers. Many didn't live past their 40s, their bodies worn down by years of grueling labor and exposure to harmful conditions. The stark contrast between the life expectancy of factory workers and that of the upper classes was a testament to the brutal inequality of Victorian society. As we reflect on these harrowing conditions, it's important to remember that the struggle for workers' rights and safety regulations was long and hard-fought. The health hazards faced by Victorian factory workers eventually led to reforms and the establishment of labor laws that we now take for granted. However, the human cost of these advancements was immeasurable, with countless lives lost or irrevocably damaged in the pursuit of industrial progress. As we delve deeper into the dreary existence of Victorian factory workers, let's explore their living conditions. Brace yourself for a glimpse into a world that might just make you grateful for your own bed. In the crowded industrial cities of Victorian England, factory workers often found themselves crammed into squalid, overcrowded tenements. These buildings, hastily constructed to house the influx of workers, were far from the cozy homes we might imagine today. Picture, if you will, a narrow, dimly lit street lined with towering brick buildings. The air is thick with coal smoke, and the constant rumble of machinery echoes in the distance. This is where our factory worker would return after a grueling day of labor. Entering one of these tenements, you'd be struck by the overwhelming stench. Poor sanitation was a hallmark of these dwellings. Open sewers often ran alongside streets, and indoor plumbing was a luxury few could afford. Instead, communal outhouses served entire buildings, fostering the spread of disease. The typical living space for a factory worker's family was a single room, no larger than 10 feet by 10 feet. This cramped area served as bedroom, living room, and kitchen all in one. Privacy was non-existent, with entire families sharing this confined space. Furnishings were sparse and rudimentary. A straw-filled mattress on the floor might serve as a bed for multiple family members. A small table, a few chairs, and perhaps a chest for storing clothes were all the luxuries one could expect. Ventilation was poor, with small windows that barely let in light or fresh air. In winter, these rooms were bitterly cold, while summer brought stifling heat. The lucky ones might have a small fireplace for warmth and cooking, but many relied on portable braziers, which posed significant fire hazards. Water was a precious commodity. Most tenements lacked running water, forcing residents to rely on communal pumps or wells. This water was often contaminated, contributing to the spread of cholera and other waterborne diseases that periodically ravaged these communities. Overcrowding wasn't just a problem within individual rooms. Entire buildings were packed to capacity, with multiple families sharing each floor. It wasn't uncommon for a single tenement to house dozens of people, all sharing the same inadequate facilities. The lack of proper waste management led to the accumulation of garbage in streets and courtyards. Rats and other vermin thrived in these conditions, further compromising the health and well-being of residents. Children, who often worked alongside their parents in factories, found little respite in these cramped homes. Play areas were non-existent, and the streets were often their only playground, exposing them to additional dangers and unsavory influences. Noise was a constant companion. The thin walls of these tenements did little to muffle the sounds of neighbors, street traffic, or nearby factories. For workers desperately needing rest before another long shift, this cacophony was yet another obstacle to overcome. In an attempt to make ends meet, many families took in lodgers, further exacerbating the overcrowding. These boarders, often single men working in nearby factories, would rent a corner of the room or even share the family bed, a practice known as hot bedding. The concept of home as a place of comfort and relaxation was foreign to most factory workers. Their living spaces were merely places to collapse between shifts, offering little in the way of comfort or respite from their arduous lives. Laundry was a constant challenge. With no dedicated facilities, women would often wash clothes in the same basins used for cooking and bathing. Drying clothes indoors added to the already damp and musty atmosphere of these crowded rooms. The lack of proper storage meant that food was often kept in unsanitary conditions, leading to rapid spoilage and contributing to the poor nutrition that plagued these communities. Fresh produce was a rarity, with most diets consisting of bread, potatoes, and occasionally cheap cuts of meat. As families grew, the living conditions only worsened. It wasn't uncommon for parents to sleep in the same bed as their children, with the youngest often relegated to makeshift beds in drawers or on the floor. The constant proximity to others and the lack of proper sanitation made personal hygiene a significant challenge. Bathing was infrequent, usually done in a communal tub with water shared by multiple family members. These deplorable living conditions took a severe toll on the health of factory workers and their families. Respiratory diseases, such as tuberculosis, spread rapidly in these cramped, poorly ventilated spaces. Skin conditions and parasitic infestations were commonplace. The psychological impact of these living conditions was profound. The constant stress of poverty, combined with the lack of personal space and privacy, contributed to high rates of domestic violence and alcohol abuse. It's worth noting that not all factory workers lived in such dire conditions. Some more skilled or fortunate workers might have slightly better accommodations, perhaps even a two-room dwelling. However, these were the exception rather than the rule. As we drift off to sleep in our comfortable beds, in rooms we can call our own, it's almost unimaginable to think of the conditions endured by these Victorian factory workers. Their homes were far from the sanctuaries we know today, instead serving as stark reminders of the harsh realities of industrial life in the 19th century. As we delve deeper into the harsh realities of Victorian factory life, we must confront the grim truth of wages and poverty that plagued these workers. The meager earnings they received were barely enough to keep them alive, let alone provide any semblance of comfort or security. In the 1850s, the average factory worker could expect to earn between 15 and 20 shillings per week. To put this into perspective, a loaf of bread cost about 1 penny and a pound of cheese around 5 pence. While this might sound reasonable at first, we must consider the long hours and grueling conditions these workers endured for such pay. A typical workweek consisted of 60 to 70 hours spread across 6 days. This meant that workers were toiling away for 10 to 12 hours each day, often in dangerous and unhygienic conditions. When we break down their earnings per hour, it becomes clear just how little they were compensated for their labor. Let's take a moment to imagine the life of Sarah, a fictional but representative factory worker. Sarah would rise before dawn, her small, cramped lodgings barely warmed by the dying embers of last night's fire. She'd quickly dress in her work clothes, still damp from yesterday's shift, and hurry to the factory, hoping to avoid the harsh penalties for tardiness. For her 12-hour shift, Sarah might earn around 3 shillings. This translates to about 3 pence per hour, a pittance even by Victorian standards. With this meager sum, she would need to cover her rent, food, clothing, and any other necessities. The concept of savings or financial security was a distant dream for workers like Sarah. The poverty experienced by factory workers was not just a matter of low wages. It was compounded by the unstable nature of their employment. Factory owners could lay off workers at a moment's notice, leaving them without any income. There was no such thing as unemployment benefits or social security to fall back on. During economic downturns or seasonal lulls in production, workers might find themselves suddenly jobless. This precarious situation meant that many lived in constant fear of destitution, always one missed paycheck away from complete ruin. The living conditions of factory workers reflected their dire financial straits. Many resided in overcrowded tenements or lodging houses, where entire families might share a single room. These dwellings were often poorly constructed, lacking proper ventilation, sanitation, or even basic amenities like running water. In cities like Manchester and London, workers' neighborhoods became notorious slums. Streets were narrow and filthy, with open sewers running alongside them. Disease was rampant in these congested areas, with cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis claiming countless lives. The poverty of factory workers extended beyond just material deprivation. It affected every aspect of their lives, from their health to their relationships, and even their very sense of self-worth. Children born into these circumstances often had little hope of escaping the cycle of poverty, as education was a luxury few could afford. Even when workers managed to scrape together enough money for necessities, they faced another challenge: the truck system. Some factory owners paid their workers in tokens or vouchers instead of cash. These could only be used at company-owned shops, where prices were often inflated. This practice, known as the truck system, further eroded workers' already limited purchasing power. The desperation caused by such poverty led some workers to resort to desperate measures. Petty theft, prostitution, and child abandonment became tragically common in factory towns. The workhouse, a dreaded institution designed to deter people from seeking poor relief, loomed as a last resort for those who could no longer support themselves. It's important to note that not all factory workers lived in abject poverty. Skilled workers or those in supervisory positions could earn higher wages. However, these were the exceptions rather than the rule. The vast majority of factory workers struggled daily to make ends meet. The stark inequality between factory owners and workers became increasingly apparent as the Industrial Revolution progressed. While industrialists amassed great fortunes, their employees often lived hand-to-mouth. This disparity would eventually fuel the rise of labor movements and calls for social reform. As we reflect on the wages and poverty of Victorian factory workers, it's crucial to recognize the human cost of industrialization. The economic growth and technological advancements of the era came at a tremendous price, paid in the suffering and hardship of countless workers. Their struggles would eventually lead to significant changes in labor laws, working conditions, and social welfare systems. However, for many Victorian factory workers, these improvements came too late to alleviate their suffering. As we conclude this segment on wages and poverty, let us carry forward the lessons learned from this dark chapter of history. The story of Victorian factory workers serves as a stark reminder of the importance of fair wages, safe working conditions, and social safety nets, issues that continue to resonate in our modern world. As we draw our exploration of Victorian factory workers to a close, it's important to reflect on the lasting impact of this era. The Industrial Revolution brought about significant changes, but at a tremendous human cost. Despite the harsh conditions we've discussed, some gradual improvements did occur towards the end of the Victorian era. In 1833, the Factory Act was passed, which prohibited the employment of children under 9 years old and limited the hours of work for older children. However, enforcement was often lax, and many factory owners found ways to circumvent these regulations. By the 1840s, public awareness of the plight of factory workers began to grow. Authors like Charles Dickens used their platforms to shed light on the dire conditions in factories. Dickens' novel Hard Times, published in 1854, vividly portrayed the grim realities of industrial life and sparked public debate about workers' rights. In 1847, the 10 Hours Act was passed, limiting the workday for women and children to 10 hours. This was a significant step forward, although it didn't apply to adult men. It wasn't until 1850 that the act was amended to include a 60-hour work week for all factory workers. The formation of trade unions played a crucial role in improving conditions for factory workers. Although initially illegal, unions gradually gained legal recognition and became powerful advocates for workers' rights. The Trade Union Act of 1871 gave unions legal status, allowing them to organize and bargain more effectively. One notable figure in the fight for workers' rights was Robert Owen, a Welsh textile manufacturer turned social reformer. Owen implemented progressive policies in his own factories, including shorter working hours, improved living conditions, and education for workers' children. His ideas, while radical for the time, influenced later labor reforms. Despite these improvements, life for factory workers remained challenging well into the late Victorian period. Wages were still low, and many workers struggled to make ends meet. The concept of a living wage was still far from reality for most factory employees. Health issues continued to plague workers long after the worst excesses of the early Industrial Revolution. Respiratory diseases from inhaling cotton dust, known as bisonosis or brown lung, remained common among textile workers. Accidents and injuries were still frequent occurrences in factories with dangerous machinery. The legacy of the Victorian factory system extended far beyond Britain. As industrialization spread to other countries, similar patterns of exploitation and eventual reform emerged. In the United States, for example, the conditions in factories during the late 19th and early 20th centuries closely mirrored those of Victorian Britain. It's worth noting that while conditions in factories gradually improved in Britain and other industrialized nations, similar issues persist in parts of the developing world today. Sweatshops and unsafe working conditions continue to be a reality for many workers in countries where labor laws are weak or poorly enforced. The Victorian era's factory system also had profound effects on urbanization and social structures. As people flocked to cities for factory work, urban populations exploded, leading to overcrowding, poor sanitation, and the growth of slums. These issues would take decades to address and shape the development of modern cities. The experiences of Victorian factory workers also contributed to the rise of various political and social movements. Socialism, for instance, gained traction partly in response to the inequalities highlighted by industrial working conditions. The writings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, who observed factory conditions in Manchester, were heavily influenced by what they saw. In the realm of literature and art, the plight of factory workers became a recurring theme. Besides Dickens, authors like Elizabeth Gaskell in North and South, and poets like William Blake in The Chimney Sweeper, used their work to critique industrial society and advocate for social reform. The gradual improvements in working conditions towards the end of the Victorian era set the stage for further advancements in the 20th century. The concept of workers' rights, minimum wage laws, workplace safety regulations, and limits on working hours all have their roots in the struggles of Victorian factory workers. As we conclude our exploration of this topic, it's important to recognize the resilience and strength of those who endured these harsh conditions. Their struggles and sacrifices paved the way for many of the labor protections we take for granted today. The story of Victorian factory workers serves as a reminder of the human cost of rapid industrialization and the importance of balancing economic progress with social responsibility. It highlights the need for strong labor laws, effective enforcement, and ongoing vigilance to protect workers' rights. While we've come a long way since the Victorian era, many of the issues faced by factory workers of that time continue to resonate today. Questions about fair wages, safe working conditions, and the balance between productivity and worker well-being remain relevant in our modern, globalized economy. As you drift off to sleep, consider the long arc of history and how the experiences of those Victorian factory workers connect to our present day. Their story is a testament to the power of collective action, the importance of social reform, and the ongoing struggle for dignity and fairness in the workplace. As we journey further back in time, let's explore another occupation that was both dangerous and fascinating: the life of an ancient Roman gladiator. While popular culture often romanticizes these warriors, the reality was far from glamorous. Let's delve into the world of these combatants and discover why being a gladiator in ancient Rome was a challenging and often short-lived career. Gladiators were primarily slaves, prisoners of war, or criminals condemned to fight in the arena. Some were volunteers, known as octorati, who willingly signed contracts to become gladiators, often due to financial desperation or a desire for fame. However, regardless of their origin, all gladiators faced a life of intense training, brutal combat, and the constant threat of death. The gladiatorial schools, or ludus, were where these fighters spent most of their time. These facilities were more like prisons than modern-day training centers. Gladiators lived in small, cramped cells, often chained when not training or fighting. The daily routine was grueling, with hours of physical conditioning, weapons training, and combat practice. Diet was a crucial aspect of a gladiator's life. Contrary to what you might expect, they weren't fed a protein-rich diet to build muscle. Instead, gladiators were given a high-carbohydrate diet, primarily consisting of barley, beans, and oatmeal. This diet, while not ideal for building defined muscles, helped create a layer of fat that protected vital organs and made wounds less likely to be fatal. This earned them the nickname Barley Men. The training regimen was intense and unforgiving. Gladiators spent hours each day practicing with wooden weapons, which were heavier than their metal counterparts used in actual combat. This built strength and endurance. They also engaged in constant drills to perfect their fighting techniques and develop lightning-fast reflexes. Injuries were common during training, and medical care was rudimentary at best. While there were doctors assigned to the ludus, their primary goal was to keep gladiators alive and fighting fit, not necessarily to ensure their long-term health or comfort. The constant threat of death loomed over every gladiator. While not every match was fought to the death, the risk was always present. Gladiators had to be prepared to face their mortality each time they stepped into the arena. This psychological burden was immense, and many struggled with the fear and anxiety that came with their profession. When it came time to fight, gladiators were paired based on their fighting styles and equipment. There were various types of gladiators, each with their own specialized weapons and armor. For example, the retiarius fought with a net and trident, while the secutor used a sword and shield. These matchups were designed to create exciting and balanced spectacles for the audience. The amphitheater itself was a place of both glory and terror for gladiators. As they entered the arena, they would salute the emperor with the famous phrase, Ave Imperator Morituri te salutant, Hail Emperor, those who are about to die salute you. This grim greeting underscored the deadly nature of their profession. During combat, gladiators had to balance the need to entertain the crowd with the desire to survive. Showmanship was as important as skill, and a gladiator who could captivate the audience might be spared even if defeated. However, this was no guarantee, and many lost their lives in the sand of the arena. The decision of life or death for a defeated gladiator often rested with the crowd and the emperor. The famous thumbs up or thumbs down gesture is a bit of a myth. In reality, the signal for death was more likely a thumb pointed at the throat. If granted mercy, the gladiator would live to fight another day, but if condemned, they were expected to accept death with dignity. Successful gladiators could gain fame and even wealth, but these were the exceptions rather than the rule. Most lived short, brutal lives, with few surviving more than 10 matches. The average life expectancy for a gladiator was around 27 years, significantly lower than the already short life expectancy of the general Roman population. Even for those who gained popularity, freedom was not easily attained. A gladiator needed to survive many battles and earn enough money to buy their freedom. Some were granted freedom by their lanista, or manager, as a reward for exceptional service, but this was rare. The life of a gladiator was not just physically demanding, but also socially isolating. They were considered infames, people of bad reputation, along with actors and prostitutes. This social stigma meant that even if they gained freedom, they often struggled to integrate into Roman society. Despite their low social status, gladiators held a complex place in Roman culture. They were both admired for their bravery and skill and looked down upon for their servile status. Some Romans, particularly women, were fascinated by gladiators, seeing them as exotic and dangerous. This led to the phenomenon of groupies who would seek out famous fighters. The gladiatorial games themselves were more than mere entertainment. They were deeply intertwined with Roman religion and politics. Games were often held as part of religious festivals or to commemorate important events. Emperors and politicians used the games to curry favor with the public, with some even participating in staged battles to boost their popularity. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the life of these ancient warriors. The constant training, the fear before each fight, the roar of the crowd in the amphitheater. While their lives were filled with danger and hardship, they also experienced moments of glory that have echoed through history. The world of the gladiators, like many aspects of ancient history, was complex and multifaceted, far removed from our modern comforts and values. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the brutal world of ancient Roman gladiators. While popular culture often romanticizes these warriors, the reality of their lives was far from glamorous. In this segment, we'll explore the grueling training regimen that shaped these fighters into the spectacles of the arena. Gladiatorial training began with recruitment. Many gladiators were slaves, prisoners of war, or criminals condemned to fight. Some were volunteers, often impoverished citizens seeking fame and fortune. Regardless of their origin, all recruits faced a harsh and unforgiving path ahead. The first step in a gladiator's journey was entering a ludus, or gladiatorial school. These institutions were typically owned by wealthy Romans called lannistas, who saw gladiators as investments. The ludus was a place of strict discipline, intense physical conditioning, and specialized combat training. Upon arrival at the ludus, new recruits were stripped of their old identities. They were assigned new names, often based on their physical attributes or fighting style. This process of dehumanization was designed to break down their individual personalities and rebuild them as gladiators. The daily routine in a ludus was rigorous and unrelenting. Gladiators in training would rise before dawn, beginning their day with a hearty breakfast. This meal was crucial, as it needed to sustain them through hours of intense physical activity. The diet of a gladiator was carefully planned to build strength and endurance. Interestingly, gladiators were often referred to as barley men due to their high carbohydrate diet. They consumed large quantities of grains, legumes, and vegetables. This diet, while not particularly varied, was designed to create a layer of protective fat over their muscles, which would allow for more dramatic and bloody wounds in the arena without causing immediate death. After breakfast, the training would begin in earnest. The first hours of the morning were typically devoted to cardiovascular exercises. Gladiators would run laps around the ludus, often wearing heavy armor or carrying weights to increase the difficulty. This cardio training was essential for building the stamina needed to survive long fights in the arena. Following the morning run, gladiators would move on to strength training. This involved exercises that we might recognize today, such as push-ups, squats, and weightlifting. However, the ancient Romans had their own unique methods. For instance, gladiators might practice lifting and carrying heavy logs or stones, simulating the strain of wielding weapons in combat. As the day progressed, the focus would shift to combat skills. Gladiators were divided into different classes based on their fighting styles and the weapons they used. Each class had its own specialized training regimen. For example, the retiarius, who fought with a net and trident, would practice throwing techniques and footwork, while the heavily armored secutor would focus on close-quarters combat with a sword and shield. One of the most important aspects of gladiatorial training was learning to fight with wooden weapons. These practice weapons, called rudis, were used to master techniques without the risk of fatal injuries. Gladiators would spend hours each day sparring with these wooden implements, honing their skills and muscle memory. The trainers in the ludus, known as doctors, were often retired gladiators themselves. They had survived the arena and knew exactly what it took to stay alive in combat. These instructors were notoriously harsh, using physical punishment to correct mistakes and drive their students to perfection. In addition to physical training, gladiators also received instruction in the theatrical aspects of combat. They learned how to play to the crowd, making their fights more entertaining and dramatic. This showmanship could mean the difference between life and death, as a popular gladiator was more likely to be spared by the audience even if defeated. As evening approached, gladiators would engage in more specialized drills. They might practice against wooden posts called pali to improve their striking accuracy and power. Others would work on their agility and reflexes by dodging swinging weights or practicing elaborate footwork patterns. The day's training would conclude with a communal meal. This was often the largest meal of the day, allowing the gladiators to replenish their energy and repair their muscles. Despite their status as slaves or prisoners, gladiators were valuable assets to their Lannisters. As such, they were generally well fed and received better medical care than the average Roman citizen. However, this relative comfort came at a steep price. Gladiators lived under constant surveillance and had little personal freedom. They were typically housed in small, cramped cells within the ludus, with minimal privacy or personal possessions. The threat of death in the arena loomed over them constantly, making their existence one of perpetual tension and uncertainty. This grueling training regimen continued for months or even years before a gladiator was deemed ready for the arena. The Lannister would carefully evaluate each fighter's progress, looking for the right moment to debut them in a public spectacle. The gladiator's first fight was a crucial test, determining whether all the time and resources invested in their training would pay off. It's worth noting that not all gladiators were treated equally. Those who showed exceptional skill or charisma might receive preferential treatment, better living conditions, and more advanced training. These elite gladiators could achieve a level of fame and fortune that was unthinkable for most slaves or lower-class citizens in Roman society. Despite the harshness of their lives, many gladiators took pride in their profession. They formed close bonds with their fellow fighters, creating a unique subculture within Roman society. Some even chose to remain gladiators after earning their freedom, drawn by the allure of fame and the adrenaline rush of combat. As we reflect on the intense training regimen of Roman gladiators, it's clear that their lives were far from the glamorous portrayals we often see in movies. The reality was a brutal existence of constant physical exertion, strict discipline, and the ever-present threat of death. Yet it was through this crucible of hardship that the legendary fighters of the arena were forged, captivating the imaginations of Romans and leaving an indelible mark on history. In our next segment, we'll explore the culmination of all this training, the gladiatorial games themselves. But for now, let the echoes of clashing wooden swords and the phantom aches of ancient warriors lull you deeper into relaxation. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the daily life of an ancient Roman gladiator. These iconic figures of antiquity have captured our imagination for centuries, but the reality of their existence was far from glamorous. Gladiators were typically slaves, prisoners of war, or criminals condemned to fight in the arena. Their lives were strictly regimented and controlled by their Lanista, or trainer, who owned and managed the gladiatorial school, known as a ludus. The day of a gladiator would begin early, often before dawn. They would be woken by the sound of a horn or bell, signaling the start of their grueling routine. The first order of business was typically a simple breakfast, consisting of barley porridge or bread, sometimes supplemented with dried fruit or nuts. After their meal, gladiators would engage in intense physical training. This could last for several hours and included exercises to build strength, agility, and endurance. They might practice with wooden weapons, lift weights, or engage in hand-to-hand combat drills. Contrary to popular belief, gladiators were not the lean, muscular figures often depicted in movies. Many were actually quite well fed and carried a layer of fat. This was intentional, as it provided protection for their vital organs and made superficial wounds more visually dramatic for the audience. Their diet, known as gladiators' barley, was high in carbohydrates and plant-based proteins. It consisted mainly of beans, barley, and dried fruit. This diet was designed to build bulk and provide sustained energy for their intense training and fights. Midday would bring a break for lunch, which was likely similar to their breakfast. After this brief respite, the afternoon would be dedicated to more specialized combat training. Gladiators were typically trained in specific fighting styles and weapons, and they would spend hours honing these skills. The Lanista and his assistants would oversee this training, correcting techniques and pushing the gladiators to their limits. The training was brutal and unforgiving, designed to prepare them for the life-or-death situations they would face in the arena. Injuries were common during these training sessions. While there were rudimentary medical treatments available, a gladiator's life was considered expendable. Only the most valuable fighters would receive extensive medical care if seriously injured. As evening approached, gladiators would be allowed to bathe and tend to their wounds. The ludus typically had its own baths, where the fighters could clean themselves and relax their sore muscles. This was also a time for socializing with fellow gladiators, forming bonds that would be tested in the arena. The final meal of the day was often the largest, again consisting of the high-carbohydrate diet that was their staple. After dinner, gladiators were confined to their cells for the night. These living quarters were small, cramped, and often shared with several other fighters. Sleep was a precious commodity for gladiators. Their cells were typically dark and poorly ventilated, with little in the way of comfort. A simple straw mat on the floor served as a bed, and they were chained at night to prevent escape attempts. This routine would repeat day after day, with little variation. The monotony was only broken by the prospect of actual combat in the arena, which was both anticipated and dreaded. Gladiators knew that each fight could be their last, and the psychological toll of this constant threat was immense. Despite the harsh conditions and constant danger, some gladiators managed to achieve a level of fame and fortune. Successful fighters could win prize money, gain popularity with the crowds, and even earn their freedom if they survived long enough. However, the life expectancy of a gladiator was tragically short. Many died in their first few fights, and even the most skilled rarely lived past their late 20s or early 30s. The constant physical strain, risk of fatal injuries, and poor living conditions all contributed to their shortened lifespans. It's worth noting that not all gladiators were men. While less common, female gladiators, known as gladiatrices, did exist. They faced many of the same challenges as their male counterparts, with the added burden of societal prejudice against women in combat roles. The life of a gladiator was not limited to just fighting and training. They also had to maintain their equipment, which included armor, shields, and weapons. This task was typically done in the evenings, ensuring that everything was in good condition for the next day's training or potential combat. Gladiators also spent time studying their opponents and different fighting techniques. They would observe other matches when possible, learning from both victories and defeats. This mental preparation was just as important as physical training in ensuring survival in the arena. Despite their status as slaves or criminals, gladiators developed a unique subculture within Roman society. They had their own slang, rituals, and even a form of union called a collegium. This organization provided some benefits, including proper burial rites for fallen comrades. The psychological impact of a gladiator's lifestyle cannot be overstated. Living with the constant threat of death, separated from family and normal society, these fighters developed a fatalistic outlook on life. Many embraced the Stoic philosophy, finding solace in accepting their fate and focusing on what they could control. As we reflect on the daily life of an ancient Roman gladiator, it's clear that the reality was far removed from the glamorized portrayals we often see in popular culture. Their existence was one of hardship, danger, and relentless routine, all for the entertainment of the Roman populace. This glimpse into the past serves as a stark reminder of how far society has come in terms of human rights and the value we place on individual lives. As you drift off to sleep, consider how fortunate we are to live in an age where such brutal spectacles are no longer considered acceptable forms of entertainment. The image of the Roman gladiator has been romanticized in modern media, often portrayed as a heroic figure engaging in epic battles. However, the reality of gladiatorial combat was far more grim and less glamorous than we might imagine. Let's delve into the harsh truths of what it meant to be a gladiator in ancient Rome. Firstly, it's important to understand that most gladiators were not volunteers seeking glory. The majority were slaves, prisoners of war, or condemned criminals. They were considered property of their lanista or trainer and had little control over their own lives. The promise of eventual freedom was dangled before them, but few lived long enough to see that promise fulfilled. Training to become a gladiator was brutal and unforgiving. The ludus or gladiator school was more akin to prison than a modern sports academy. Trainees were subjected to harsh discipline, rigorous physical conditioning, and endless combat drills. The goal was not just to create skilled fighters, but to instill absolute obedience and acceptance of their fate. Diet was another aspect of gladiator life that might surprise you. While we often think of gladiators as lean, muscular warriors, many were intentionally kept on high-carbohydrate diets to develop a layer of fat. This extra padding helped protect against shallow cuts and made fights more visually impressive for the audience. They were sometimes referred to as barley men due to their grain-heavy diets. The weapons and armor used by gladiators were far more diverse than the popular sword and shield combination we often see in movies. Different types of gladiators specialized in various fighting styles and equipment. For example, the retiarius fought with a net and trident, while the secutor wielded a sword and large shield. These varied matchups were designed to create interesting spectacles for the audience. Contrary to popular belief, gladiatorial combat was not always a fight to the death. In fact, skilled gladiators were valuable assets, and their owners were reluctant to lose them unnecessarily. Many fights ended when one gladiator was wounded or surrendered. However, the final decision often rested with the editor, the person sponsoring the games, who would take cues from the crowd's reaction. That being said, the threat of death was ever present. Even if a gladiator survived the fight, a wound could easily become infected in the unsanitary conditions of ancient Rome. Many gladiators died from complications after their battles, rather than during the combat itself. The average life expectancy for a gladiator was low, with many not surviving beyond their mid-20s. The Colosseum, the most famous arena for gladiatorial combat, was a marvel of engineering but a nightmare for the combatants. The sand-covered floor, which gave the arena its name, arena means sand in Latin, was there to soak up blood. Beneath the floor was a complex system of tunnels and lifts, used to dramatically introduce animals and gladiators into the arena. Speaking of animals, battles between men and beasts were a popular form of entertainment. Gladiators might face lions, tigers, bears, or even elephants. These contests were often one-sided affairs, designed more for spectacle than fair combat. The animals were often starved or agitated before being released into the arena, making them even more dangerous. The psychological toll on gladiators was immense. They lived with the constant knowledge that each day could be their last. Many developed close bonds with their fellow gladiators, only to potentially face them in mortal combat. The famous gladiatorial oath, just sleep. Despite their low social status, some gladiators achieved a level of celebrity in Roman society. Successful fighters could become household names, with their exploits celebrated in graffiti and art. Some even gained enough fame to endorse products, not unlike modern athletes. However, this fame did little to change their fundamental status as slaves or criminals. The medical care provided to gladiators was surprisingly advanced for its time. Specialized doctors were employed to treat wounded fighters, using techniques that were quite sophisticated for the era. This wasn't out of altruism, but rather to protect the substantial investment that each gladiator represented. Women also participated in gladiatorial combat, although this was less common and often viewed as a novelty. Female gladiators or gladiatrices faced similar dangers and hardships as their male counterparts. Their existence challenges our assumptions about gender roles in ancient Rome. The practice of gladiatorial combat lasted for nearly 1,000 years, from the 3rd century BCE to the 5th century CE. Its endurance speaks to its deep integration into Roman culture and society. Gladiatorial games were not just entertainment, but also served political and social functions, allowing the elite to display their wealth and curry favor with the masses. The end of gladiatorial combat came gradually, influenced by changing social attitudes and the rise of Christianity. Emperor Constantine banned the practice in 325 CE, although it continued in some form for over a century after that. The last known gladiatorial fight took place in 404 CE, marking the end of this brutal chapter in Roman history. As we reflect on the reality of gladiatorial combat, it's crucial to remember the human cost behind these spectacles. Each fight represented real lives at stake, real pain endured, and real blood spilled for the entertainment of others. The glamorized version we see in popular culture often fails to capture the true harshness and tragedy of the gladiator's existence. In conclusion, while the bravery and skill of gladiators may be admirable, their lives were far from enviable. They were pawns in a larger game of politics and entertainment, their lives and deaths used to satisfy the bloodlust of the Roman populace. As we look back on this practice, it serves as a stark reminder of how societies can normalize and even celebrate cruelty when it's packaged as spectacle. As we draw our exploration of the ancient Roman gladiator to a close, let's reflect on the complex and often brutal world these individuals inhabited. The life of a gladiator was far from the glamorous depictions we often see in modern media. Gladiators faced a constant struggle between life and death, fame and obscurity, freedom and enslavement. Their existence was a paradox, simultaneously revered and despised by Roman society. While some achieved celebrity status, most lived short, violent lives, their names lost to history. The training of gladiators was rigorous and unforgiving. The ludus, or gladiatorial school, was a place of intense physical and mental conditioning. gladiators endured strict diets, grueling exercise regimens, and endless combat drills. This harsh lifestyle was designed to create formidable warriors capable of captivating audiences in the arena. However, it's important to note that not all gladiators were unwilling participants. Some were volunteers, attracted by the potential for fame and fortune. These men, known as auctorati, willingly signed contracts that temporarily reduced them to slave status. They saw gladiatorial combat as a path to glory and wealth, despite the enormous risks involved. The weapons and armor of gladiators were as diverse as the fighters themselves. From the heavily armored murmillo to the lightly equipped retiarius, each type of gladiator had a unique fighting style and equipment. This variety ensured that spectators were always treated to exciting and unpredictable matches. One aspect of gladiatorial life that's often overlooked is the camaraderie that developed among these warriors. Despite being potential opponents, gladiators often formed close bonds with their fellow fighters. They lived together, trained together, and faced death together. This sense of brotherhood was a crucial coping mechanism in their dangerous profession. The arena itself was a place of both spectacle and symbolism. Beyond mere entertainment, gladiatorial games served important social and political functions in Roman society. They were a way for emperors and wealthy patrons to demonstrate their power and generosity to the masses. The games also reinforced Roman values of courage, discipline, and the conquest of death. However, we must not romanticize this brutal practice. The reality was that most gladiators died young, either in the arena or from injuries sustained during combat. Their lives were often short and filled with pain and hardship. The famous gladiatorial salute, Ave Imperator Moritri Te Salutant, or Hail, Emperor, those who are about to die salute you, encapsulates the grim reality of their existence. The fate of a defeated gladiator rested in the hands of the crowd and the game's sponsor. While Hollywood often depicts a simple thumbs-up or down decision, the reality was more complex. The crowd's reaction, the gladiator's performance, and the sponsor's mood all played a role in determining whether a fallen fighter would live or die. It's worth noting that not all gladiatorial combats ended in death. In fact, skilled gladiators were valuable assets, and their owners had a vested interest in keeping them alive. Many battles ended with one fighter conceding defeat, and death matches became less common in the later years of the Roman Empire. The gradual decline of gladiatorial games coincided with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire. Christian teachings opposed the violent spectacles, and as the religion gained influence, support for the games waned. Emperor Constantine banned gladiatorial games in 325 CE, although they continued in some form until the 5th century. Today, we can still see remnants of this ancient spectacle in modern entertainment. From professional wrestling to mixed martial arts, the allure of one-on-one combat continues to captivate audiences. However, these modern incarnations are a far cry from the life-and-death struggles of ancient Roman gladiators. As we conclude our exploration of the Roman gladiator, it's important to view this practice through a historical lens. While we may find the concept of gladiatorial combat barbaric by modern standards, it was an integral part of Roman culture for centuries. Understanding the world of the gladiator gives us insight into the values, beliefs, and social structures of ancient Rome. The legacy of the gladiator lives on in our collective imagination, a testament to the enduring fascination with these ancient warriors. From literature to film, gladiators continue to capture our interest, serving as symbols of courage, skill, and the human will to survive against overwhelming odds. In the end, the story of the Roman gladiator is a complex tapestry of brutality and honor, entertainment and politics, life and death. It serves as a reminder of how far human society has come and the progress we've made in valuing human life and dignity. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the gladiators not as mere entertainers or victims, but as complex individuals who lived, fought, and died in a world vastly different from our own. Their stories, though often tragic, offer us a window into a distant past and remind us of the resilience of the human spirit. In our next segment, we'll shift our focus to another fascinating aspect of history. But for now, let the echoes of the ancient arena fade away as you relax and prepare for a peaceful night's rest. Good night and sleep well. As we journey deeper into the annals of history, we encounter a figure both mysterious and macabre, the medieval plague doctor. In the dimly lit corridors of time, these eerie practitioners stood as a grim symbol of hope against the devastating waves of pestilence that swept across Europe. Let us delve into the world of these masked healers, whose very appearance was enough to strike fear and awe into the hearts of the afflicted. The plague doctor, with his bird-like mask and long, dark robes, emerged as a distinct medical practitioner during the 17th century, although their origins can be traced back to the medieval period. These doctors were not always trained physicians, but rather individuals who took on the perilous task of treating victims of the bubonic plague, also known as the Black Death. Picture, if you will, the narrow, winding streets of a medieval European city. The air is thick with the stench of decay and the smoke of purifying fires. Amidst the chaos and despair, a figure emerges from the mist. Clad in a long, waxed leather coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and gloves, the plague doctor cuts an imposing figure. But it is the mask that truly sets them apart, a beaked visage reminiscent of a raven or crow, with glass eyepieces and a long, curved beak stuffed with aromatic herbs and straw. This distinctive attire was not merely for show. The plague doctors believed that their bizarre costumes served as a form of protective gear. The beak-like mask, filled with sweet-smelling substances like lavender, cinnamon, and myrrh, was thought to purify the air they breathed. This belief stemmed from the miasma theory of disease, which held that illnesses were spread by bad air or noxious vapors. The long coat, usually made of leather or waxed fabric, was intended to cover as much of the body as possible, creating a barrier between the doctor and the infected patients. Wooden canes were often carried, both to examine patients from a distance and to ward off the desperate and delusional who might try to approach too closely. Despite their intimidating appearance, plague doctors were often viewed with a mixture of hope and dread by the populace. Their presence in a town or village signaled that help had arrived, but it also confirmed the terrifying reality of the plague's presence. These doctors would move from house to house, examining the sick and offering what limited treatments they could. The methods employed by plague doctors were, by modern standards, woefully inadequate and often based on superstition rather than science. Common treatments included bloodletting, where the doctor would cut open a vein to release bad blood, believed to be the source of illness. They might also apply leeches to draw out the perceived toxins from the body. Other remedies included the lancing and draining of buboes, the swollen, painful lymph nodes characteristic of bubonic plague. This procedure was excruciatingly painful for the patient and did little to improve their chances of survival. Plague doctors would also prescribe various herbal concoctions, such as dried toad or arsenic powder, which were more likely to harm than heal. One of the most famous plague doctors was Nostradamus, the French astrologer and prophet. Before gaining fame for his predictions, Nostradamus worked as a plague doctor during the outbreak in Provence in 1546. He advocated for cleaner conditions and the removal of infected corpses, practices that were more effective than many of the traditional treatments of his time. The life of a plague doctor was fraught with danger. Many succumbed to the very disease they sought to treat, their protective gear proving ineffective against the true cause of the plague, bacteria transmitted by fleas. Those who survived often faced stigma and isolation, as people feared they might carry the disease. Despite their limited success in actually treating the plague, these doctors played a crucial role in medieval society. They were often employed by cities to treat the poor who couldn't afford private physicians. In addition to their medical duties, plague doctors were tasked with recording the number of deaths for public records and assisting in the occasional autopsy. The image of the plague doctor has endured in popular culture, becoming a symbol of both the terrors of epidemic disease and the limits of medieval medicine. Their distinctive appearance has been immortalized in artwork, literature, and even modern-day costume parties and festivals. As we reflect on the plague doctors of medieval Europe, we're reminded of the long and often misguided journey of medical science. These practitioners, operating in an era of limited knowledge and overwhelming fear, represent both the human desire to heal and the dangers of superstition in the face of scientific ignorance. In many ways, the plague doctor serves as a stark reminder of how far medical science has come. Today, we understand the true causes of diseases like the bubonic plague and have effective treatments available. Yet, the eerie silhouette of the beak doctor continues to haunt our collective imagination, a specter of a time when death walked openly in the streets and hope wore a bird-like mask. As we close this chapter on the medieval plague doctor, let us ponder the courage it must have taken to don that ominous outfit and venture into the heart of an epidemic. Despite their limited effectiveness, these individuals represent a human willingness to confront the unknown and to offer aid in the darkest of times. Their legacy serves as both a cautionary tale about the dangers of medical misinformation and a testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of historical medicine, continuing our journey through the often uncomfortable and sometimes downright bizarre practices of the past. But for now, let the haunting image of the plague doctor, with its beaked mask and long robes, fade into the mists of history as we prepare to delve into yet another chapter of our boring history for sleep. As we continue our journey through history's most sleep-inducing tales, let's turn our attention to one of the most peculiar figures of the Middle Ages, the plague doctor. These mysterious individuals, with their bizarre attire and questionable medical practices, were a common sight during times of epidemic. But what exactly did they wear and why? Let's delve into the fascinating world of medieval plague doctor equipment and attire. First, let's talk about the most iconic piece of the plague doctor's ensemble, the mask. Picture, if you will, a long beak-like protrusion extending from a leather face covering. This wasn't just a fashion statement, it served a very specific purpose. The beak was stuffed with aromatic herbs, straw, and spices. Common ingredients included lavender, cinnamon, mint, camphor, and straw. Why, you might wonder, did they need such an elaborate nasal appendage? Well, according to the medical theories of the time, disease was thought to spread through miasma, or bad air. The sweet-smelling substances in the beak were believed to purify the air before it reached the doctor's nostrils. Of course, we now know this did little to actually prevent the spread of the plague, but it certainly made for a striking silhouette. The mask also featured glass openings for the eyes, allowing the doctor to see while keeping their face completely covered. Some masks even had a system of tubes that allowed the doctor to breathe through the herbs, further purifying the air they inhaled. Moving on from the mask, let's discuss the rest of the plague doctor's attire. They typically wore a long, waxed leather coat that reached from the neck to the ankles. This coat was often treated with suet or animal fat to make it watertight. The idea was to create a smooth, impenetrable surface that would prevent poisonous vapors from sticking to the doctor's clothing. Underneath this coat, plague doctors wore leather breeches, boots, and gloves, all designed to seal off as much of their body as possible from the surrounding air. Some even wore leather breeches that were tied to their boots to create a seamless barrier. On their heads beneath the mask, they often wore a wide-brimmed leather hat. This served a dual purpose. It identified them as doctors and was believed to provide further protection against the miasma falling from above. Now let's talk about the tools of their trade. Plague doctors carried a long wooden stick, often referred to as a pointing stick or plague stick. This served multiple purposes. Firstly, it allowed them to examine patients from a distance, poking and prodding without having to make direct contact. Secondly, it could be used to keep people at bay, maintaining what they believed to be a safe distance. Another common tool was a pair of special glasses. These were not for improving vision, but rather for protection. The lenses were made of crystal or glass and were thought to shield the eyes from the dangerous miasma. In their pockets or bags, plague doctors carried a variety of herbs and medicines. Common items included camphor, which they would stuff into pouches and hang around their necks, cinnamon, juniper berries, and laudanum. They also carried vinegar, which was used as a disinfectant and to sponge the face before putting on the mask. One particularly gruesome tool in their arsenal was the lancet. This sharp, pointed knife was used for bloodletting, a common medical practice of the time. The theory was that by releasing bad blood, they could restore the body's balance of humors and cure the patient. Needless to say, this practice often did more harm than good. Plague doctors also carried a long-handled censer. This was a metal container in which aromatic substances were burned. As the doctor moved about, they would swing the censer, filling the air with smoke. This was another attempt to purify the air and drive away the miasma. It's worth noting that despite their elaborate protective gear, plague doctors were not particularly effective at treating or preventing the spread of the plague. In fact, their leather suits often became breeding grounds for bacteria and fleas, potentially making them carriers of the very disease they were trying to combat. The role of plague doctor was often filled by younger, less experienced physicians or even non-medical professionals. This was because the job was incredibly dangerous, and more established doctors were unwilling to risk their lives. As a result, the quality of care provided by plague doctors varied widely. Despite their limited medical effectiveness, plague doctors served an important psychological role in medieval society. Their presence in a plague-stricken town provided a sense of order and control in the face of a terrifying, seemingly unstoppable disease. The sight of a plague doctor, as frightening as it might have been, at least meant that something was being done to combat the epidemic. The image of the plague doctor has endured in popular culture. becoming a symbol of both the terror of the Black Death and the limited medical knowledge of the time. Today, you might see people dressed as plague doctors at Halloween parties or Renaissance fairs, their beaked masks and long coats a reminder of a time when medicine was as much about superstition as it was about science. As we conclude our exploration of the plague doctor's equipment and attire, it's worth reflecting on how far medical science has come. While we still face health challenges today, our understanding of disease transmission and treatment is light years ahead of what it was in medieval times. The next time you visit a doctor's office, be grateful that your physician isn't wearing a bird-like mask stuffed with herbs or carrying a stick to poke you with. In our next segment, we'll delve into another sleep-inducing historical topic. But for now, let the image of the plague doctor, with their bizarre outfit and questionable medical practices, lull you into a peaceful slumber. Sweet dreams, and don't let the plague-carrying fleas bite. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we encounter a figure both mysterious and macabre, the medieval plague doctor. These enigmatic healers, with their distinctive beaked masks and long robes, have become iconic symbols of the Black Death that ravaged Europe in the 14th century. But what exactly were their medical practices, and how effective were they in combating one of history's deadliest pandemics? Let's start with the plague doctor's most recognizable feature, the beak-like mask. This wasn't just a fashion statement, it served a practical purpose, at least according to the medical knowledge of the time. The beak was stuffed with aromatic herbs, straw, and spices. Substances like lavender, cinnamon, mint, and straw were believed to purify the air and prevent the doctor from inhaling the miasma, or bad air, which was thought to be the cause of the plague. The rest of the plague doctor's outfit was equally distinctive. They wore long leather coats, boots, gloves, and a wide-brimmed hat, all made of waxed leather. This ensemble was meant to form a head-to-toe protective barrier against the supposed miasma. In reality, while it may have provided some protection against fleas, the actual carriers of the plague, it did little to prevent the doctors from contracting the disease themselves. Now let's explore some of the medical practices employed by these medieval healers. One common treatment was bloodletting, a practice based on the ancient theory of the four humors. According to this belief, illness was caused by an imbalance in the body's four humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Plague doctors would cut open a vein and drain blood from their patients, believing this would restore the balance and cure the disease. Another popular treatment was the use of leeches. These blood-sucking creatures were applied to the skin of plague victims, often in large numbers. The theory was similar to bloodletting. By removing bad blood, the patient's health would improve. In reality, this practice often weakened patients further, making them more susceptible to the ravages of the disease. Plague doctors also employed a variety of herbal remedies. They would create poultices made from herbs like sage, chickweed, and marigold, which were applied directly to the buboes, the painful, swollen lymph nodes characteristic of bubonic plague. While some of these herbs may have had mild antiseptic properties, they were largely ineffective against the bacterial infection causing the plague. One particularly gruesome treatment involved lancing and draining the buboes. Plague doctors would cut open these swollen lymph nodes and drain the pus and fluid inside. While this might have provided some temporary relief from pain and swelling, it also increased the risk of secondary infections and did nothing to address the underlying cause of the plague. Some plague doctors recommended more unusual remedies. For instance, they might advise patients to sit close to a fire or in a sewer to drive out the plague with heat or noxious fumes. Others suggested drinking vinegar, mercury, or even arsenic as a preventative measure. Needless to say, these treatments were not only ineffective, but often dangerous in their own right. It's important to note that not all plague doctors were trained physicians. In fact, many were volunteers or second-rate doctors unable to establish a regular practice. Some were even clergymen or people with no medical training at all. This lack of expertise, combined with the limited medical knowledge of the time, meant that their treatments were often based more on superstition and guesswork than on any real understanding of disease. Despite their ineffective treatments, plague doctors did serve some useful functions. They kept records of the number of people infected and killed by the plague, which helped authorities track the spread of the disease. They also acted as witnesses for wills of the dead and dying, and sometimes reported to magistrates about the health of their patients. The role of the plague doctor was not without risk. Many succumbed to the very disease they were trying to treat. In some areas, plague doctors were required to live apart from the general population and were even forbidden from interacting with people who weren't infected to prevent the spread of the disease. As the centuries passed and medical knowledge advanced, the practices of plague doctors gradually fell out of use. The development of germ theory in the 19th century finally provided a scientific understanding of how diseases like the plague spread, rendering obsolete the miasma theory that had informed much of the plague doctor's approach. However, some elements of the plague doctor's practices did contribute to the development of modern medicine. The concept of wearing protective clothing to prevent disease transmission evolved into the sterile surgical gowns and masks used in hospitals today. The practice of quarantine, which plague doctors helped enforce, remains an important tool in controlling the spread of infectious diseases. In retrospect, it's easy to criticize the methods of medieval plague doctors, but it's important to remember that they were working with the best knowledge available to them at the time. They faced an overwhelming and terrifying disease with courage, even if their methods were misguided by modern standards. The story of the plague doctor serves as a reminder of how far medical science has come, and how much we owe to the generations of healers and researchers who have built our current understanding of disease and treatment. It also highlights the importance of continuing to question and improve our medical practices, as what seems cutting edge today may be viewed as primitive or misguided by future generations. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the dedication of these historical healers. Despite their limitations, they represent humanity's enduring desire to understand and combat disease, a quest that continues to this day. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be free from thoughts of beaked masks and buboes. As we continue our journey through the most boring parts of history, let's turn our attention to the daily routines of a medieval plague doctor. These peculiar figures with their distinctive beak-like masks were a common sight during times of epidemic in Europe. But what did their day-to-day lives entail? Let's delve into the monotonous details. Our plague doctor would typically start his day at dawn, rising with the sun. The first order of business was donning the iconic plague doctor outfit. This process was far from exciting and could take up to 30 minutes. First, he would put on a long, waxed leather coat that reached from his neck to his ankles. This was believed to provide a protective barrier against the miasma, or bad air, that was thought to spread disease. Next came the leather breeches, boots, and gloves, all waxed to create a seal against the supposedly infectious air. The outfit was completed with a wide-brimmed hat, which served no practical purpose other than to identify the wearer as a doctor. The most recognizable part of the outfit, the beak-like mask, was saved for last. This mask was stuffed with aromatic herbs and straw, which the doctor believed would purify the air he breathed. Common herbs included lavender, cinnamon, mint, and straw. The process of stuffing the mask could take up to 15 minutes each morning. Once fully dressed, our plague doctor would gather his tools. These included a long wooden stick, used to examine patients from a distance and occasionally to poke them, and a variety of glass vials containing herbs and what were believed to be medicinal concoctions. The plague doctor would then set out on his rounds. Walking through the streets, he would stop at houses marked with a red cross, indicating the presence of plague victims. At each house, he would perform a series of repetitive tasks. First, he would use his stick to knock on the door, announcing his presence. Once inside, he would examine the patients from a distance, using his stick to lift blankets or turn them over. This examination was largely superficial, as the medical knowledge of the time was limited. After the examination, the plague doctor would prescribe various treatments. These were often ineffective and sometimes harmful. Common prescriptions included bloodletting, which involved cutting open a vein to let out bad blood, applying leeches to suck out the supposed toxins, or creating blisters on the skin to release evil humors. Other treatments might include having the patient drink vinegar or mercury, or applying various herbal poultices to the skin. These remedies were based on the misguided medical theories of the time and did little to actually cure the plague. Between house calls, the plague doctor would often stop to replenish his supplies. This might involve visiting an apothecary to purchase more herbs or collecting toads and lizards, which were sometimes used in his concoctions. Lunchtime for a plague doctor was a solitary affair. Due to fear of contagion, he would eat alone, often in the street or in a designated area away from others. His meal would typically consist of bread, cheese, and perhaps some dried meat, nothing particularly exciting or varied. After lunch, it was back to the monotonous routine of house calls. The afternoon would be spent much like the morning, moving from house to house, examining patients, and prescribing ineffective treatments. One task that broke up the tedium was record keeping. Plague doctors were required to maintain detailed records of the dead, both for public health purposes and to assist with the writing of wills. This involved painstakingly writing down names, addresses, and dates of death, a process that could take several hours each day. As evening approached, the plague doctor would make his final rounds. This often involved checking on patients he had seen earlier in the day, though given the high mortality rate of the plague, many of these follow-up visits would result in the discovery that the patient had died. Before returning home, the plague doctor would often stop at a tavern. However, due to fear of contagion, he would typically drink alone, seated in a corner away from other patrons. This social isolation was a constant aspect of a plague doctor's life. Upon returning home, the plague doctor would begin the laborious process of removing and cleaning his outfit. The leather garments would be wiped down with vinegar, which was believed to have disinfectant properties. The herbs in the beak mask would be replaced, a process that could take up to 20 minutes. After cleaning his outfit, the plague doctor would often spend time studying medical texts. However, given the limited medical knowledge of the time, these texts were often filled with inaccurate information and superstitious beliefs about the causes and treatments of disease. Before bed, the plague doctor might write in a journal, recording his observations and thoughts from the day. These journals, when they survive, provide valuable insights into the medical practices and beliefs of the time, however misguided they may have been. The plague doctor's day would typically end around sunset. Sleep was often fitful, disturbed by the constant worry of contracting the very disease he was attempting to treat. This routine would repeat day after day, with little variation. The monotony was occasionally broken by outbreaks of panic in the town, or by the grim task of assisting with mass burials when the death toll became too high. It's worth noting that despite their iconic status in modern popular culture, plague doctors were not particularly common. They were often hired by towns or cities during outbreaks, but many places relied on regular physicians or had no medical care at all during plague times. The effectiveness of plague doctors was questionable at best. Their treatments, based on flawed understanding of disease, often did more harm than good. However, their presence did provide some psychological comfort to frightened populations, even if their medical value was minimal. As we conclude this segment on the daily life of a medieval plague doctor, we can see that it was a life filled with repetitive tasks, social isolation, and ineffective treatments. The monotony of their routines, combined with the constant presence of death and disease, made for a particularly dreary existence. In our next segment, we'll explore another tedious aspect of history, continuing our journey through the most boring yet somehow fascinating parts of the past. But for now, let the droning details of the plague doctor's daily life lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we conclude our exploration of the medieval plague doctor, we're left with a haunting image of these enigmatic figures who walked the line between medicine and superstition. Their presence in plague-stricken towns was both a source of hope and fear for the desperate populace. Despite their best efforts, plague doctors were largely ineffective in combating the Black Death. Their methods, while innovative for the time, were based on flawed understanding of disease transmission and human anatomy. The miasma theory, which suggested that bad air was responsible for illness, led to practices that did little to actually prevent the spread of the plague. However, it's important to recognize that these doctors were operating with the best knowledge available to them at the time. They risked their own lives to help others, even if their methods were misguided. In many ways, they were the forerunners of modern epidemiologists and infectious disease specialists. The iconic plague doctor costume, with its beaked mask and long coat, has become a symbol of the medieval approach to medicine. But it's worth noting that this outfit wasn't standardized until the 17th century, long after the initial outbreaks of the Black Death. Earlier plague doctors likely wore a variety of protective gear, but not necessarily the bird-like mask we associate with them today. One of the most intriguing aspects of the plague doctor's role was their duty to record deaths and perform autopsies. This practice, while gruesome, actually contributed to the development of modern medical record-keeping and forensic science. By documenting the progression of the disease and examining the bodies of the deceased, plague doctors unknowingly laid groundwork for future advancements in epidemiology. The herbs and aromatics stuffed into the beak of the plague doctor's mask, while ineffective against the actual plague, did serve a practical purpose. The strong scents helped mask the overwhelming odor of death and decay that permeated plague-stricken areas. This small comfort allowed doctors to work for longer periods in infected areas without succumbing to nausea or fainting. As we reflect on the role of plague doctors, it's fascinating to consider how their practices influenced modern medical ethics. The concept of quarantine, for instance, which was heavily enforced during plague outbreaks, remains a crucial tool in managing infectious diseases today. The idea of wearing protective equipment when dealing with contagious patients also stems from this era, even if the specific gear has evolved dramatically. The plague doctor's cane, often depicted as part of their ensemble, served multiple purposes. Beyond helping to maintain social distancing, it was used to examine patients without direct contact and even to notify family members of a death by tapping on windows or doors. This multifunctional tool exemplifies the ingenuity born of necessity during those dark times. One aspect of the plague doctor's duties that's often overlooked is their role as record keepers for the state. In addition to medical duties, they were often tasked with witnessing wills and testaments of the dying. This legal responsibility added another layer of complexity to their already demanding job, blurring the lines between medical practitioner and civil servant. It's worth noting that not all plague doctors were equally qualified or motivated. While some were dedicated physicians doing their best in impossible circumstances, others were opportunists taking advantage of the desperate situation. There are historical accounts of plague doctors using their position to rob the dead or extort the living, adding another layer of fear and mistrust to their already intimidating presence. The psychological impact of the plague doctor's appearance on the general population cannot be overstated. To many, the sight of a plague doctor was a harbinger of doom, signaling that death had come to their community. This association likely contributed to the enduring fascination with their image in art and popular culture. Interestingly, the role of plague doctor wasn't limited to men. There are historical records of women serving in this capacity, particularly in parts of Europe where women had more opportunities in medical professions. These female plague doctors faced the same risks and challenges as their male counterparts, yet their stories are often overlooked in historical accounts. The legacy of the plague doctor extends beyond the realm of medicine. Their distinctive appearance has inspired countless works of art, literature, and even fashion. The juxtaposition of their frightening appearance with their ostensibly benevolent purpose continues to captivate our imagination centuries later. As we look back on the era of plague doctors, it's tempting to view their practices as primitive or even foolish. However, it's crucial to remember that they represent an important step in the evolution of medical science. Their efforts, however misguided, were driven by a genuine desire to understand and combat a terrifying disease that was decimating populations across Europe. The plague doctor's approach to medicine, while ineffective against the plague itself, did have some unintended positive consequences. The emphasis on cleanliness and the use of vinegar as a disinfectant, for instance, likely helped prevent the spread of other diseases, even if it did little against the plague bacillus. In many ways, the plague doctor serves as a symbol of humanity's resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. Despite the overwhelming odds and the limitations of their knowledge and resources, these individuals continued to seek solutions and offer aid to the suffering. Their persistence in the face of almost certain failure is a testament to the human spirit. As we conclude our exploration of the medieval plague doctor, we're left with a complex legacy. These figures represent both the limitations of medieval medicine and the relentless human drive to combat disease and death. Their story serves as a reminder of how far medical science has come, while also highlighting the courage of those who face the unknown in times of crisis. In our modern era of advanced medical knowledge and technology, the image of the plague doctor might seem quaint or even comical. Yet recent global health crises have shown us that the fear and uncertainty surrounding pandemics are not merely relics of the past. In many ways, the challenges faced by medieval plague doctors resonate with the experiences of healthcare workers during modern outbreaks. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the enduring impact of these enigmatic figures from history. Their story reminds us of the progress we've made, the challenges we still face, and the timeless human qualities of courage, compassion, and perseverance in the face of adversity. May their memory inspire us to appreciate the advancements of modern medicine while never forgetting the sacrifices made along the way. As we journey back through time, let's explore another fascinating yet often overlooked aspect of history. We're about to delve into the world of the ancient Maya, but not from the perspective of their mighty rulers or revered priests. Instead, we'll examine the life of an ordinary Mayan commoner. This glimpse into the everyday existence of the majority of Mayan society will reveal a stark contrast to the grandeur often associated with this remarkable civilization. The Mayan civilization flourished in Mesoamerica from around 2000 BCE to 1500 CE, leaving behind awe-inspiring pyramids, intricate calendars, and advanced astronomical knowledge. However, the lives of common people were far removed from the opulence of the ruling elite. Let's explore what it meant to be an average person in this complex society. Imagine waking up in a small, thatched-roof hut made of wood and mud. The air is thick with humidity, and the sounds of the surrounding jungle permeate your modest dwelling. As a Mayan commoner, your day would begin early, often before the sun rose over the dense canopy of trees. Your home, shared with extended family members, would be simple and sparsely furnished. Sleeping arrangements consisted of reed mats laid directly on the earthen floor. Privacy was a luxury unknown to most commoners, as entire families often shared a single-room structure. As you step outside, you'd be greeted by the sight of similar huts clustered together, forming a small community on the outskirts of a larger Mayan city-state. The contrast between your humble abode and the towering stone pyramids and palaces in the distance would be a constant reminder of your place in society. Your daily attire would be basic and functional. Men typically wore a simple loincloth, while women donned long skirts and loose-fitting blouses made from rough cotton fabric. Footwear, if worn at all, consisted of basic sandals. The elaborate jade jewelry and colorful feathered headdresses often associated with Mayan culture were reserved for the elite in religious ceremonies. As a commoner, your primary occupation would likely be agriculture. The Mayan economy was heavily dependent on farming, and the majority of the population worked tirelessly to cultivate crops such as maize, beans, and squash. These staple foods formed the foundation of the Mayan diet and were crucial for sustaining the entire civilization. Your day would be filled with back-breaking labor in the fields. Using simple tools like wooden digging sticks and stone axes, you'd clear land, plant seeds, and tend to growing crops. The hot, humid climate of the region made this work particularly grueling, and the constant threat of tropical diseases added to the challenges you faced. In addition to farming, you might engage in other essential tasks to support your family and community. These could include gathering firewood, collecting water from nearby cenotes or rivers, or participating in communal construction projects. The building and maintenance of the impressive Mayan cities required an enormous workforce, and commoners were often conscripted for these labor-intensive endeavors. Your diet, while adequate, would be far from luxurious. Maize or corn was the cornerstone of Mayan cuisine and would be prepared in various ways: ground into flour for tortillas, made into a porridge called attire, or fermented into a mildly alcoholic beverage. Beans and squash would complement your meals, along with occasional fruits, nuts, and vegetables gathered from the surrounding forest. Meat was a rare treat for most commoners. While the elite enjoyed a variety of game and domesticated animals, your protein intake would largely come from small animals you could hunt or trap, such as rabbits, birds, or iguanas. Fish might be available if you lived near coastal areas or rivers. Education and literacy were privileges mostly reserved for the upper classes and religious officials. As a commoner, your knowledge would be passed down orally through generations, focusing on practical skills needed for survival and maintaining cultural traditions. You'd learn about farming techniques, basic astronomy for agricultural purposes, and the intricate Mayan calendar system that governed many aspects of daily life. Religion played a central role in Mayan society, and as a commoner, you participate in various rituals and ceremonies throughout the year. These events, often centered around agricultural cycles or astronomical phenomena, would provide a sense of community and purpose. However, the most elaborate religious ceremonies, including human sacrifices, were typically performed by the elite and witnessed from afar by the common people. Your understanding of the world would be deeply rooted in Mayan cosmology. You believe in a complex pantheon of gods who controlled various aspects of nature and human life. The fear of displeasing these deities would influence many of your daily decisions and behaviors. Despite the hardships of daily life, you'd find moments of joy and relaxation. Music and dance were integral parts of Mayan culture, and even commoners would participate in festive gatherings. Simple instruments like drums, rattles, and flutes would accompany lively dances that celebrated harvests, marriages, or religious observances. Games were also popular among all classes of Mayan society. While the famous ball game played in grand courts was primarily reserved for the elite, commoners enjoyed their own versions of recreational activities. These might include simple board games or contests of skill and strength within the community. As you aged, your role in society would evolve. Elders were generally respected for their wisdom and experience, often taking on advisory roles within the community. However, the harsh living conditions and physical demands of daily life meant that reaching old age was a feat in itself. It's important to note that while life as a Mayan commoner was undoubtedly challenging, it wasn't without its merits. The strong sense of community, connection to nature, and rich cultural traditions provided a meaningful existence for many. The resilience and ingenuity of these ordinary people contributed significantly to the longevity and achievements of the Mayan civilization. As we reflect on the life of an ancient Mayan commoner, we're reminded of the vast disparities that existed within this complex society. While the rulers and priests left behind grand monuments and written records, it was the silent majority, the farmers, craftsmen, and laborers, who formed the backbone of this remarkable civilization. Their untold stories and daily struggles are just as crucial to understanding the full tapestry of Mayan history as the more celebrated aspects of their culture. In our next segment, we'll continue our journey through the less glamorous side of history, exploring another fascinating yet often overlooked aspect of human civilization. But for now, let the gentle rustling of corn stalks in an ancient Mayan field and the distant echoes of a society long past lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we journey back in time to the ancient Mayan civilization, let's explore the daily life of a common Mayan citizen. Far from the grandeur of the ruling elite, these individuals formed the backbone of Mayan society, living lives that were often challenging and monotonous. Our story begins at dawn in a small Mayan village. The first rays of sunlight peek through the thatched roof of a humble dwelling where a family of commoners begins to stir. The father, let's call him Itzamna, rises first. He's a farmer like most Mayan commoners, and his day starts early. Itzamna's wife, Ixchel, follows soon after. She begins preparing a simple breakfast of corn tortillas and a spicy bean paste. The smell of cooking maize fills the small hut, rousing their children from sleep. As the family gathers to eat, they do so quickly and without much conversation. Time is precious, and there's much work to be done before the heat of the day becomes unbearable. After the meal, Itzamna heads out to the fields. The Mayans practiced a form of agriculture known as milpa, which involved clearing small plots in the dense jungle for cultivation. Itzamna's primary crop is maize, or corn, which forms the staple of the Mayan diet. He also grows beans, squash, and chili peppers. The work is backbreaking and monotonous. Hour after hour, Itzamna tends to his crops, pulling weeds, checking for pests, and ensuring the plants receive enough water. Meanwhile, back at the hut, Ixchel begins her daily chores. She grinds maize on a stone metate, a process that can take hours and is physically demanding. The resulting cornmeal will be used to make more tortillas for the midday and evening meals. As she works, Ixchel keeps an eye on her younger children. The older ones have their own tasks, fetching water from the nearby Seno, a natural sinkhole that serves as the village's water source, or helping with household chores. The heat of the day intensifies and the air becomes thick with humidity. Sweat drips from Itzamna's brow as he continues to work in the fields. There's no respite from the sun, no shade to offer relief. This is the reality of daily life for a Mayan commoner, constant, grueling labor under the sweltering tropical sun. Back in the village, Ixchel takes a break from her corn grinding to weave. Like many Mayan women, she's skilled in creating textiles from cotton. The cloth she produces will be used for the family's clothing or traded in the local market. As midday approaches, Ixchel prepares the main meal of the day. Once again, corn features prominently, more tortillas, perhaps some tamales, and a thick, hearty stew made from whatever vegetables are in season. Itzamna returns from the fields for this meal, his body aching from the morning's labor. The family eats together, but the meal is brief. There's still much work to be done before the day is over. After the meal, Itzamna doesn't return to the fields. Instead, he joins other men from the village in a communal project. Today, they're repairing a section of the road that connects their village to the nearest city center. This work is mandatory, a form of tax imposed by the ruling elite. The afternoon wears on, the heat unrelenting. The men work tirelessly, moving earth and laying stone. There's no complex machinery here. Everything is done by hand, with simple tools made of wood and stone. Meanwhile, Ixchel has taken the family's meager surplus of produce to the local market. Here, she hopes to trade for items the family can't produce themselves, perhaps some salt or a new clay pot to replace one that recently broke. The market is a bustling place full of sights, sounds, and smells. Vendors call out their wares, haggling with potential customers. Despite the activity, there's an underlying current of tension. Times have been hard lately, with poor harvests leading to food shortages. As the sun begins to dip towards the horizon, Itsamna and the other men finish their work on the road. Their bodies are exhausted, muscles aching from the day's labor. But there's a sense of satisfaction too. The improved road will benefit the entire community. Itsamna returns home to find Ixchel preparing the evening meal. Once again, it's simple fare, more tortillas, some roasted vegetables, perhaps a small portion of meat if they're fortunate. The family eats together, sharing the events of their day. After the meal, there's a brief period of relaxation. Itsamna might carve a small wooden toy for the youngest child, while Ixchel continues her weaving by the light of a flickering fire. The older children play quiet games or help with small tasks. But the day isn't over yet. Before bed, the family gathers for prayer. Religion plays a crucial role in Mayan life, even for commoners. They offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and ask for protection through the night. As darkness falls, the family retires to their sleeping mats. The hut is small and crowded with little privacy. The night air is warm and humid, filled with the sounds of the jungle, the call of night birds, the chirping of insects, the distant roar of a jaguar. Sleep comes quickly for the exhausted family. They need their rest. Tomorrow will bring another day of labor, almost identical to the one they've just completed. This is the cycle of life for a Mayan commoner, days filled with endless work, punctuated by simple meals and brief moments of family togetherness. As we reflect on the life of Itsamna, Ixchel, and their family, we're struck by both the simplicity and the difficulty of their existence. Their days were filled with constant labor, their lives dictated by the rhythms of nature and the demands of their society. Yet there was also a sense of community, of shared purpose. Every member of the family contributed to their survival, and they were part of a larger village community that worked together for the common good. It's a life that might seem monotonous to our modern sensibilities, but it was rich in its own way, connected to the land, guided by ancient traditions, and deeply rooted in family and community. As we drift off to sleep, let's carry with us an appreciation for the resilience and strength of these ancient people, whose daily struggles and simple joys form an important part of our shared human history. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the ancient Mayan civilization, specifically focusing on the life of a common Mayan and their relationship with food and agriculture. This segment will explore the daily struggles and triumphs of these ancient people as they worked tirelessly to cultivate the land and feed their communities. The Mayan civilization flourished in Mesoamerica from around 2000 BCE to 1500 CE, with their classical period spanning from 250 to 900 CE. During this time, the Mayans developed sophisticated agricultural techniques that allowed them to thrive in the challenging environments of modern-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. For the average Mayan commoner, life revolved around agriculture. The majority of the population lived in rural areas, dedicating their days to farming and food production. The Mayan agricultural system was based on a combination of techniques, including slash-and-burn agriculture, known as milpa, and more intensive methods like raised fields and terracing. The milpa system was the backbone of Mayan agriculture. This method involved clearing a patch of forest, burning the vegetation, and then planting crops in the nutrient-rich ash. The primary crop in this system was maize, or corn, which formed the foundation of the Mayan diet. Alongside maize, farmers would plant beans and squash, creating what is known as the Three Sisters companion planting system. This ingenious method of planting allowed the three crops to benefit from each other. The corn provided a structure for the beans to climb, the beans fixed nitrogen in the soil, benefiting all three plants, and the squash spread along the ground, helping to retain moisture and suppress weeds. This efficient use of space and resources was crucial in supporting the large Mayan population. In addition to the Three Sisters, Mayan farmers cultivated a variety of other crops. These included chili peppers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, manioc, and various fruits such as papaya, avocado, and cacao. The diversity of crops helped ensure a balanced diet and provided some security against crop failures. The life of a Mayan farmer was one of hard work and close connection to the land. They would rise early, often before dawn, to begin their daily tasks. The hot and humid climate of the region meant that much of the heavy labor needed to be completed in the cooler morning hours. Farmers used simple tools made of stone and wood. The most important of these was the digging stick, or koa, which was used for planting seeds and tending to crops. This tool, essentially a wooden pole with a fire-hardened tip, required significant physical effort to use effectively, making farming a labor-intensive activity. The agricultural calendar was closely tied to the natural cycles of the region. The Mayans recognized two main seasons, the rainy season from May to October and the dry season from November to April. Planting typically occurred at the beginning of the rainy season, with harvests taking place during the dry season. This cycle was so important to Mayan life that it was reflected in their religious beliefs and practices. The Mayans had several deities associated with agriculture, including the maize god, who was one of the most important figures in their pantheon. Farmers would often perform rituals and make offerings to these gods to ensure good harvests and protection from natural disasters. Water management was a crucial aspect of Mayan agriculture, particularly in areas with inconsistent rainfall. In some regions, the Mayans constructed elaborate systems of canals and reservoirs to collect and distribute water. These systems not only provided irrigation for crops, but also served as a source of drinking water and facilitated transportation. In the lowland areas where seasonal flooding was common, the Mayans developed a system of raised fields known as chinampas. These were created by piling up layers of vegetation, mud, and other organic matter to create elevated planting beds surrounded by canals. This method allowed for year-round cultivation and was particularly productive. The terracing technique was employed in hilly areas to maximize arable land and prevent soil erosion. Mayan farmers would construct stone walls along hillsides, filling the space behind them with soil to create level planting surfaces. This method not only increased the amount of farmable land, but also helped to conserve water and nutrients. Despite these advanced techniques, life for a Mayan farmer was far from easy. The tropical climate brought its own set of challenges, including intense heat, high humidity, and the constant threat of tropical diseases. Insect pests and plant diseases could devastate crops, leading to periods of food scarcity. The diet of the average Mayan was primarily plant-based, with maize being the staple food. Maize was prepared in various ways, including being ground into flour to make tortillas, a flat bread that remains a staple in modern Central American cuisine. The Mayans also made a porridge-like dish called Attire and a fermented drink called Peasant. Beans provided an important source of protein in the Mayan diet, often being mashed and served with tortillas. Squash was eaten both for its flesh and its seeds, which were rich in nutrients. Chili peppers were used to add flavor to dishes and also had medicinal properties. While meat was not a significant part of the everyday Mayan diet, it was consumed when available. Hunting provided deer, peccary, a type of wild pig, and various birds. In coastal areas, fish and shellfish were important food sources. The Mayans also raised domesticated animals, including turkeys and dogs, which were sometimes used for meat. One of the most prized foods in Mayan culture was cacao, the source of chocolate. However, for most commoners, cacao was a luxury reserved for special occasions. It was often prepared as a bitter, frothy drink and was sometimes used in religious ceremonies. The Mayans also cultivated various fruits, including papaya, guava, and soursop. These provided important vitamins and variety to their diet. Additionally, they gathered wild foods from the forest, such as ramon nuts, which could be ground into flour and used as a supplement or substitute for maize in times of scarcity. Food preservation was crucial in Mayan society, allowing them to store surplus harvests for lean times. Common preservation methods included drying, smoking, and salting. Maize could be stored for long periods if kept dry, while other foods like meat and fish were often dried or smoked to extend their shelf life. The Mayan approach to agriculture and food was not just about sustenance. It was deeply intertwined with their social and religious life. Many agricultural activities were community efforts, strengthening social bonds. Planting and harvesting were often accompanied by ceremonies and festivals, reflecting the central role of agriculture in Mayan culture. As we reflect on the life of a Mayan commoner, we can appreciate the ingenuity and resilience that allowed this civilization to thrive in challenging environments. Their agricultural practices, many of which are still used today, demonstrate a deep understanding of their ecosystem and a sustainable approach to food production. The legacy of Mayan agriculture continues to influence modern farming practices in Central America and beyond. Their methods of companion planting, water management, and sustainable land use offer valuable lessons for contemporary agriculture as we face global challenges of food security and environmental conservation. As we conclude this segment on Mayan food and agriculture, we're reminded of the profound connection between human societies and the land they inhabit. The story of the Mayan farmer is one of hard work, innovation, and harmony with nature, a testament to the enduring human spirit and our capacity to adapt and thrive in diverse environments. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the ancient Mayan civilization, specifically focusing on the life of a commoner and their relationship with religion and sacrifice. This period of history, while fascinating, was often marked by hardship and strict societal norms that might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. The Mayan civilization flourished in Mesoamerica from around 2000 BCE to 1500 CE, with its classical period spanning from 250 to 900 CE. During this time, religion played a central role in every aspect of Mayan life, from the grand temples that dominated city centers to the daily rituals performed by common people. For the average Mayan commoner, religion wasn't just a part of life, it was the very fabric of existence. They believed in a complex pantheon of gods who controlled every aspect of the natural world. These deities were thought to influence everything from the growth of crops to the weather patterns that dictated their agricultural success. One of the most important gods in the Mayan pantheon was Chak, the god of rain. In a society heavily dependent on agriculture, Chak's favor was essential for survival. Commoners would often make offerings to Chak, hoping for bountiful rains and good harvests. These offerings could range from simple incense burning to more elaborate rituals involving food and precious objects. The concept of sacrifice was deeply ingrained in Mayan religious practices. While human sacrifice is often associated with Mayan culture, it's important to note that for commoners, such extreme measures were rare. Instead, they would typically engage in bloodletting rituals, where they would draw small amounts of their own blood as an offering to the gods. These bloodletting rituals were believed to nourish the gods and maintain the cosmic order. Commoners might use sharp objects like obsidian blades or stingray spines to draw blood from their tongues, ears, or other body parts. While this practice might seem gruesome to us today, for the ancient Mayans, it was a sacred act of devotion and a way to connect with the divine. The Mayan calendar, an intricate system of interlocking cycles, also played a significant role in the religious life of commoners. This complex timekeeping method not only tracked the passage of days, but also determined auspicious times for planting, harvesting, and performing rituals. Commoners would consult with priests or shamans to understand the best times for various activities, aligning their daily lives with the cosmic rhythms believed to be set by the gods. Religious festivals were another important aspect of Mayan life that involved commoners. These events, often tied to agricultural cycles or celestial events, would bring the entire community together. During these festivals, commoners might participate in processions, offer food and drink to the gods, or engage in ritual dances. One such festival was the New Year celebration, which occurred at the end of each 52-year cycle. This was a time of great significance, as the Mayans believed that the world could potentially end at the close of each cycle. Commoners would participate in rituals to ensure the continuation of the world, including the extinguishing of all fires and the subsequent relighting of a sacred flame. The concept of the afterlife was also a crucial part of Mayan religious belief. Commoners believed in Xibalba, the underworld, where most souls would journey after death. This realm was thought to be a treacherous place filled with trials and challenges. To prepare for this journey, commoners would often be buried with objects they might need in the afterlife, such as food, tools, or personal belongings. While the grand temples and elaborate ceremonies of the Mayan elite often capture our imagination, it's important to remember that for commoners, religion was a more personal and daily practice. They would maintain small household shrines where they could make offerings and perform rituals in the privacy of their homes. These household shrines might contain images of gods, ancestral relics, or objects associated with particular deities. Commoners would tend to these shrines regularly, burning incense, offering food, or saying prayers. This daily practice helped to maintain a constant connection with the divine and reinforce the religious beliefs that shaped their worldview. The role of ancestors was another significant aspect of Mayan religious life for commoners. They believed that their deceased relatives could intercede with the gods on their behalf. As a result, ancestor veneration was a common practice, with commoners maintaining small shrines or altars dedicated to their departed family members. Education in religious matters was typically passed down through generations within families. Parents would teach their children the proper ways to perform rituals, make offerings, and show respect to the gods. This oral tradition ensured that religious knowledge and practices were preserved and continued even among the common people who didn't have access to formal religious training. It's worth noting that while religion was a unifying force in Mayan society, it also served to reinforce social hierarchies. The elite classes, including priests and rulers, claimed a special connection to the gods that justified their elevated status. Commoners, while active participants in religious life, were generally excluded from the most sacred rituals and spaces. Despite this exclusion from the highest levels of religious practice, commoners found ways to incorporate spirituality into every aspect of their lives. From the crops they planted to the clothes they wore, nearly everything had some religious significance or was associated with a particular deity. For instance, the cultivation of maize, a staple crop, was deeply intertwined with religious beliefs. The maize god was one of the most important deities in the Mayan pantheon, and commoners would perform various rituals throughout the agricultural cycle to ensure his favor. This included ceremonies at planting time, during growth, and at harvest. Even seemingly mundane activities like weaving had religious connotations. The goddess Ixchel was associated with weaving and childbirth, and women would often invoke her name or make offerings to her while engaged in textile production. This demonstrates how thoroughly religion permeated the daily lives of Mayan commoners. As we draw this segment to a close, it's clear that for the ancient Mayan commoner, religion wasn't just a set of beliefs or occasional practices. It was an all-encompassing worldview that shaped every aspect of their existence. From birth to death and beyond, their lives were guided by a complex tapestry of gods, rituals, and cosmic cycles. While the grand sacrifices and elaborate ceremonies of the Mayan elite often capture our attention, it was the quiet, daily devotion of countless commoners that truly sustained the religious fabric of this ancient civilization. Their unwavering faith and consistent practice ensured the continuation of Mayan religious traditions for generations. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the life of a Mayan commoner, rising with the sun to make a small offering at their household shrine, whispering a prayer to Chak for rain as they tend their crops, and ending their day by telling their children stories of the gods and their ancestors. This cycle of devotion, repeated day after day, year after year, formed the backbone of one of the most fascinating and enduring civilizations in human history. As we conclude our journey through the life of an ancient Mayan commoner, let's reflect on the stark contrasts between their daily experiences and our modern lives. The Mayan civilization, while advanced in many ways, presented numerous challenges for the average person. Living in a world without modern conveniences, these individuals faced a constant struggle for survival. From the moment they woke up on their simple reed mats to the time they retired for the night, their days were filled with labor-intensive tasks and the ever-present threat of disease, natural disasters, and political instability. The commoner's diet, while varied, was often lacking in essential nutrients. Their reliance on maize as a staple crop, while providing sustenance, didn't always offer the balanced nutrition we now understand to be crucial for optimal health. Protein sources were limited, and the quality of food preservation techniques meant that spoilage was a constant concern. Water, a resource we often take for granted, was a precious commodity for the Mayan commoner. The lack of advanced plumbing systems meant that fetching water was a daily chore, often involving long walks to nearby cenotes or other water sources. The quality of this water was far from guaranteed, leading to frequent waterborne illnesses. Hygiene practices, by modern standards, were rudimentary at best. The absence of soap, toothpaste, and other personal care products we consider essential today meant that maintaining cleanliness was a constant challenge. This, combined with the tropical climate of the Mayan regions, created an environment where parasites and infectious diseases could thrive. The clothing worn by Mayan commoners, while suitable for the climate, offered little protection against the elements or insects. Made primarily from rough cotton or other plant fibers, these garments were often uncomfortable and required frequent replacement due to wear and tear. Education, as we know it today, was largely non-existent for the average Mayan. While the elite classes had access to formal schooling and could read and write, most commoners relied on oral traditions and practical skills passed down through generations. This lack of formal education limited social mobility and kept most individuals confined to the same societal roles as their parents. The concept of leisure time was vastly different for a Mayan commoner compared to our modern understanding. While they did participate in festivals and religious ceremonies, these events were often intertwined with work and societal obligations. The idea of free time for personal pursuits or relaxation was a luxury few could afford. Healthcare, or the lack thereof, was another significant challenge. Without the benefit of modern medicine, even minor injuries or illnesses could become life-threatening. Reliance on herbal remedies and spiritual healing practices, while sometimes effective, often fell short when dealing with more serious medical conditions. The political structure of Mayan society also played a crucial role in the lives of commoners. The rigid social hierarchy meant that most individuals had little say in the governance of their communities. Decisions made by the ruling elite could have dramatic impacts on the lives of commoners, from increased taxation to being conscripted for large-scale construction projects or even wars. Natural disasters such as droughts, hurricanes, or earthquakes posed a constant threat. Without modern early warning systems or disaster relief infrastructure, these events could be catastrophic for Mayan communities. The loss of crops, homes, or lives due to such occurrences was a reality that commoners had to face with resilience and community support. The spiritual beliefs of the Maya, while providing comfort and structure to their lives, also imposed certain burdens. The practice of bloodletting, for instance, was not limited to the elite classes. Commoners, too, were expected to participate in these rituals, which could be painful and potentially dangerous given the lack of proper medical care. Despite these hardships, it's important to recognize the strengths and achievements of Mayan civilization. Their advanced understanding of astronomy, complex calendar systems, and impressive architectural feats are testaments to human ingenuity and perseverance. The commoners, through their daily labor and adherence to societal norms, played a crucial role in supporting and maintaining this remarkable culture. As we compare the life of a Mayan commoner to our modern existence, we can appreciate the tremendous strides humanity has made in areas such as healthcare, education, and technology. The challenges faced by these ancient individuals serve as a reminder of the relative comfort and security many of us enjoy today. However, it's also worth considering what we might have lost in our march towards progress. The strong sense of community, the deep connection to nature, and the rich spiritual life that characterized Mayan society are aspects that many in the modern world find themselves yearning for. In conclusion, the life of an ancient Mayan commoner was undoubtedly difficult by today's standards. Filled with physical hardship, limited opportunities, and constant threats to survival, it stands in stark contrast to the lives most of us led. Yet in studying their experiences, we gain not only an appreciation for our current circumstances, but also insights into the resilience of the human spirit and the diverse ways in which societies can organize themselves. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey we've taken through time. From the bustling markets of Mayan cities to the quiet corners of thatched roof homes, we've glimpsed a world both familiar and alien. May this exploration of the past bring you not only restful slumber, but also a renewed appreciation for the comforts of your own bed and the marvels of the modern world that await you upon waking. As we journey through the annals of history's most unpleasant occupations, we find ourselves transported to the harsh and unforgiving landscape of Siberia. Our next subject of discussion is the life of a Siberian Gulag prisoner, a fate that befell millions during the Soviet era. Prepare to drift off to sleep as we delve into the cold, bleak world of forced labor camps that dotted the remote reaches of the Soviet Union. The term Gulag is an acronym for Glavnoy Upravleniy Ispravitelno Trudovik Lagery, which translates to Main Administration of Corrective Labor Camps. These camps were established shortly after the Russian Revolution of 1917 and reached their peak during Joseph Stalin's rule from the 1930s to the 1950s. The Gulag system became synonymous with political repression, forced labor, and the harshest living conditions imaginable. Imagine, if you will, being suddenly arrested in the dead of night, accused of crimes against the state, often with little to no evidence. This was the reality for countless individuals who found themselves branded as enemies of the people. Following a perfunctory trial, if one was held at all, these unfortunate souls would be sentenced to years of hard labor in the remote wilderness of Siberia. The journey to the Gulag was an ordeal in itself. Prisoners were crammed into overcrowded cattle cars with little food or water and transported across vast distances. Many didn't survive the journey, succumbing to cold, hunger, or disease before even reaching their final destination. Upon arrival at the Gulag, prisoners were stripped of their possessions and their identity. They were assigned a number and issued standard-issue prison clothing, often inadequate for the harsh Siberian climate. The camps were designed to break the human spirit, to reduce individuals to mere cogs in the vast machine of Soviet industry. The daily routine of a Gulag prisoner was grueling and monotonous. Wake-up calls came before dawn, often as early as 4:30 a.m. Prisoners would be roused by the shrill sound of a bell or siren, signaling the start of another day of backbreaking labor. After a meager breakfast of watery soup and a small piece of bread, they would be marched out to their work sites. The work assigned to Gulag prisoners varied depending on the camp's location and the current needs of the Soviet economy. Some were sent to mine gold, coal, or other minerals in treacherous conditions. Others were tasked with logging in the vast Siberian forests, felling enormous trees with primitive tools and hauling them through deep snow. In some camps, prisoners worked on massive construction projects, building railroads, canals, or entire cities in the middle of nowhere. The infamous White Sea-Baltic Canal, for example, was built almost entirely by Gulag labor, costing the lives of thousands of prisoners who succumbed to exhaustion, malnutrition, and the unforgiving elements. The work quotas were often impossible to meet, yet failure to do so resulted in reduced rations or additional punishments. Prisoners worked in all weather conditions, from the sweltering heat of Siberian summers to the bone-chilling cold of winters, where temperatures could plummet to -40 degrees Celsius or lower. The tools and equipment provided to prisoners were often inadequate or in poor condition. Safety measures were virtually non-existent, leading to frequent accidents and injuries. Medical care in the camps was rudimentary at best, and many prisoners died from untreated wounds or illnesses that would have been easily curable under normal circumstances. After 12 to 16 hours of grueling labor, prisoners would return to their barracks, exhausted and malnourished. The living quarters were overcrowded, with dozens of prisoners crammed into small spaces. Beds were often nothing more than wooden planks, and blankets were a luxury that many went without. The daily food ration for a Gulag prisoner was barely enough to sustain life. A typical meal consisted of a small portion of black bread, a watery soup made from rotten cabbage or potato peelings, and perhaps a small piece of fish or meat if they were fortunate. The caloric intake was far below what was needed to support the hard physical labor demanded of them. Hunger was a constant companion for Gulag prisoners. Many resorted to eating grass, tree bark, or even rats to supplement their meager rations. The lack of proper nutrition led to widespread malnutrition and diseases such as scurvy and pellagra. Personal hygiene was nearly impossible to maintain in the camps. Bathing facilities were limited and soap was a rare commodity. Lice and other parasites were rampant, spreading quickly through the cramped living quarters. The combination of poor sanitation, inadequate nutrition, and exhaustion made prisoners highly susceptible to diseases like typhus and tuberculosis. The psychological toll of life in the Gulag was immense. Prisoners were cut off from their families and the outside world, with letters and visits severely restricted or prohibited entirely. The constant threat of punishment, the arbitrary nature of camp rules, and the feeling of utter powerlessness led many to despair. Informants were planted among the prisoners, creating an atmosphere of paranoia and distrust. Even a casual conversation could be reported and lead to additional punishment or an extended sentence. This erosion of social bonds further isolated individuals, making survival even more challenging. The guards in the Gulag camps were often brutal, viewing the prisoners as subhuman. Beatings were common, and more severe punishments, such as confinement in freezing isolation cells or reduction of already meager rations, were used to maintain control. Some guards took sadistic pleasure in tormenting the prisoners, inventing new ways to make their lives even more miserable. Despite the harsh conditions and constant surveillance, acts of resistance did occur in the Gulag. Some prisoners organized secret study groups, sharing knowledge and maintaining a sense of culture and humanity. Others engaged in small acts of sabotage, slowing down work or damaging equipment. However, the consequences of being caught were severe, often resulting in execution or extended sentences. The mortality rate in the Gulag camps was staggeringly high. Millions perished from a combination of overwork, malnutrition, disease, and the harsh Siberian climate. The dead were often buried in unmarked mass graves, their identities lost to history. Those who survived often bore physical and psychological scars that would last a lifetime. The Gulag system began to decline after Stalin's death in 1953, but it wasn't until the 1980s that the last camps were finally closed. the legacy of the Gulag remains a dark chapter in Soviet history, a testament to the cruelty of totalitarian regimes and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable hardship. As we conclude this segment on the life of a Siberian Gulag prisoner, let the monotony of their daily struggles and the bleakness of their existence lull you into a peaceful slumber. Remember, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, that you are far removed from the harsh realities of those who endured the Gulag system. Let the contrast between their hardship and your comfort guide you into a deep and restful sleep. As we delve deeper into the annals of history's most mundane and sleep-inducing tales, let's turn our attention to the daily routines of Siberian Gulag prisoners. This chapter of history is as bleak as it is monotonous, perfect for lulling you into a peaceful slumber. The Gulag system, a network of Soviet labor camps and detention facilities, operated from the 1920s to the 1950s. Prisoners in these remote Siberian locations faced grueling conditions and mind-numbing routines that would make even the most exciting person yawn with boredom. Let's begin with the morning routine. Prisoners would typically be awoken at around 5:00 a.m. by a loud, jarring bell or siren. This abrupt start to the day was followed by a series of repetitive tasks that barely changed from one day to the next. First on the agenda was roll call. Imagine standing in neat rows, often in freezing temperatures, as guards meticulously counted each prisoner. This process could take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the camp's size and the guards' efficiency, or lack thereof. After roll call, prisoners would trudge to the mess hall for breakfast. The meal, if you could call it that, was a bland affair consisting of watery gruel or thin soup, accompanied by a small piece of bread. The nutritional value was minimal, but it was just enough to keep prisoners functioning for the grueling work ahead. Following breakfast, prisoners would be assigned their work details for the day. The nature of the work varied depending on the camp's location and purpose, but it was universally exhausting and monotonous. Common tasks included logging, mining, construction, or agricultural labor. Let's take logging as an example. Prisoners would spend hours upon hours felling trees, stripping bark, and cutting logs to specified lengths. The work was physically demanding and mind-numbingly repetitive. The sound of axes chopping and saws scraping against wood would fill the air, creating a constant, droning backdrop to the day's labor. Imagine the tedium of swinging an axe against a tree trunk over and over again. The initial impact, the slight give of the wood, the wedge slowly growing wider with each strike. Now multiply that by hundreds, if not thousands, of repetitions throughout the day. It's enough to make anyone's eyelids grow heavy. The workday would typically last 10 to 12 hours, with a brief break for lunch. This midday meal was often no more substantial than breakfast, perhaps a ladleful of thin soup and another small piece of bread. Prisoners would eat quickly, knowing that every minute spent eating was a minute less of rest before returning to their arduous tasks. As the afternoon wore on, fatigue would set in. Muscles ached, blisters formed on calloused hands, and the monotony of the work became almost hypnotic. The prisoner's world would narrow to the task at hand, the next tree to fell, the next log to strip, the next load to carry. The changing of the seasons barely affected the daily routine. In summer, prisoners might work under the relentless Siberian sun, swatting at clouds of mosquitoes. In winter, they would bundle up in whatever meager clothing they had, their breath forming clouds in the frigid air as they labored on. As evening approached, prisoners would be herded back to the camp for another roll call. This process was just as tedious as the morning count, with guards meticulously ensuring that every prisoner was accounted for. Any discrepancies could lead to extended roll calls, cutting into what little free time the prisoners had. After roll call came the evening meal, another uninspiring affair similar to breakfast and lunch. Prisoners would eat quickly, knowing that their few hours of respite were ticking away. Some might engage in quiet conversation, play chess with makeshift pieces, or simply collapse onto their bunks, too exhausted for any activity. In the barracks, prisoners slept in cramped conditions, often sharing narrow bunks. The air would be thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and the sound of snoring, coughing, and the occasional whimper or cry. Privacy was non-existent, and comfort was a long-forgotten luxury. Personal hygiene was a challenge in the Gulag. Bathing facilities were often rudimentary and infrequent. Prisoners might have access to a bathhouse once a week or even less frequently. Imagine the tedium of standing in long lines, waiting for your turn to quickly scrub away a week's worth of grime with harsh soap and lukewarm water. The monotony of this routine was punctuated only by occasional cultural activities organized by the camp administration. These might include propaganda lectures, film screenings, or performances by prisoner bands or theater groups. While intended to boost morale and productivity, these events were often just as dull and uninspiring as the daily work. Sundays, or whatever day was designated as the rest day, offered little respite. Prisoners might be allowed to sleep in an extra hour, but the day was often filled with camp maintenance tasks, mending clothes, or other chores. The break from regular labor was welcome, but it hardly qualified as leisure. Letters from home, when they were allowed, provided a brief connection to the outside world. However, these were heavily censored and infrequent. The excitement of receiving a letter was quickly tempered by the realization that life outside the camp continued without them, adding to the sense of isolation and stagnation. Healthcare in the Gulag was rudimentary at best. Sick prisoners might be given a day off from work, but only if they were seriously ill. The camp infirmary was a place to be avoided if possible, as the lack of proper medical supplies and trained personnel meant that a stay there could be as dangerous as the labor itself. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the sameness of each day would blur together. Prisoners would lose track of time, their lives measured not in days or weeks, but in the completion of work quotas and the changing of seasons. The psychological toll of this endless routine was immense. Many prisoners retreated into themselves, becoming almost robotic in their actions. The mind, desperate for stimulation, might fixate on the smallest details, the pattern of wood grain on a log, the rhythm of a pickaxe striking stone, the slow movement of clouds across the sky. And so, day after day, this mind-numbing routine would repeat. The monotony of Gulag life was a form of torture in itself, grinding down the spirit as surely as the labor wore down the body. It's a testament to human resilience that anyone survived this soul-crushing tedium. As we drift off to sleep, let's be grateful that our daily routines, no matter how mundane they might seem, are a far cry from the relentless monotony faced by Gulag prisoners. Their story serves as a somber reminder of the value of freedom and the simple pleasures we often take for granted. In the harsh landscape of Siberia, the Soviet Gulag system stood as a testament to human suffering and political repression. For the unfortunate souls condemned to these labor camps, life was a constant struggle against not only the elements, but also the brutal regime that controlled their every move. Let's delve into the daily life of a typical Siberian Gulag prisoner, focusing on their work and the punishments they endured. The experience was designed to break the human spirit, and for many, it succeeded. Upon arrival at the Gulag, prisoners were stripped of their identities and reduced to mere numbers. Their possessions were confiscated, and they were issued standard-issue prison uniforms, often inadequate for the extreme Siberian climate. The day for a Gulag prisoner began early, usually around 4:30 a.m. A loud bell or siren would wake the inmates, signaling the start of another grueling day. Prisoners had just minutes to dress, make their beds, and prepare for roll call. After a meager breakfast of watery soup and a small piece of bread, prisoners were marched to their work sites. The nature of the work varied depending on the camp's location and purpose, but it was always physically demanding and often dangerous. In the forests of Siberia, many prisoners were assigned to logging. They would spend hours felling trees with basic tools, often in temperatures well below freezing. The work quotas were deliberately set high, making it nearly impossible for most prisoners to meet them. Other common labor assignments included mining, construction, and factory work. In the mines, prisoners toiled in dark, cramped conditions, breathing in toxic dust and risking cave-ins. Construction projects often involved building roads, railroads, or even entire towns in the middle of nowhere. The workday typically lasted 12 to 14 hours, with only a brief break for a midday meal. This meal, like all others in the Gulag, was nutritionally inadequate, consisting mainly of bread and soup made from whatever scraps were available. Failure to meet work quotas resulted in reduced rations, making it even harder for prisoners to maintain their strength and meet future quotas. This vicious cycle often led to a rapid decline in health and, for many, death. The Gulag system was designed not just for labor, but also for punishment. Guards were encouraged to be harsh and arbitrary in their treatment of prisoners. Minor infractions could result in severe consequences. One common form of punishment was solitary confinement. Prisoners would be locked in tiny cells, often in complete darkness, for days or even weeks at a time. These cells were frequently unheated, even in the depths of Siberian winter. Another dreaded punishment was the penalty isolator, a special barrack where prisoners received reduced rations and were forced to do the hardest, most unpleasant work in the camp. Time in the penalty isolator could break even the strongest of spirits. Physical violence was also a regular occurrence in the Gulag. Guards could beat prisoners for any reason or no reason at all. Some camps had designated torture rooms where more severe physical punishments were carried out. The threat of execution always loomed over the prisoners. While mass executions were less common in the labor camps than in other parts of the Soviet penal system, they did occur. More often, prisoners would simply disappear, their fates unknown to their fellow inmates. The psychological toll of life in the Gulag was immense. Prisoners lived in constant fear, never knowing when they might be punished or for what reason. The arbitrary nature of the system was designed to keep inmates in a state of perpetual anxiety. Informants were planted among the prisoner population, creating an atmosphere of distrust. Prisoners could never be sure who to confide in, leading to intense isolation even in the crowded barracks. Despite the harsh conditions, some prisoners found ways to maintain their humanity. Secret educational circles formed, where more educated inmates would teach others. Poetry and literature were memorized and shared in whispers. Religious observances, though strictly forbidden, continued in secret. For many prisoners, faith became a crucial lifeline, providing hope in the bleakest of circumstances. The Gulag system also inadvertently created a unique subculture among prisoners. A complex hierarchy developed with its own language, customs, and codes of conduct. Understanding and navigating this subculture could mean the difference between survival and death. As if the daily struggles weren't enough, prisoners also had to contend with the harsh Siberian climate. Winters were brutally cold, with temperatures often dropping below -40 degrees Celsius. Frostbite and hypothermia were constant threats. In the brief summer months, the prisoners faced a different set of challenges. Swarms of mosquitoes and other biting insects made outdoor work nearly unbearable. The sudden thaw could turn the ground into a muddy quagmire, making simple tasks like walking to work sites extremely difficult. Medical care in the Gulag was rudimentary at best. Infirmaries were poorly equipped and understaffed. Many prisoners died from treatable illnesses simply because proper care was not available or was withheld as a form of punishment. Malnutrition was rampant, leading to diseases like scurvy and pellagra. The demanding physical labor, combined with inadequate nutrition, meant that many prisoners' bodies simply gave out over time. Despite the grim reality of life in the Gulag, there were rare instances of compassion and humanity. Some guards, at great personal risk, would occasionally turn a blind eye to minor infractions or even smuggle extra food to particularly desperate prisoners. Relationships formed among prisoners, creating support networks that helped many survive. Stronger inmates would sometimes share their rations with weaker ones, knowing that their own survival might one day depend on such kindness being returned. As we reflect on the experiences of Gulag prisoners, it's important to remember that these were not just statistics or historical footnotes, but real people with hopes, dreams, and families. The Gulag system destroyed countless lives and left an indelible mark on Russian and world history. The legacy of the Gulag continues to shape modern Russia and serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked state power and the importance of human rights. As we drift off to sleep, let us be grateful for the freedoms we often take for granted and remember those who suffered in the frozen wasteland of the Siberian Gulag. In the harsh and unforgiving world of the Siberian Gulags, prisoners faced a daily struggle for survival. Let's explore some of the strategies these unfortunate souls employed to endure their grueling sentences in one of history's most notorious prison systems. First and foremost, forming alliances was crucial. In the cutthroat environment of the Gulag, having trusted companions could mean the difference between life and death. Prisoners would often band together in small groups, sharing resources, watching each other's backs, and providing emotional support. One prisoner, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who later wrote about his experiences, noted how these alliances were formed based on shared backgrounds, languages, or simply a mutual understanding of the dire circumstances they faced. Another vital strategy was learning to navigate the complex social hierarchy within the camps. At the top were the criminal prisoners, often violent offenders who wielded significant influence. Political prisoners, seen as enemies of the state, were usually at the bottom of this hierarchy. Savvy prisoners would try to ingratiate themselves with those in power, offering services or skills in exchange for protection or better treatment. Some would become informants for the guards, a dangerous gamble that could provide short-term benefits but often led to ostracization or worse if discovered by fellow inmates. Adapting to the brutal work conditions was another key to survival. Prisoners were often assigned to logging, mining, or construction projects in extreme weather conditions. Those who could find ways to meet their quotas while conserving energy had a better chance of lasting through their sentences. One common tactic was to work slowly but steadily, packing oneself throughout the day rather than exhausting all energy in the morning. Prisoners would also try to secure less physically demanding jobs, such as working in the kitchens or as clerks, which offered slightly better conditions and access to additional food. Speaking of food, securing extra rations was a constant preoccupation for Gulag prisoners. The standard diet was woefully inadequate, consisting mainly of watery soup and small portions of bread. Malnutrition and related diseases were rampant. Resourceful prisoners would scavenge for edible plants in the surrounding wilderness during work details. Some would attempt to catch small animals like rats or birds to supplement their meager diets. Others would trade valuable possessions or skills for extra food from fellow inmates or even guards. Maintaining one's health was a constant battle in the unsanitary and overcrowded conditions of the Gulag. Prisoners who managed to keep themselves relatively clean and practice basic hygiene had a better chance of avoiding the numerous diseases that swept through the camps. Some prisoners with medical knowledge would create makeshift remedies using available plants or materials. Others would try to build up their immune systems by exposing themselves to small amounts of cold or other harsh conditions to gradually acclimate their bodies. Mental fortitude was just as important as physical endurance. Many prisoners turned to creating art, writing poetry, or telling stories as a means of maintaining their sanity and preserving their humanity in the face of dehumanizing conditions. Solzhenitsyn, for example, composed and memorized thousands of lines of poetry during his imprisonment, unable to write them down but determined to keep his mind active and preserve his experiences for future generations. Religious faith also played a significant role for many prisoners. Despite the Soviet state's attempts to stamp out religion, many found solace in their beliefs, holding secret prayer meetings or observing religious holidays as best they could under the watchful eyes of the guards. Some prisoners focused on setting small, achievable goals to maintain hope and a sense of purpose. This could be as simple as surviving another week or memorizing a new poem. These small victories helped them persevere through the seemingly endless days of their sentences. Developing useful skills was another survival strategy. Prisoners who could offer valuable services such as repairing clothes, cutting hair, or even entertaining through storytelling or music could improve their standing within the camp community and potentially earn favors or extra food. Learning to read the mood of the guards and camp administrators was also crucial. Prisoners who could anticipate changes in routine or potential punishments were better equipped to avoid trouble and navigate the complex web of rules and unofficial practices that governed life in the Gulag. Some prisoners attempted to make themselves indispensable to the camp's operation, becoming skilled at particular tasks or taking on responsibilities that the guards relied upon. While this strategy could lead to slightly better treatment, it also carried the risk of being seen as a collaborator by fellow inmates. Escape attempts, while rare and extremely dangerous, were another strategy employed by some desperate prisoners. Most attempts ended in failure and harsh punishment or death, but the mere possibility of escape provided a glimmer of hope for some. Those who did attempt to escape would often spend months or even years planning, gathering supplies, and studying the surrounding terrain. Success stories were few and far between, but they became legendary among the prisoner population. As the years wore on, many long-term prisoners developed a stoic acceptance of their fate, focusing on the present moment rather than dwelling on the past or an uncertain future. This mindset, while born of necessity, helped some endure the seemingly endless cycle of work, hunger, and deprivation. Ultimately, survival in the Siberian gulags came down to a combination of luck, resourcefulness, and an indomitable will to live. Those who managed to endure and eventually gain their freedom carried with them the scars of their experiences, both physical and psychological, for the rest of their lives. The strategies employed by these prisoners stand as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable hardship. Their stories serve as a sobering reminder of the depths of human cruelty and the heights of human endurance. As we reflect on these survival strategies, we're reminded of the importance of compassion, human rights, and the ongoing struggle against oppression in all its forms. The legacy of the Gulag system continues to shape our understanding of history and the human capacity for both suffering and survival. As we conclude our journey through the harsh realities of life in a Siberian Gulag, it's important to reflect on the lasting impact these labor camps had on both individuals and society as a whole. The Gulag system, which operated from the 1930s to the 1950s, left an indelible mark on Soviet history and continues to shape our understanding of totalitarian regimes. Prisoners who managed to survive their sentences often found themselves forever changed by their experiences. Many suffered from long-term physical ailments, the result of years of malnutrition, extreme cold, and backbreaking labor. Psychological trauma was equally prevalent, with survivors reporting nightmares, anxiety, and difficulty reintegrating into society long after their release. The legacy of the Gulag system extended far beyond the individual prisoners. Entire families were torn apart, with children growing up without parents and spouses left to wonder about the fate of their loved ones. The economic impact was significant as well, as the Soviet Union lost countless skilled workers and intellectuals to the camps, stunting progress in various fields. It's estimated that between 1929 and 1953, about 18 million people passed through the Gulag system. Of these, at least 1.5 million died in detention, though some historians argue that the true death toll may be much higher. The sheer scale of the system and its impact on Soviet society cannot be overstated. The Gulag system also had a profound effect on Soviet culture and literature. Works like Alexander Solzhenitsyn's One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich and the Gulag Archipelago brought the horrors of the camps to light, challenging the official narrative and contributing to the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union. In the years since the fall of the Soviet Union, efforts have been made to memorialize the victims of the Gulag system. Museums and memorials have been established across Russia and other former Soviet republics, serving as stark reminders of this dark chapter in history. However, the full reckoning with this past remains incomplete. Many archives remain sealed, and there are ongoing debates about how to address this period in Russian history. Some argue for a more thorough examination of the past, while others prefer to focus on the future. The story of the Siberian Gulag prisoner serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of unchecked state power and the importance of preserving human rights. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable hardship, and a call to remain vigilant against the forces that would seek to dehumanize and oppress. As we reflect on these somber realities, it's worth considering how the lessons of the Gulag system apply to our world today. What safeguards do we have in place to prevent such abuses of power? How do we ensure that the voices of the marginalized and oppressed are heard? The history of the Siberian Gulags, while difficult to confront, offers valuable insights into the nature of totalitarian regimes and the importance of individual liberty. It serves as a stark reminder of the potential for cruelty that exists within human societies and the constant need for vigilance in protecting basic human rights. In the decades since the closure of the last gulags, historians and researchers have worked tirelessly to piece together the full story of what transpired in these remote camps. Their efforts have not only shed light on a dark chapter of history, but have also helped to honor the memory of those who suffered and perished in the harsh Siberian wilderness. One of the most striking aspects of the Gulag system was its role in the broader Soviet economy. While officially framed as a means of rehabilitation and re-education, the camps were in reality a source of cheap labor for the state. Prisoners were used to exploit natural resources in some of the most inhospitable regions of the country, contributing to industrial and infrastructure projects that would have been prohibitively expensive otherwise. This economic dimension of the Gulag system adds another layer of complexity to its legacy. It raises uncomfortable questions about the role of forced labor in the development of the Soviet Union and the moral cost of progress achieved through such means. The impact of the Gulag system on the indigenous peoples of Siberia is another aspect that deserves attention. As camps were established in remote areas, local communities were often displaced or saw their traditional ways of life disrupted. The environmental damage caused by the industrial activities of the camps continues to affect these regions to this day. In the years following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, some former Gulag sites have become tourist attractions. While this has raised awareness about this chapter of history, it has also sparked debates about the ethics of dark tourism and how best to memorialize such traumatic events. The story of the Siberian Gulag prisoner is not just a tale of suffering and survival. It's also a story about the power of memory and the importance of bearing witness. The accounts left behind by survivors serve as crucial testimonies, ensuring that the experiences of those who lived through this dark period are not forgotten. As we conclude our exploration of life in the Siberian gulags, it's important to recognize that while this system no longer exists, forced labor and political imprisonment remain issues in various parts of the world today. The lessons learned from the Gulag era can inform our understanding of contemporary human rights challenges and inspire action to address them. The legacy of the Gulag system continues to evolve. In recent years, there have been efforts in Russia and other former Soviet countries to digitize Gulag records, making them more accessible to researchers and descendants of prisoners. This ongoing work helps to fill in the gaps in our understanding and provides closure for families who lost loved ones to the system. As we reflect on the harsh realities faced by Siberian Gulag prisoners, we're reminded of the importance of preserving historical memory. It's through understanding the past that we can hope to build a more just and humane future. The story of the Gulag system, while deeply troubling, serves as a powerful reminder of the value of freedom and the need to protect it vigilantly. And so, as we drift off to sleep, let us carry with us the lessons learned from this dark chapter of history. May we be inspired to stand up for justice, to value our freedoms, and to work towards a world where such systemic abuses are consigned firmly to the past. Good night, and may your dreams be peaceful and your rest restorative. As we journey further into our exploration of history's less glamorous moments, let's turn our attention to one of the most harrowing experiences a soldier could endure. Life in the trenches during World War I, the period from 1914 to 1918, saw unprecedented carnage and suffering, with the trenches becoming a symbol of the war's brutality and futility. Imagine, if you will, a narrow, muddy ditch stretching for miles across the bleak landscape of northern France or Belgium. This is your new home, a place where you'll spend days, weeks, or even months at a time. The trench is barely wide enough for two men to pass each other, and it's deep enough that you can't see over the top without the aid of a periscope or by climbing onto a fire step. The life of a World War I trench soldier was far from the romanticized notions of heroic charges and glorious victories. Instead, it was a daily struggle against not just the enemy, but also against the elements, disease, and the constant threat of death from above or across no man's land. Let's begin by discussing the physical conditions of the trenches themselves. These were not the neat, orderly ditches you might imagine from sanitized historical accounts. In reality, trenches were often hastily dug, poorly maintained, and subject to the whims of nature. During rainy seasons, which were frequent in the low-lying areas of Belgium and northern France, trenches would quickly fill with water. The soil would turn to thick, clinging mud that could be knee-deep or worse. Soldiers often found themselves standing in this quagmire for hours on end, leading to a condition known as trench foot. Trench foot was a form of tissue damage caused by prolonged exposure to cold and wet conditions. The feet would become numb, swollen, and painful, often taking on a wrinkled appearance similar to that of washerwomen's hands. In severe cases, it could lead to gangrene and amputation. To combat this, soldiers were ordered to change their socks several times a day and rub whale oil into their feet, but supplies were often limited, and these measures were not always possible. The dampness and mud weren't just uncomfortable, they were also breeding grounds for various pests. Rats thrived in the trenches, feeding on food scraps and more gruesomely on the bodies of fallen soldiers. These rats could grow to enormous sizes, some reportedly as big as cats. They would boldly scamper across sleeping soldiers and chew through ration boxes. Lice were another constant companion for trench soldiers. These tiny parasites would infest clothing and bedding, causing intense itching and discomfort. Worse still, they could spread trench fever, a debilitating illness that caused severe headaches, fever, and muscle pain. Soldiers would attempt to rid themselves of lice by running a lit candle along the seams of their uniforms, where the lice laid their eggs, but this was a temporary solution at best. The trenches were also home to flies, attracted by the unsanitary conditions and the presence of corpses in no man's land. These insects would swarm over food and open wounds, spreading disease and adding to the soldiers' misery. Speaking of sanitation, or rather the lack thereof, let's discuss the toilet facilities in the trenches. These were often nothing more than crude buckets or designated areas slightly removed from the main trench line. The smell was overwhelming, and the risk of disease was ever present. Dysentery and other gastrointestinal illnesses were common, further weakening soldiers already pushed to their physical limits. Food in the trenches was another source of hardship. While efforts were made to provide hot meals, the realities of trench warfare often made this impossible. Soldiers frequently subsisted on cold bully beef, hard biscuits, and tea. When hot food did arrive from the rear, it was often lukewarm at best by the time it reached the front lines. The monotony of the diet, combined with the constant stress and poor sanitation, led to widespread digestive issues among the troops. Water was another precious commodity. Clean drinking water was often in short supply, and soldiers sometimes resorted to collecting rainwater in empty shell casings or drinking from puddles in shell holes, risking waterborne diseases. The daily routine in the trenches was a mix of monotony and terror. Soldiers would stand watch, repair damaged sections of the trench, and try to catch what sleep they could in cramped, often waterlogged dugouts. The constant threat of enemy fire meant that even simple tasks like fetching water or relieving oneself could be life-threatening. At night, many soldiers would be assigned to work parties, venturing out into no man's land to repair barbed wire defenses, dig new trenches, or retrieve the bodies of fallen comrades. These nighttime excursions were incredibly dangerous, with the ever-present risk of being spotted by enemy flares or caught in machine gun fire. The psychological toll of trench warfare was immense. The constant threat of death, the horrific sights and sounds of battle, and the feeling of helplessness in the face of artillery bombardments led to what was then called shell shock, now recognized as a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Soldiers would often develop a fatalistic attitude, believing that their survival was more a matter of luck than skill. This mindset was not entirely unfounded, as a soldier could be killed at any moment by a sniper's bullet, an artillery shell, or during one of the frequent, often futile attacks ordered by commanders far from the front lines. The sound of battle was another constant source of stress. The thunderous roar of artillery, the rattling of machine guns, and the cries of wounded men created a cacophony that haunted soldiers even in moments of relative quiet. Many veterans reported that the noise of war was one of the most difficult aspects to forget in the years following the conflict. Despite the horrors of trench life, soldiers found ways to cope in even moments of levity. Dark humor was common, as was the creation of trench art, decorative objects made from spent shell casings and other detritus of war. Soldiers would write letters home, play cards, or engage in impromptu sports matches during lulls in the fighting. However, these brief respites did little to alleviate the overall misery of trench existence. The constant cycle of frontline duty, followed by brief periods of rest in reserved trenches or rear areas, meant that soldiers were never truly free from the war's grasp. As we reflect on the life of a World War I trench soldier, it's important to remember that millions of men endured these conditions for years. The trenches of the Western Front stretched from the North Sea to the Swiss border, a testament to the scale of the conflict and the suffering it entailed. The experience of trench warfare would leave an indelible mark on a generation, shaping literature, art, and politics for decades to come. It stands as a stark reminder of the human cost of war and the resilience of those who endured its horrors. As we close this segment on the life of a World War I trench soldier, let us take a moment to appreciate the relative peace and comfort we enjoy today. The sacrifices made by those who lived and died in the muddy trenches of Europe should never be forgotten, serving as a somber reminder of the true nature of war and the importance of striving for peaceful resolutions to conflicts. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we find ourselves in the muddy, rat-infested trenches of World War I. The life of a trench soldier was far from glamorous, and the conditions they endured were nothing short of horrific. Let's explore why being a World War I trench soldier was a truly miserable experience. First, let's paint a picture of the trench itself. Imagine a narrow, winding ditch dug into the earth, stretching for miles across the battlefield. These trenches were typically about 7 feet deep and 6 feet wide, barely enough room for 2 men to pass each other. The walls were reinforced with sandbags, wooden planks, and whatever materials soldiers could scavenge. The most immediate and constant threat to a soldier's well-being was the weather. Trenches were often waterlogged, especially in areas with high water tables or during rainy seasons. Soldiers would find themselves standing knee-deep in muddy water for days on end. This led to a condition known as trench foot, where prolonged exposure to cold and wet conditions caused tissue damage, sometimes resulting in gangrene and amputation. But the water wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a breeding ground for disease. Bacteria thrived in the stagnant pools, and soldiers were constantly at risk of infections. Dysentery, typhoid, and cholera were common ailments that spread rapidly through the cramped living quarters. Speaking of cramped living quarters, let's talk about the sleeping arrangements. Soldiers would carve out small dugouts in the trench walls, barely large enough to lie down in. These funk holes, as they were called, offered little protection from the elements and were often infested with lice and rats. Ah, the rats! These were no ordinary rodents. Trench rats grew to enormous sizes, feasting on the abundant food scraps and more gruesomely on the bodies of fallen soldiers. These rats would scurry across sleeping men, steal their food, and spread disease. Some soldiers reported rats as big as cats, and controlling the rat population became a constant battle within the larger war. The lice problem was equally distressing. These tiny parasites would infest clothing and bedding, causing intense itching and discomfort. Soldiers would spend their precious downtime delousing their uniforms, a process known as chatting. The lice also spread trench fever, a debilitating illness that caused severe headaches, muscle pain, and high fever. Hygiene was a luxury that trench soldiers could rarely afford. With limited access to clean water and soap, men would go weeks or even months without bathing. The combination of sweat, dirt, and blood created a pungent odor that permeated the trenches. This lack of cleanliness contributed to the spread of diseases and made already uncomfortable conditions even more unbearable. Food was another source of misery for trench soldiers. Rations were often insufficient and of poor quality. The staple diet consisted of hardtack biscuits, tinned corned beef dubbed bully beef, and tea. Fresh fruits and vegetables were rare luxuries. The monotonous and nutrient-poor diet led to malnutrition and vitamin deficiencies, further weakening the soldiers' health. Cooking in the trenches was a dangerous affair. Open fires were prohibited as the smoke could give away their position to the enemy. Instead, soldiers used small portable stoves fueled by solidified alcohol. These Tommy cookers provided little heat and often left food undercooked, increasing the risk of food poisoning. The constant threat of enemy fire made even the most mundane tasks perilous. Snipers targeted any movement above the trench line, meaning that soldiers had to crawl or crouch when moving about. Simple acts like retrieving water or using the latrine could result in injury or death. Speaking of latrines, sanitation in the trenches was primitive at best. Soldiers would use buckets or designated areas slightly removed from the main trench. These makeshift toilets were breeding grounds for flies and disease, and the smell was overpowering. During battles or heavy shelling, soldiers were often forced to relieve themselves where they stood, further deteriorating the already abysmal living conditions. The psychological toll of trench warfare was immense. The constant threat of death, the monotony of daily life, and the horrific sights and sounds of battle led to severe mental strain. Many soldiers developed what was then called shell shock, now recognized as a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. The symptoms ranged from physical tremors and paralysis to emotional breakdowns and catatonia. Sleep, or the lack thereof, was another significant challenge. The noise of artillery fire, the discomfort of their surroundings, and the need for constant vigilance meant that soldiers rarely got more than a few hours of interrupted sleep. This chronic sleep deprivation further eroded their physical and mental health. The ever-present danger of gas attacks added another layer of misery to trench life. Soldiers had to be ready at a moment's notice to don their gas masks, which were uncomfortable and restricted vision and breathing. The fear of gas was constant, and false alarms were frequent, adding to the overall stress of trench life. Despite all these hardships, soldiers were expected to maintain their weapons and equipment. Rifles had to be cleaned regularly to prevent jamming, a task made difficult by the omnipresent mud. Uniforms and boots deteriorated quickly in the harsh conditions, and replacements were not always readily available. The monotony of trench life was punctuated by periods of intense violence. When ordered to go over the top and charge across no man's land, soldiers faced near-certain death from machine gun fire, artillery, and barbed wire. The futility of these attacks, which often gained little ground at a tremendous cost in lives, added to the sense of despair among the troops. In conclusion, the life of a World War I trench soldier was a relentless struggle against not just the enemy, but but against nature, disease, and their own mental and physical limitations. The conditions they endured were a testament to human endurance in the face of unimaginable hardship. As we reflect on their sacrifices, we can only marvel at the resilience of those who lived through this dark chapter of history. As we continue our journey through history's most mundane moments, let's delve into the daily routines of a World War I trench soldier. While war is often depicted as a series of dramatic battles, the reality for most soldiers was far more monotonous. Our story begins in the early morning hours on the Western Front, where a young British soldier named Thomas awakens to another day in the trenches. At 4:30 a.m., Thomas is jolted awake by the sound of the morning stand to. This daily ritual required all soldiers to man their positions at dawn and dusk, the most likely times for an enemy attack. Thomas fumbles in the dark for his rifle and scrambles to his assigned spot along the trench wall. For the next hour, Thomas stands motionless, peering over the parapet into the eerie pre-dawn light of no man's land. The only sounds are the occasional distant explosion and the nervous shuffling of his fellow soldiers. As the sky slowly brightens, revealing the bleak, muddy landscape before him, Thomas feels the familiar gnawing of hunger in his stomach. At 5:30 a.m., with no enemy attack materializing, the stand-down order is given. Thomas breathes a sigh of relief and heads to the makeshift mess area for breakfast. The meal is far from appetizing: a tin of bully beef, some hard biscuits, and a mug of lukewarm tea. But after hours of tense waiting, even this meager fare is welcome. Following breakfast, Thomas and his fellow soldiers begin their daily chores. The trenches require constant maintenance to prevent collapse and flooding. Armed with a shovel, Thomas sets to work repairing a section of the trench wall that had partially caved in during the night. The work is backbreaking and monotonous. Shovelful after shovelful of heavy, waterlogged earth is moved, reinforcing the trench walls with wooden planks and sandbags. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth and unwashed bodies. Occasionally, the unpleasant task is interrupted by the distant sound of artillery fire, a reminder of the constant danger that lurks just beyond their muddy haven. As Thomas works, he listens to the quiet conversations of his comrades. They speak in hushed tones about home, about the letters they hope to receive, and about the rumors of what's happening elsewhere along the front. These mundane exchanges are a lifeline, a tenuous connection to normalcy in the midst of the surreal world of trench warfare. By mid-morning, Thomas's arms ache from the repetitive labor. He's granted a brief respite as he's assigned to sentry duty. Taking up his position at a small opening in the sandbags, he peers out across no man's land through a periscope. The view is always the same, a hellscape of mud, barbed wire, and the occasional glint of metal from abandoned weaponry. Hour after hour passes with little change. Thomas fights against the urge to doze off, knowing that a moment's inattention could have dire consequences. To stay alert, he mentally recites poems he learned in school, counts the clouds in the sky, and invents stories about the lives of his fellow soldiers. The monotony is occasionally broken by the crack of a sniper's rifle or the whistle of an incoming shell. These moments of heightened tension serve only to underscore the tedium of the long hours in between. Thomas finds himself almost wishing for something to happen, then immediately feels guilty for such thoughts. As afternoon wears on, Thomas is relieved from sentry duty and assigned to another crucial, if unpleasant, task: the maintenance of the latrine trenches. The smell is overwhelming and the work is disgusting, but it's a necessary evil to prevent disease from spreading through the cramped living quarters. With a handkerchief tied over his nose and mouth, Thomas shovels lime over the waste and repairs the crude wooden seats. He tries to focus on the task at hand, letting his mind wander to happier thoughts of home and family. The letters from his mother, carefully folded in his breast pocket, provide a mental escape from the grim reality of his current situation. As he works, Thomas overhears snippets of conversation from nearby soldiers. They discuss the latest football scores from home, debate the merits of different brands of cigarettes, and share tips on how to keep rats out of their dugouts. These mundane topics serve as a thin veneer of normalcy over the abnormal world they inhabit. As evening approaches, Thomas joins his comrades for the evening meal. The food is barely more appealing than breakfast, a thin stew of unidentifiable meat and vegetables, accompanied by more hard biscuits. Yet this moment of shared sustenance is one of the day's highlights, a brief period of camaraderie in the midst of hardship. After dinner, as the light begins to fade, it's time for the evening stand-to. Once again, Thomas takes up his position along the trench wall, rifle at the ready. The tension in the air is palpable as shadows lengthen across no man's land, potentially concealing enemy movement. As darkness falls and the stand-down order is given, Thomas prepares for night duty. Sleep is a luxury in the trenches, snatched in short bursts between watches and interrupted by the constant background noise of artillery fire and the scurrying of rats. Thomas settles into his dugout, a cramped space barely large enough for his body. He pulls a worn photograph from his pocket, a picture of his family back home. As he stares at their smiling faces, he tries to remember what his life was like before the war, before the endless cycle of mud, fear, and monotony became his daily reality. And so another day in the trenches comes to an end, indistinguishable from the ones before it and the ones to follow. Thomas drifts off to sleep, lulled by the distant rumble of artillery, knowing that tomorrow will bring the same routine all over again. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we find ourselves in the midst of World War I, a conflict that reshaped the world and left an indelible mark on those who fought in it. Let's explore the grim medical realities faced by trench soldiers during this tumultuous period. The trenches of World War I were not just battlegrounds, they were breeding grounds for disease and injury. Soldiers spent weeks, sometimes months, in these muddy, cramped spaces, exposed to the elements and constant danger. The medical challenges they faced were as formidable as the enemy across no man's land. One of the most prevalent issues was trench foot, a painful condition caused by prolonged exposure to cold and wet conditions. Soldiers' feet would become numb, swollen, and blister-covered. In severe cases, it could lead to gangrene and amputation. The simple act of keeping one's feet dry became a matter of utmost importance. "Yon, excuse me, where was I? Ah yes, trench foot." To combat this, soldiers were instructed to change their socks regularly and rub whale oil into their feet. However, in the chaos of war, such simple preventative measures were often overlooked or impossible to maintain. Another constant threat was trench fever, transmitted by body lice that thrived in the unhygienic conditions of the trenches. Symptoms included high fever, headaches, and severe muscle pain. While rarely fatal, it could incapacitate soldiers for weeks, depleting already strained manpower. The use of chemical weapons, particularly mustard gas, introduced a new level of horror to warfare. Exposure could cause severe blistering of the skin, blindness, and damage to the respiratory system. Many soldiers suffered long-term effects, their lungs scarred for life. Medical treatment in the trenches was often rudimentary at best. Field medics, working under constant threat of enemy fire, had to make quick decisions that could mean life or death for their comrades. Triage became a grim necessity, with the most severely wounded often left to die so that those with a better chance of survival could be treated. One of the most common injuries was shrapnel wounds. The jagged metal fragments from exploding shells would tear through flesh and bone, causing devastating injuries. Removing these fragments was a painstaking process, often performed without adequate anesthesia due to shortages. Soft yawn, the advent of more powerful artillery, also led to an increase in blast injuries. Soldiers caught in explosions could suffer internal injuries that were difficult to diagnose and treat with the medical knowledge of the time. Many died from internal bleeding or organ damage that went undetected. Facial injuries were particularly common and psychologically devastating. The term broken faces was coined to describe soldiers with severe facial disfigurements. This led to advancements in plastic surgery as doctors sought ways to reconstruct shattered jaws and missing features. Mental health issues, then known as shell shock, were poorly understood and often treated as a form of cowardice. Soldiers suffering from what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder were sometimes accused of malingering or even shot for desertion. The sheer scale of casualties overwhelmed medical services. In major offensives, field hospitals could be inundated with thousands of wounded in a matter of hours. Doctors and nurses worked to the point of exhaustion, often in unsanitary conditions that increased the risk of infection. Infection was a constant battle. The muddy, bacteria-ridden environment of the trenches meant that even minor wounds could become life-threatening if not treated promptly. The discovery of antiseptics before the war was a saving grace, but supplies were often limited. Blood transfusions, still in their infancy, became more widely used during the war. However, blood typing was not yet fully understood, leading to sometimes fatal reactions. Despite this, the practice saved many lives and paved the way for modern transfusion techniques. Slow Blink, the ambulance services, often staffed by volunteers, played a crucial role in evacuating the wounded. These brave men and women risked their lives driving through shell-pocked roads to reach field hospitals, their vehicles frequently targeted by enemy fire. Amputations were tragically common. The combination of severe injuries and limited antibiotics meant that removing a limb was often the only way to save a life. Many soldiers returned home missing arms or legs, facing a future of disability in a world ill-equipped to accommodate them. The psychological toll of these medical realities cannot be overstated. Soldiers lived in constant fear not just of death, but of suffering a wound that would leave them permanently disfigured or disabled. The sight and sounds of their comrades in agony added to the mental strain of combat. However, from this crucible of suffering came medical advancements. The war saw improvements in X-ray technology, blood storage techniques, and the treatment of shock. The concept of mobile surgical units, which could be deployed close to the front lines, was developed during this time. Beyond the scale of the casualties also led to advancements in prosthetics and rehabilitation. Governments, faced with thousands of disabled veterans, were forced to develop new programs and technologies to help these men reintegrate into society. As we reflect on these grim realities, it's important to remember the human cost behind these statistics and medical advancements. Each injury, each amputation, each case of shell shock represented a life forever altered by the horrors of war. The medical challenges of World War I trench warfare serve as a stark reminder of the true nature of conflict. Beyond the strategies and politics, war is fundamentally about human suffering on an unimaginable scale. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate the relative peace and safety we enjoy today, and remember those who endured such hardships in the trenches of history. As we conclude our exploration of the World War I trench soldiers' experience, we must reflect on the profound impact this conflict had on those who fought and the world they left behind. The trenches were not just physical barriers, they were psychological crucibles that forged a generation of men into reluctant heroes and haunted survivors. The end of the war in 1918 did not signal an immediate return to normalcy for these soldiers. Many found themselves struggling with what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder, then known as shell shock. The constant exposure to death, the deafening artillery barrages, and the ever-present threat of gas attacks left indelible marks on their psyches. Upon returning home, these men often found it difficult to reintegrate into civilian life. The skills that had kept them alive in the trenches, hypervigilance, quick reflexes, and a certain emotional detachment, were ill-suited to peacetime society. Families and communities, while grateful for their service, often struggled to understand the changed men who returned from the front. The physical toll of trench warfare continued long after the guns fell silent. Many soldiers suffered from chronic respiratory issues due to gas exposure, while others battled lifelong disabilities from wounds sustained in battle. The primitive medical care of the time meant that infections and poorly healed injuries plagued veterans for decades. Perhaps one of the most poignant legacies of the trench soldiers' experience was the cultural shift it precipitated. The romanticized notions of war and glory that had prevailed at the conflict's outset were shattered by the brutal realities of industrialized warfare. Literature, art, and music in the post-war period often reflected a deep disillusionment and a questioning of traditional values and authority. The Lost Generation, as it came to be known, emerged from this crucible of war. Writers like Ernest Hemingway, Erich Maria Remarque, and Wilfred Owen gave voice to the experiences and emotions of those who had endured the trenches, creating works that continue to resonate with readers today. In the realm of international relations, the experience of trench warfare led to a strong desire to avoid future conflicts of such magnitude. This sentiment contributed to the formation of the League of Nations, a precursor to the United Nations, in an attempt to create a framework for peaceful resolution of international disputes. However, the harsh terms imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles, coupled with the global economic downturn that followed, laid the groundwork for future conflicts. The very soldiers who had fought so hard for peace would live to see their children march off to another world war just 2 decades later. The technological advancements spurred by the necessities of trench warfare had far-reaching implications. Improvements in aviation, communications, and medical techniques that began on the battlefields would go on to shape civilian life in the years that followed. Even the humble wristwatch, which became essential for coordinating trench raids, gained widespread popularity as soldiers brought the habit home. In the years following the war, memorials sprang up in towns and cities across the nations that had participated in the conflict. These monuments served not only as tributes to the fallen, but also as stark reminders of the cost of war. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, first established in London and Paris and later replicated in other countries, became a powerful symbol of the anonymous sacrifice made by so many trench soldiers. The environmental impact of trench warfare was another lasting legacy. Vast swathes of land in France and Belgium were rendered uninhabitable due to unexploded ordnance, chemical contamination, and the complete destruction of the landscape. Even today, over a century later, the Zone Rouge in France remains off-limits in places, a scarred reminder of the conflict's intensity. The experience of trench warfare also led to significant advances in the field of psychology. The widespread occurrence of shell shock forced the medical community to grapple with the mental health impacts of combat in ways they never had before. This laid the groundwork for our modern understanding of trauma and its treatment. For many trench soldiers, the camaraderie forged in the crucible of war became a lifeline in the post-war years. Veterans organizations sprang up, providing support, advocacy, and a sense of community for those who felt out of place in civilian society. These groups often played significant roles in shaping public policy and ensuring that the sacrifices of their comrades were not forgotten. The trench soldiers' experience also had a profound impact on gender roles and societal structures. With so many men away at war, women had stepped into traditionally male-dominated roles in factories, offices, and farms. The return of soldiers to a changed home front created tensions and contributed to the shifting dynamics of gender relations in the 20th century. In the realm of military strategy, the lessons learned from trench warfare led to significant changes in doctrine. The development of mechanized warfare, with its emphasis on mobility and combined arms operations, was a direct response to the static nature of trench combat. Military planners vowed never again to allow conflicts to devolve into such costly wars of attrition. As we reflect on the experience of the World War I trench soldier, we are reminded of the immense human capacity for both endurance and cruelty. These men, often no more than boys, were thrust into a conflict of unprecedented scale and brutality. They faced death daily, lived in conditions we can scarcely imagine, and yet found ways to maintain their humanity in the face of industrialized slaughter. Their stories serve as a powerful reminder of the true cost of war, not measured in territory gained or lost, but in lives forever altered. The trenches of World War I stand as a testament to human folly and a warning to future generations about the perils of unchecked nationalism and militarism. As we close this chapter of our historical journey, let us carry with us the lessons learned from these trench soldiers. Their sacrifices, their courage, and their suffering should inspire us to work tirelessly for peace and understanding in our own time. May we never forget the mud, blood, and tears that stained the fields of Europe, and may we honor their memory by striving to create a world where such conflicts become relics of a distant past. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's pan our attention to the golden hills of California in the mid-19th century. The year is 1848, and a glittering discovery at Sutter's Mill is about to change the course of American history. Welcome to the life of a gold rush prospector, where dreams of instant wealth often led to harsh realities and bitter disappointments. Picture yourself standing on the banks of a cold, rushing river, your boots caked with mud, your hands raw and blistered from hours of panning. The California gold rush drew thousands of hopeful individuals from all walks of life, each dreaming of striking it rich. But the reality of a prospector's life was far from the shining promise that lured them westward. Let's begin with the journey itself. Aspiring prospectors faced a grueling trek to reach the gold fields. Many came by sea, enduring months-long voyages around Cape Horn or across the disease-ridden Panama Isthmus. Others chose the overland route, braving harsh weather, treacherous terrain, and the constant threat of illness or injury along the way. Upon arrival in California, these fortune seekers found themselves in a lawless frontier. Tent cities and ramshackle towns sprang up overnight, lacking basic amenities or sanitation. The cost of living skyrocketed as demand for goods far outpaced supply. A single egg could cost the equivalent of $25 in today's money, while a pair of boots might set you back $2,500. Now let's delve into the daily life of a prospector. Your day would begin at dawn, often after a night of fitful sleep on the hard ground or in a cramped makeshift shelter. Breakfast, if you were lucky, might consist of beans, bacon, and coffee, a diet that would become monotonous but was crucial for the energy needed for the backbreaking work ahead. As the sun climbed higher, you make your way to your claim along the river. The most common method of gold extraction was placer mining, which involved sifting through river sediment using a pan or a rocker box. Hour after hour, you'd scoop up gravel and sand, swirling it in your pan with practiced motions, hoping to see that telltale glint of gold among the worthless pebbles. The work was physically demanding and mind-numbingly repetitive. Your back would ache from constant bending, your hands would blister and callous from gripping the coarse metal pan, and your legs would grow numb from standing in the frigid river water. The relentless California sun beat down on you, raising the risk of heat stroke and dehydration. But it wasn't just the elements you had to contend with. The promise of easy riches attracted all manner of unsavory characters to the gold fields. Claim jumping, the practice of stealing another miner's spot, was common, often leading to violent confrontations. With no formal law enforcement in many areas, disputes were frequently settled at gunpoint. As if the physical toll and constant danger weren't enough, prospectors also faced significant health risks. The lack of sanitation in mining camps led to outbreaks of cholera, dysentery, and other diseases. Many miners suffered from malnutrition due to the limited availability of fresh food. Scurvy was particularly common, causing weakness, joint pain, and bleeding gums. The psychological impact of the gold rush life was equally severe. The constant cycle of hope and disappointment took a heavy toll on miners' mental health. Many turned to alcohol to cope with the stress and loneliness, leading to widespread alcoholism in the camps. Gambling was another common vice, with many prospectors losing what little they had managed to find or earn. Despite these hardships, the allure of striking it rich kept many prospectors going. Stories of lucky strikes circulated through the camps like wildfire, rekindling hope in even the most discouraged miners. However, the reality was that very few ever struck it rich. Most barely managed to scrape by, and many ended up worse off than when they started. As the easily accessible placer gold began to run out, prospectors turned to more destructive and dangerous methods of extraction. Hydraulic mining, which used high-pressure water cannons to blast away entire hillsides, became common. This practice not only scarred the landscape, but also posed significant risks to the miners themselves, with cave-ins and equipment accidents claiming many lives. The environmental impact of the gold rush was devastating. Rivers were diverted and polluted, forests were clear-cut for timber, and wildlife was hunted to near extinction in some areas. The once pristine California landscape was forever altered by the frenzied search for gold. As we reflect on the life of a gold rush prospector, it's clear that the reality fell far short of the romantic image often portrayed in popular culture. For every success story, there were thousands of individuals who found only hardship, disappointment, and broken dreams in the gold fields of California. The gold rush did, however, play a crucial role in shaping the American West. It accelerated California's path to statehood, spurred the development of infrastructure and industry, and contributed to the displacement and marginalization of Native American populations. The legacy of this period continues to influence California and the nation to this day. As we close this chapter of our boring history journey, remember that the next time you see a glittering advertisement promising easy riches, the reality might be as gritty and disappointing as the life of a gold rush prospector. Sometimes the true value lies not in the gold we seek, but in the lessons we learn along the way. Now, as we let the echoes of pickaxes and the rushing of gold-laden streams fade from our minds, prepare yourself for our next historical exploration. We'll be leaving the sun-baked hills of California behind and venturing into an entirely different world of historical tedium. But for now, let the rhythmic sound of water lapping against the shore of your imagination lull you closer to sleep. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's pan for some disappointing nuggets in the life of a gold rush prospector. The allure of striking it rich drew thousands to California in the mid-19th century, but the reality was far from the glittering dreams that propelled them westward. Imagine, if you will, the year is 1849. You're a hopeful prospector, having heard tales of gold just waiting to be scooped up from the riverbeds of California. The promise of instant wealth has you packing your bags and bidding farewell to your family, not knowing if you'll ever see them again. Your journey begins with a grueling voyage. If you're coming from the East Coast, you have two equally unappealing options. The first is a perilous 6-month sea journey around Cape Horn, battling treacherous waters and the constant threat of shipwreck. The second is a land route across the Isthmus of Panama, where you'll face the very real dangers of malaria, yellow fever, and cholera. Let's say you opt for the sea route. You've scraped together your life savings to pay for passage on an overcrowded ship. The accommodations are far from luxurious. You're crammed into the hold with hundreds of other fortune seekers, sleeping on narrow bunks stacked 3 high. The air is stale and thick with the stench of unwashed bodies and seasickness. Your diet consists mainly of hardtack, a rock-hard biscuit that you have to soak in water or coffee just to make it edible. Occasionally, you might get some salt pork or beef jerky, but fresh fruits and vegetables are a distant memory. Scurvy becomes a real concern as the months drag on. The monotony of the journey is broken only by the terror of storms. Massive waves crash over the deck, and you can hear the ship's timbers groaning under the strain. More than once, you wonder if you'll make it to California at all. But finally, after half a year at sea, you catch sight of the California coast. Your heart races with excitement as you disembark in San Francisco. However, your elation is short-lived as you take in the chaotic scene before you. The once sleepy port town has been transformed into a lawless boomtown. Tents and hastily constructed wooden buildings sprawl in every direction. The streets, if you can call them that, are a muddy mess, littered with abandoned goods and the occasional passed-out drunk. You quickly realize that everything in San Francisco is outrageously expensive. A simple loaf of bread might cost you 50 times what it did back home. And forget about finding affordable lodging. Many newcomers end up sleeping in the streets or in makeshift shelters. Your next challenge is getting to the gold fields. The easiest claims near San Francisco have long since been taken, so you'll need to head inland, but transportation is scarce and costly. You might spend days or even weeks trying to secure passage on a riverboat or find a mule to carry your supplies. Speaking of supplies, you'll need to stock up before heading to the diggings. A shovel, a pan for washing gold, a pick, and a cradle for separating gold from dirt are essential. You'll also need enough food to last for months, sturdy clothing, and basic medical supplies. The cost of outfitting yourself properly could easily exceed a year's wages back home. As you make your way to the gold fields, the journey becomes increasingly difficult. The roads, if they exist at all, are little more than rutted trails. You slog through mud, ford swollen rivers, and navigate treacherous mountain passes. The weather is unpredictable, swinging from blistering heat to freezing cold. Along the way, you encounter others heading to the diggings, as well as those returning, broken and penniless. Their tales of hardship and disappointment plant the first seeds of doubt in your mind, but you press on, convinced that your luck will be different. After weeks of arduous travel, you finally arrive at a promising location along a river. Exhausted but excited, you survey the scene. The riverbanks are dotted with other prospectors, all engaged in the backbreaking work of panning for gold. You stake your claim and set up camp, which consists of a simple canvas tent. It offers little protection from the elements, but it's all you can manage for now. As night falls, you try to sleep, but the unfamiliar sounds of the wilderness and the nervous anticipation of what tomorrow might bring keep you awake. Dawn breaks and you're up with the sun, ready to begin your search for gold. You wade into the frigid river water, pan in hand, and begin the monotonous process of scooping up sediment and swirling it around, hoping to see that telltale glint of yellow. Hours pass and your back aches from bending over the river. Your hands are numb from the cold water and your feet are developing painful blisters, but you persist, driven by the stories of lucky strikes and instant fortunes. As the sun begins to set, you assess your day's work. In your palm lies a pitiful amount of gold dust, worth far less than you had hoped. You try to console yourself with the thought that tomorrow might bring better luck, but the reality of your situation is starting to sink in. Over the coming weeks and months, this routine becomes your life. Wake up at dawn, pan for gold all day, collapse into your tent at night, and repeat. The work is physically demanding and mind-numbingly repetitive. Your hands become calloused, your skin weathered, and your clothes worn to tatters. The gold fields are not the land of opportunity you had imagined. Competition is fierce and violence is common. Claim jumping, the practice of stealing another prospector's site, is a constant threat. You sleep with one eye open, your meager earnings hidden beneath your bedroll. Disease runs rampant through the camps. Poor sanitation, a lack of fresh food, and the constant exposure to the elements take their toll. Dysentery, typhoid, and pneumonia claim many lives. Medical care, if available at all, is primitive and often does more harm than good. As the months drag on, your initial optimism fades. The easy gold, if it ever existed, is long gone. What remains requires backbreaking labor to extract, often for minimal reward. You watch as some of your fellow prospectors abandon their dreams and head home, while others turn to drink or gambling to numb their disappointment. You begin to realize that the real winners of the gold rush are not the prospectors, but the merchants who supply them. The owners of general stores, saloons, and boarding houses are the ones truly striking it rich, profiting from the desperation and dreams of men like yourself. As we leave our weary prospector to his fate, remember that for every success story of the California gold rush, there were thousands of tales of failure, hardship, and broken dreams. The promise of easy riches lured many, but the reality was a harsh lesson in the fickle nature of fortune and the true cost of chasing after fool's gold. As we continue our journey through the mundane aspects of history, let's pan our attention to the life of a gold rush prospector. The allure of striking it rich drew thousands to California in the mid-19th century, but the reality of mining life was far from the glittering dreams that brought them there. In 1848, when gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill, news spread like wildfire. By 1849, the California gold rush was in full swing. Prospectors known as 49ers flocked to the area, hoping to make their fortunes. However, the daily grind of a gold miner was anything but glamorous. Let's start with their living conditions. Most miners lived in makeshift camps or small settlements near their claims. These rudimentary dwellings were often nothing more than canvas tents or crude wooden shacks. Comfort was a luxury few could afford, and privacy was virtually non-existent. The typical day for a gold rush prospector began at dawn. They would rise early, eat a simple breakfast of beans, bacon, and coffee, and head out to their claim. The work was backbreaking and monotonous. Miners would spend hours standing in ice-cold streams, bent over their pans, sifting through sediment in hopes of finding even the tiniest flecks of gold. The most common method of gold mining during this period was placer mining. This involved using a pan to wash river sediment, allowing the heavier gold to sink to the bottom, while lighter materials were washed away. It was a tedious process that required immense patience and often yielded disappointing results. As more miners arrived, individual prospectors began to form small groups to work larger claims. They would use more advanced techniques like sluice boxes or long toms. These were essentially long wooden troughs that used running water to separate gold from sediment more efficiently than panning. However, this still involved hours of shoveling gravel into the devices and constantly monitoring the water flow. The physical toll on a miner's body was immense. Hours of standing in cold water, repetitive motions, and heavy lifting led to chronic pain, arthritis, and other health issues. The miner's hands would become calloused and cracked from constant exposure to water and rough materials. Injuries were common in the mining camps. Accidents with tools, cave-ins in underground mines, and falls were frequent occurrences. Medical care was rudimentary at best, and many miners suffered from infections or improperly healed injuries that plagued them for life. The miners' diet was far from balanced. Fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce, and most relied on preserved foods like hardtack, salt pork, and beans. Malnutrition and scurvy were common problems in the camps. Some enterprising individuals made fortunes not from mining, but from selling overpriced supplies to the miners. Hygiene in the mining camps was abysmal. With limited access to clean water and soap and living in close quarters, disease spread rapidly. Cholera, typhoid, and dysentery were frequent visitors to the camps. Dental hygiene was practically non-existent, leading to widespread tooth decay and gum disease. The harsh living conditions took a toll on the miners' mental health as well. Many suffered from depression, anxiety, and what we would now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder. Alcoholism was rampant in the camps, as many turned to drink to cope with the hardships and disappointments of mining life. Despite the challenging conditions, the hope of striking it rich kept many miners going. However, the reality was that very few ever found enough gold to make their fortunes. Most barely made enough to cover their expenses, and many ended up deeply in debt. As surface gold became scarcer, mining operations became more complex and expensive. Large companies began to take over, using hydraulic mining techniques that involved blasting hillsides with high-pressure water to expose gold-bearing layers. This method was environmentally devastating, causing massive erosion and flooding in surrounding areas. The environmental impact of the gold rush was significant and long-lasting. Streams and rivers were diverted, hillsides were stripped bare, and mercury used in gold processing contaminated waterways. the once pristine California landscape was forever altered by the miners' relentless pursuit of gold. Social issues also plagued the mining communities. With few women present in the early days of the rush, the camps were often lawless and violent places. Gambling, prostitution, and fighting were common pastimes. Racial tensions ran high, with discrimination against Chinese, Mexican, and Native American miners being particularly severe. As the easily accessible gold dwindled, many miners found themselves trapped in a cycle of poverty. Unable to afford the journey home, they were forced to take low-paying jobs in the growing towns and cities of California. Some turned to agriculture, helping to establish California's farming industry. The gold rush had a profound impact on California's native populations. As miners and settlers poured into the region, indigenous people were displaced from their ancestral lands. Many suffered from disease, violence, and loss of traditional ways of life. By the mid-1850s, the initial frenzy of the gold rush had subsided. While gold mining continued in California for many years, it never again reached the fever pitch of those early days. The romantic image of the rugged prospector striking it rich became a part of American folklore, but the reality was far less glamorous. In the end, the California gold rush transformed a sparsely populated territory into a booming state. It accelerated America's westward expansion and played a significant role in shaping the nation's economy and culture. However, for the majority of individual prospectors, the dream of easy riches remained just that, a dream. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the sound of water rushing over rocks, the clink of a prospector's pan, and the quiet desperation of those who sought their fortunes in the streams and hills of California. The monotony of their daily struggles, the aches in their bodies, and the constant disappointment of finding no gold, all these mundane details of history lull us into a peaceful slumber. As we continue our journey through the boring annals of history, let's pan for some dull nuggets in the life of a gold rush prospector, particularly focusing on the frontier settlements that sprung up during this era. Prepare to be lulled by the monotonous details of life in these dusty, ramshackle towns. In the mid-19th century, news of gold discoveries in California, Australia, and other parts of the world sparked a frenzy of migration. Thousands of hopeful prospectors, driven by dreams of striking it rich, left their homes and ventured into unknown territories. But the reality of life in these frontier settlements was far from the glittering promise that lured them there. Let's start with the journey itself. Prospectors often had to travel for months, either by sea or overland, to reach these remote locations. The overland routes were particularly treacherous, with travelers facing harsh weather, difficult terrain, and the constant threat of disease. Many didn't even make it to the goldfields, succumbing to cholera, dysentery, or accidents along the way. Upon arrival, these fortune seekers found themselves in hastily constructed settlements that barely deserved the name town. Picture, if you will, a collection of tents and crude wooden structures scattered haphazardly across a landscape devoid of amenities. Streets, if they existed at all, were nothing more than muddy paths that turned into quagmires during rainy seasons. The living conditions in these settlements were, to put it mildly, abysmal. Prospectors often lived in canvas tents or simple log cabins that offered little protection from the elements. In winter, these dwellings were bitterly cold, while in summer they became stifling hot. Privacy was a luxury few could afford, with multiple men often sharing a single small living space. Sanitation was practically non-existent in these early settlements. With no proper sewage systems, waste simply accumulated in the streets or was dumped into nearby water sources. This, combined with the lack of clean water and proper food storage, led to frequent outbreaks of diseases like typhoid and dysentery. The daily routine of a gold rush prospector was far from glamorous. They would wake at dawn, grab a meager breakfast of beans or hardtack, and head to the river or claim site. There they would spend hours standing in cold water, bent over their pans or sluice boxes, sifting through countless tons of gravel and sand in hopes of finding a few specks of gold. This backbreaking work continued day after day, often with little to show for it. The vast majority of prospectors never struck it rich. Instead, they eked out a meager existence, barely covering their expenses. The cost of living in these frontier towns was exorbitant due to the difficulty of transporting goods to such remote locations. Food was particularly expensive and often of poor quality. Fresh fruits and vegetables were rare luxuries. Most prospectors subsisted on a monotonous diet of beans, salt pork, and hardtack. Scurvy was a common ailment due to the lack of vitamin C in their diets. Despite the hardships, more people kept coming and the settlements grew. As they expanded, they began to take on more permanent forms. Wooden buildings replaced tents and rudimentary services started to appear. However, these improvements did little to alleviate the overall harshness of life in these frontier towns. Law and order were tenuous concepts in many of these settlements. With no established legal system, vigilante justice often prevailed. Claim jumping, the act of stealing another prospector's mining claim, was a constant threat, sometimes leading to violent confrontations. The lack of women in these predominantly male communities led to social imbalances. Loneliness and homesickness were common afflictions among the prospectors. Some sought solace in gambling and drinking, activities that flourished in the saloons that became central gathering places in these towns. As time went on, some of these settlements evolved into more established towns and cities. However, many simply disappeared once the gold ran out, becoming ghost towns, silent testimonies to the transient nature of the gold rush phenomenon. The environmental impact of these frontier settlements and the associated mining activities was significant. Hydraulic mining, in particular, devastated landscapes, washing away entire hillsides and clogging rivers with debris. The long-term ecological consequences of this period are still visible in some areas today. It's worth noting that the gold rush wasn't just about individual prospectors. As surface gold became scarcer, large mining companies moved in, bringing with them more advanced equipment and techniques. This industrialization of gold mining changed the nature of these frontier settlements, turning some into company towns. Life for miners employed by these companies was different, but not necessarily better. They worked long hours in dangerous conditions, often deep underground where cave-ins, flooding, and toxic gases were constant threats. The pay was more regular than that of independent prospectors, but it came at the cost of autonomy. The gold rush also had profound impacts on the indigenous populations of these areas. Native Americans were often displaced from their lands, their traditional ways of life disrupted by the influx of settlers and the environmental changes brought about by mining activities. As we draw this segment to a close, it's clear that the life of a gold rush prospector in these frontier settlements was far from the romantic adventure often portrayed in popular culture. It was a life of hardship, disappointment, and grinding monotony for most, punctuated by rare moments of excitement or success. The legacy of the gold rush in these frontier settlements is complex. While they played a significant role in the rapid development and population of regions like California and parts of Australia, they also left behind a trail of environmental destruction and cultural displacement that continues to resonate today. And so, as we pan away from this golden era of boredom, remember that for every successful prospector who struck it rich, there were thousands who found nothing but hardship and broken dreams in the dusty streets of these frontier towns. Perhaps in the monotony of their daily struggles, you found the perfect lullaby to drift off to sleep. Good night, and may your dreams be as uneventful as a prospector's empty pan. As we conclude our exploration of the gold rush prospector's life, it's important to reflect on the lasting impact this era had on American history and the individuals who risked everything for a chance at fortune. The California Gold Rush, which began in 1848 and lasted until approximately 1855, forever changed the landscape of the American West. While only a small percentage of prospectors struck it rich, the massive influx of people led to rapid development and statehood for California. Towns and cities sprung up seemingly overnight, transforming the once remote territory into a bustling hub of activity. However, the gold rush also had its dark side. The rapid influx of settlers led to the displacement and often violent treatment of Native American populations. The environmental impact was severe, with hydraulic mining practices scarring the landscape and polluting rivers. These consequences would be felt for generations to come. For the average prospector, the gold rush was often a tale of hardship and disappointment. Many arrived with dreams of easy riches, only to face the harsh realities of grueling labor, isolation, and fierce competition. The physical toll on these individuals was immense, with many suffering from malnutrition, exposure to the elements, and various diseases that spread quickly in the crowded mining camps. One of the most common ailments among prospectors was miners' consumption, now known as silicosis. This lung disease was caused by inhaling fine particles of silica dust, released when breaking apart quartz rocks that often contained gold. The constant exposure led to scarring of the lungs, making breathing increasingly difficult over time. Despite the hardships, the spirit of adventure and the promise of a better life continued to draw people to the goldfields. This spirit of entrepreneurship and risk-taking would become a defining characteristic of the American West, influencing the nation's culture and economy for decades to come. It's worth noting that while men made up the majority of prospectors, women also played significant roles during the gold rush. Some worked alongside their husbands in the mines, while others found opportunities in providing services to the mining communities, such as running boarding houses, restaurants, and laundries. The gold rush also attracted a diverse group of international prospectors. Chinese immigrants, in particular, came in large numbers, facing discrimination, but also establishing vibrant communities that would contribute significantly to California's cultural tapestry. As gold became harder to find, many prospectors turned to other pursuits. Some became farmers, taking advantage of California's fertile soil and favorable climate. Others used their mining skills to work in the emerging hard rock mining industry, extracting gold from deep underground veins. The end of the gold rush didn't mean the end of mining in California. The state's rich mineral resources continued to be exploited well into the 20th century. However, the days of individual prospectors panning for gold in streams were largely over, replaced by more industrialized and capital-intensive mining operations. The legacy of the gold rush prospector lives on in American folklore and popular culture. The image of the rugged individual seeking fortune in the wilderness has become an enduring symbol of the American dream and the pioneer spirit. In reality, the life of a gold rush prospector was far from glamorous. It was a life of uncertainty, where a stroke of luck could mean instant wealth, but more often than not, it meant days of backbreaking work for little reward. The psychological toll of this lifestyle was significant, with many prospectors struggling with depression, alcoholism, and gambling addiction. The boom and bust cycle of mining towns during this period was particularly harsh. A rich strike could turn a quiet valley into a thriving town almost overnight, complete with saloons, hotels, and shops. But when the gold ran out, these same towns could become ghost towns just as quickly, leaving behind empty buildings and broken dreams. One of the most famous examples of this is the town of Bodie, California. Once a bustling mining center with a population of around 10,000, it is now a well-preserved ghost town and state historic park, offering visitors a glimpse into the life of gold rush-era mining communities. The gold rush also had a profound impact on the development of banking and finance in the United States. The need to transport and safeguard large quantities of gold led to the establishment of several financial institutions that would go on to become major players in the American economy. For instance, Wells Fargo was founded in 1852 to provide banking and express delivery services to gold rush communities. The company's stagecoaches, carrying gold and other valuables, became an iconic symbol of the era and laid the foundation for a financial institution that continues to operate today. As we reflect on the life of the gold rush prospector, it's important to recognize the complex legacy of this period. While it represents a time of opportunity and adventure, it also embodies the harsh realities of frontier life and the often overlooked costs of rapid economic development. The prospector's experience serves as a reminder of the human capacity for hope and perseverance in the face of adversity. It also highlights the thin line between ambition and exploitation, both of natural resources and of people. In many ways, the gold rush marked the beginning of the end for the American frontier. As the West became increasingly settled and industrialized, the era of individual prospectors giving up everything to seek their fortune in the wilderness came to a close. Yet the spirit of the gold rush prospector, the willingness to take risks, to venture into the unknown in pursuit of a better life, continues to resonate in American culture. It's a spirit that has driven innovation, exploration, and entrepreneurship throughout the nation's history. As we close this chapter on the life of the gold rush prospector, we're left with a complex tapestry of human experience. It's a story of triumph and tragedy, of dreams realized and shattered, of a transformative period that shaped the course of a nation. In the end, the true gold of this era may not have been the precious metal pulled from the earth, but the enduring lessons about human nature, the pursuit of wealth, and the costs of progress. These are lessons that continue to be relevant as we face new frontiers and challenges in our modern world. And so, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the sound of a pick striking rock, the rush of water in a sluice box, and the quiet hope of a prospector sifting through the sand, always believing that the next pan might be the one that changes everything. Good night and sweet dreams. As we continue our journey through the annals of boring history, we find ourselves at the frozen edge of the world. Let's turn our attention to the harsh and unforgiving realm of Antarctic exploration. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, brave men ventured into this icy wilderness, facing extreme conditions and untold dangers. Their stories, while filled with adventure, also contain long stretches of monotony and hardship that are perfect for lulling you into a peaceful slumber. Our focus will be on the daily routines and challenges faced by these intrepid explorers. From the mundane tasks of maintaining their camps to the endless waiting during long polar nights, we'll explore why being an Antarctic explorer was often as tedious as it was perilous. Let's begin with the preparations for an Antarctic expedition. Before even setting foot on the icy continent, explorers spent months, sometimes years, planning every detail of their journey. They had to consider factors such as food supplies, clothing, scientific equipment, and modes of transportation. One of the most crucial aspects of preparation was the selection of appropriate clothing. Explorers needed layers upon layers of woolen undergarments, fur-lined coats, and waterproof outer shells. The process of dressing and undressing was a time-consuming affair, often taking up to half an hour just to put on or take off all the necessary layers. Food was another major concern. Expeditions had to carry enough provisions to last for months or even years. The diet of Antarctic explorers was far from exciting, consisting mainly of dried and canned goods. Pemmican, a mixture of dried meat and fat, was a staple. While high in calories, it was utterly bland and unappetizing. Imagine eating the same tasteless, fatty meat paste day after day, month after month. Once the expedition finally reached Antarctica, the real monotony began. The first task was to establish a base camp, which could take weeks of backbreaking labor. Explorers had to construct shelters, set up scientific equipment, and organize their supplies. This work was done in freezing temperatures, often with strong winds howling around them. Daily life in an Antarctic camp was a cycle of repetitive tasks. Mornings began with the laborious process of melting ice for drinking water. This could take hours, as the stoves used were often inefficient and the ice was, of course, extremely cold. The sound of the stove's constant hissing might have been maddening for some, but for us, it serves as a soothing white noise to help you drift off to sleep. After obtaining water, explorers would prepare their bland breakfast, usually consisting of oatmeal or hardtack biscuits. Then came the daily chores, maintaining equipment, repairing clothing, and conducting scientific observations. These tasks were crucial but mind-numbingly repetitive. One of the most challenging aspects of Antarctic exploration was dealing with the extreme cold. Temperatures could plummet to -40 degrees Celsius or lower. Explorers had to be constantly vigilant against frostbite and hypothermia. This meant regularly checking their extremities for signs of freezing and helping their companions do the same. Imagine the tedium of examining every finger and toe multiple times a day, day after day. Another significant challenge was the darkness. During the Antarctic winter, which lasts from March to September, the sun never rises above the horizon. Explorers had to endure months of near-total darkness, broken only by the dim glow of oil lamps or, in later expeditions, electric lights. This prolonged darkness could lead to depression and disorientation, making even the simplest tasks feel like monumental efforts. To combat boredom during these long, dark months, explorers would engage in various activities. Some would read books they had brought along, often out loud to their companions. Others would write in their journals, meticulously recording the day's events, no matter how uneventful. Some expeditions even published their own newspapers, filled with inside jokes and mundane camp news. When the weather permitted, explorers would venture out for short excursions or to conduct scientific observations. However, these outings were often limited by the harsh conditions. Blizzards could confine the men to their shelters for days or even weeks at a time. During these periods, the explorers had little to do but wait, listening to the howling wind outside their thin walls. One of the most time-consuming and monotonous tasks was the care and feeding of the animals brought along on the expedition. Many early Antarctic explorers used dogs or ponies for transportation. These animals required constant attention, even in the most severe weather conditions. Explorers had to feed them, clean up after them, and ensure they were protected from the cold. The repetitive nature of these tasks, performed day in and day out, was enough to drive some men to the brink of madness. Perhaps the most boring aspect of Antarctic exploration was the endless waiting. Explorers often had to wait for suitable weather conditions before embarking on longer journeys across the ice. This could mean days or weeks of inactivity, with nothing to do but stare at the bleak white landscape outside their shelter. The anticipation of action, coupled with the frustration of delay, created a unique form of tedium that weighed heavily on the explorers' minds. Even when conditions were right for travel, the journey itself could be mind-numbingly dull. Sledging across the Antarctic plateau meant hours of trudging through featureless snow and ice. The landscape rarely changed, creating a disorienting effect where it was difficult to gauge progress. Explorers would focus on distant landmarks, only to find that hours of exhausting effort had brought them seemingly no closer to their goal. The monotony of Antarctic exploration was occasionally broken by moments of extreme danger. Crevasses hidden beneath the snow posed a constant threat. Explorers had to probe the ground ahead of them constantly, a tedious but necessary precaution that slowed their progress to a crawl. The repetitive nature of this task, combined with the ever-present danger, created a unique form of stress that wore on the explorers over time. As we near the end of this segment, let's reflect on the psychological toll of Antarctic exploration. The combination of isolation, extreme conditions, and mind-numbing routine could lead to what was known as polar madness. Explorers might experience hallucinations, paranoia, or severe depression. The vast, empty landscape and the constant struggle against the elements served as a stark reminder of humanity's insignificance in the face of nature's power. In conclusion, while Antarctic exploration is often romanticized as a great adventure, the reality was far more mundane and tedious. The daily life of an Antarctic explorer was filled with repetitive tasks, long periods of inactivity, and a constant battle against the elements. It was a test of endurance, not just physically, but mentally as well. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself in their place, surrounded by endless white, with nothing but the sound of the wind and the creaking of ice to keep you company in the long, dark Antarctic night. As we venture into the frigid realm of Antarctic exploration, let's delve into the meticulous preparation and specialized equipment required for these daring expeditions. The harsh, unforgiving environment of Antarctica demanded nothing less than the utmost attention to detail from those brave souls who sought to uncover its icy secrets. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Antarctic exploration was a monumental undertaking. Explorers like Robert Falcon Scott, Ernest Shackleton, and Roald Amundsen spent months, even years, planning their journeys to the bottom of the world. Their success, and often their very survival, hinged on the quality of their preparation and the reliability of their equipment. Let's begin with the ships that carried these intrepid explorers across treacherous seas. The vessels had to be specially reinforced to withstand the crushing pressure of pack ice. Scott's Terra Nova and Shackleton's Endurance were both purpose-built for polar exploration, with thick wooden hulls sheathed in metal to protect against ice damage. However, even the sturdiest ships were not invulnerable to the Antarctic's frozen grasp. Shackleton's Endurance, despite its robust construction, was eventually crushed by pack ice during his ill-fated Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition of 1914-1917. The loss of their ship forced Shackleton and his men to embark on one of the most remarkable survival stories in the history of exploration. Moving on to personal equipment, Antarctic explorers required specialized clothing to combat the extreme cold. Layers were essential, starting with woolen undergarments to trap warm air close to the skin. Over this, they wore thick woolen sweaters, followed by windproof outer layers made of gabardine or canvas. These outer layers were often treated with special oils to enhance their water-resistant properties. Footwear was of paramount importance. Explorers wore multiple pairs of socks, often made of wool or felt, inside boots lined with fur or fleece. Some expeditions experimented with electrically heated boots, though these often proved unreliable in the harsh conditions. Frostbite was a constant threat, and many explorers suffered severe damage to their feet despite their best efforts at protection. Headgear typically consisted of woolen balaclavas covered by fur-lined hoods. Goggles were necessary to protect against snow blindness, a painful condition caused by the intense glare of sunlight reflecting off the snow and ice. Some explorers fashioned makeshift goggles from wood or leather with narrow slits to reduce exposure to the blinding Antarctic light. Nutrition posed another significant challenge. Explorers needed to consume massive amounts of calories to maintain their energy in the cold environment. Pemmican, a concentrated mixture of dried meat and fat, was a staple of many Antarctic expeditions. This high-calorie food could be eaten as is or used as a base for stews. Other popular foods included hardtack biscuits, dried fruits, and canned goods. However, the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables often led to scurvy, a debilitating condition caused by vitamin C deficiency. Some expeditions attempted to combat this by bringing live cattle or growing cress in boxes under artificial light, with varying degrees of success. Transportation across the vast Antarctic expanses required careful consideration. While ships brought explorers to the continent, traversing the ice itself demanded different methods. Dog sleds were a popular choice, with teams of hardy Siberian huskies or Greenland dogs pulling supplies and equipment across the frozen landscape. Amundsen's successful expedition to the South Pole in 1911 relied heavily on dog teams, which proved more efficient than the ponies and motor sledges used by Scott's competing expedition. The use of dogs was not without controversy, however, as many were ultimately sacrificed for food during the journey. Some expeditions, like Scott's, also experimented with motor sledges. These early snowmobiles were prone to breakdowns in the extreme cold and often proved less reliable than traditional dog teams. Despite their limitations, they represented an important step in the mechanization of polar exploration. For navigating the treacherous Antarctic terrain, explorers relied on a variety of tools. Compasses were essential, but their reliability could be affected by the proximity to the magnetic South Pole. Sextants and chronometers were used to determine position by celestial navigation, a challenging task in a land where the sun might not set for months at a time. Maps of the Antarctic continent were often incomplete or inaccurate, necessitating constant surveying and updating. Explorers carried theodolites and other surveying equipment to chart their progress and map newly discovered features of the landscape. Communication with the outside world was limited and unreliable. Some expeditions brought wireless telegraph equipment, but its effectiveness was hampered by atmospheric conditions and the remoteness of their location. Often, explorers would go months or even years without any contact with the wider world. Medical supplies were crucial, given the many health risks associated with Antarctic exploration. Frostbite, hypothermia, and injuries from falls were common occurrences. Expedition doctors had to be prepared to handle a wide range of medical emergencies with limited resources and no possibility of outside assistance. Perhaps one of the most important pieces of equipment for Antarctic explorers was the tent. These portable shelters had to be both lightweight for easy transport and sturdy enough to withstand fierce Antarctic storms. Many were made of canvas or gabardine, with a design that allowed for quick setup in harsh conditions. Inside their tents, explorers relied on sleeping bags made of reindeer or sheepskin for warmth. These natural materials provided excellent insulation, crucial for surviving the long, cold Antarctic nights. Some expeditions also used alcohol-fueled stoves inside their tents, which provided both heat and a means of melting snow for drinking water. The preparation for an Antarctic expedition extended beyond physical equipment. Explorers underwent rigorous training to build their endurance and familiarize themselves with the equipment they would be using. Many practiced their skiing and sledging skills in more accessible Arctic or alpine environments before venturing to Antarctica. Psychological preparation was equally important. The isolation, constant danger, and extreme conditions of Antarctic exploration could take a severe toll on mental health. Explorers had to be prepared for months of darkness during the winter, confined to their bases with the same small group of people. To combat boredom and maintain morale, expeditions often brought books, musical instruments, and games. Some even published their own newspapers, like the South Polar Times produced during Scott's Discovery expedition. These activities helped to keep minds active and spirits high during the long periods of enforced inactivity. As we conclude this segment on Antarctic exploration preparation and equipment, it's clear that these expeditions were monumental undertakings, requiring years of planning and specialized gear. The courage and determination of these early explorers, venturing into one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth with what we would now consider primitive equipment, continues to inspire awe and admiration to this day. Their experiences paved the way for modern Antarctic research, which still relies on careful preparation and advanced equipment to unlock the secrets of this frozen continent. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the quiet determination of those early explorers, huddled in their tents amidst the vast, icy expanse of Antarctica, dreaming of the discoveries that lay ahead. As we continue our journey through the annals of boring history, let's venture into the frigid world of Antarctic exploration. Specifically, we'll examine the daily survival routines of these intrepid explorers during the heroic age of Antarctic exploration, which spanned from the late 19th to early 20th centuries. Picture yourself in the shoes of an Antarctic explorer, waking up in a cramped, ice-encrusted tent. The temperature outside is a bone-chilling negative 40 degrees Celsius. Your first task of the day, simply getting out of your sleeping bag. These explorers slept in reindeerskin sleeping bags, which, while warm, were also incredibly heavy and prone to collecting moisture from the occupant's breath. This moisture would freeze overnight, making the bag increasingly rigid and difficult to maneuver. Once out of the sleeping bag, the explorer would need to put on several layers of clothing. This process could take up to 30 minutes, as each layer had to be carefully arranged to prevent gaps that could allow the biting cold to seep in. The base layer typically consisted of woolen undergarments, followed by multiple layers of wool or cotton clothing. Over this, they would don windproof outer garments made of gabardine, a tightly woven cotton fabric. With clothing sorted, the next order of business was breakfast. Cooking in Antarctic conditions was no simple task. The camp stove, usually fueled by paraffin or methylated spirits, had to be carefully lit and tended. The process of melting snow for drinking water and cooking could take hours. Explorers would often start this process the night before to save time in the morning. A typical breakfast might consist of pemmican, a concentrated mixture of fat and protein, biscuits, and hot cocoa. After breakfast, if the weather permitted, the explorers would break camp and continue their journey. This involved packing up all their gear, which had to be done with great care. Any equipment left behind or lost could mean the difference between life and death in the unforgiving Antarctic environment. The actual process of traveling across the Antarctic landscape was slow and grueling. Explorers often used dog sleds or, in some cases, ponies to transport their supplies. However, many expeditions also involved long stretches of man-hauling, where the explorers themselves pulled heavy sledges across the ice and snow. Man-hauling was incredibly physically demanding. Each explorer might be responsible for pulling up to 200 pounds of supplies. They would trudge forward for hours, taking brief rests every hour or so to catch their breath and have a quick snack, often in the form of pemmican or chocolate. Navigation in the featureless white landscape was a constant challenge. Explorers relied on compasses, sextants, and careful observations of the sun's position to maintain their course. However, frequent whiteouts and overcast conditions could make accurate navigation nearly impossible. As the day wore on, the explorers would need to be constantly vigilant for signs of frostbite and hypothermia. They would check each other's faces for white spots indicating frostbite and ensure that no one was showing signs of confusion or lethargy that might signal the onset of hypothermia. Around midday, the team would stop for a more substantial meal. This often consisted of more pemmican, biscuits, and perhaps some dried fruits or nuts. Tea was a popular beverage, providing both warmth and a psychological boost. After lunch, the grueling march would continue until it was time to make camp for the night. Setting up camp was a well-rehearsed routine, but no less challenging in the harsh conditions. Tents had to be erected quickly and securely to withstand the powerful Antarctic winds. Once the tents were up, the evening routine would begin. This involved melting more snow for water, preparing the evening meal, and attending to any necessary equipment repairs. Socks, boots, and other gear had to be dried as much as possible to prevent freezing overnight. Dinner was often the most substantial meal of the day, typically featuring more pemmican, but sometimes including luxuries like tinned meats or vegetables. After dinner, explorers would update their journals, recording the day's progress and observations. Personal hygiene was a constant challenge in the Antarctic environment. Bathing was a rare luxury, and explorers often went weeks or months without a proper wash. They would use snow to clean their hands and face, but full-body cleaning was virtually impossible. As night fell, though in the Antarctic summer, it never truly got dark, the explorers would prepare for sleep. This involved changing into dry clothing if possible and carefully arranging their sleeping bags to maximize warmth. Sleep was often fitful and uncomfortable. The constant daylight of the Antarctic summer could disrupt natural sleep cycles, and the extreme cold made it difficult to truly relax. Explorers would often sleep in shifts, with one person staying awake to tend the stove and keep watch for any changes in weather conditions. This daily routine would repeat day after day for months on end. The monotony was broken only by the constant challenges posed by the environment crevasses that needed to be navigated, equipment failures that required ingenious solutions, and the ever-present threat of severe weather. The psychological toll of Antarctic exploration was immense. The isolation, the constant struggle against the elements, and the sheer monotony of the daily routine could lead to depression, anxiety, and interpersonal conflicts within the team. Yet despite these hardships, the explorers persevered. Their determination to push the boundaries of human endurance and scientific knowledge drove them forward, one grueling step at a time across the vast, white wilderness of Antarctica. As we reflect on the daily lives of these Antarctic explorers, we can appreciate the immense challenges they faced and the incredible resilience they displayed. Their stories, while filled with hardship and struggle, remind us of the extraordinary lengths humans will go to in pursuit of discovery and adventure. And so, as we drift off to sleep, let us be grateful for our warm beds and easily accessible food and water. The boring details of Antarctic exploration serve as a reminder of the comforts we often take for granted in our modern lives. As we journey through the annals of history, we find ourselves in the frigid expanses of Antarctica, where brave explorers faced some of the most extreme conditions known to humankind. Let's delve into the monotonous yet perilous life of an Antarctic explorer during the early 20th century. Picture yourself aboard a creaking wooden ship surrounded by endless ice fields. The year is 1911, and you're part of Robert Falcon Scott's ill-fated Terra Nova expedition. The goal, to be the first to reach the South Pole, but the journey is far from glamorous. Your day begins at dawn, though in the Antarctic summer that could mean any time as the sun never truly sets. You emerge from your cramped bunk, shivering despite the layers of wool and fur. The air inside the ship is damp and musty, a stark contrast to the bone-chilling winds outside. Breakfast is a monotonous affair. Day after day, you consume the same bland porridge, supplemented with dried meat and hardtack biscuits. The food is designed for sustenance, not pleasure, and the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables puts you at risk of scurvy. After eating, you don your outdoor gear. Layer upon layer of clothing is necessary to combat the extreme cold. Wool undergarments, thick sweaters, fur-lined coats, and finally, windproof outer layers. Your feet are encased in multiple pairs of socks and heavy boots. Even with all this protection, the cold seeps in relentlessly. Your tasks for the day are grueling and repetitive. Hours are spent securing equipment, repairing sleds, and tending to the ponies and dogs that will be crucial for the inland journey. The constant wind howls around you, making communication difficult and adding to the sense of isolation. As you work, the dangers of your environment are ever present. Frostbite is a constant threat, and you must regularly check your extremities for signs of damage. The uneven ice beneath your feet can hide deep crevasses, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. The monotony is occasionally broken by the need to navigate through treacherous ice fields. Your ship crawls forward at a snail's pace, the crew constantly on alert for shifting ice that could crush the hull. The sound of groaning ice fills the air, a constant reminder of nature's power in this unforgiving landscape. Mealtimes offer little respite from the tedium. Lunch and dinner are variations on the same theme: preserved meats, more hardtack, and if you're lucky, some dried vegetables reconstituted in hot water. The lack of variety in your diet is as much a test of mental endurance as it is physical. As the day wears on, fatigue sets in. The constant battle against the cold saps your energy, and even simple tasks become challenging. Yet tea equipment must be maintained, observations recorded, and plans made for the next stage of the expedition. In the evening, you gather with your fellow explorers in the ship's main cabin. Here, in the relative warmth, you might find some comfort in shared stories or a game of cards. But the conversation inevitably turns to the challenges ahead and the uncertainties of your mission. Before retiring for the night, you take your turn at watch duty. Standing on the deck, you're confronted with the vast, empty expanse of the Antarctic landscape. The silence is profound, broken only by the occasional crack of shifting ice or the distant call of a seabird. Sleep, when it comes, is fitful. The constant daylight of the Antarctic summer plays havoc with your circadian rhythm. You toss and turn in your narrow bunk, the ship's creaks and groans a constant backdrop to your restless slumber. Days turn into weeks and weeks into months. The sameness of your routine becomes a test of mental fortitude. Some men succumb to polar madness, their minds unable to cope with the isolation and harsh conditions. Those who remain stable find solace in small rituals and the camaraderie of their fellow explorers. As the expedition progresses inland, new challenges arise. The ship is left behind and you now travel by sled. Each day is a grueling march across the polar plateau. You pull heavy sleds for hours on end, the monotonous white landscape offering no sense of progress or achievement. The physical toll is immense. Your body, deprived of proper nutrition and pushed to its limits, begins to break down. Muscles ache constantly, and minor injuries refuse to heal in the harsh conditions. The cold seeps into your bones, a constant companion that you can never fully escape. Yet despite the hardships, there are moments of awe. The vast, untouched wilderness of Antarctica holds a beauty unlike anywhere else on Earth. Massive ice formations, sculpted by wind and time, create otherworldly landscapes. The rare clear night reveals a sky ablaze with stars, unobscured by any human light pollution. But these moments of wonder are fleeting, overshadowed by the constant struggle for survival. Each day brings new challenges, crevasses to navigate, equipment failures to overcome, and the ever-present threat of blizzards that can trap you in your tent for days on end. As we near the end of our journey through the life of an Antarctic explorer, we're reminded of the incredible resilience of the human spirit. These men, facing conditions we can scarcely imagine, push the boundaries of human endurance and exploration. Their monotonous days and grueling experiences paved the way for our modern understanding of Earth's most remote continent. And so, as we drift off to sleep, let us appreciate the comforts of our warm beds and the luxury of a varied diet. The extreme conditions faced by these early Antarctic explorers serve as a stark reminder of how far we've come and the incredible feats humans are capable of when pushed to their limits. As we conclude our journey through the harrowing experiences of Antarctic explorers, let's reflect on the lasting impact of these expeditions and the lessons they've left for future generations. The age of heroic exploration in Antarctica, spanning from the late 19th to early 20th centuries, was marked by incredible feats of human endurance and scientific discovery. These expeditions, while often fraught with danger and hardship, laid the groundwork for our modern understanding of the southernmost continent. One of the most significant outcomes of these early explorations was the mapping of Antarctica's coastline and interior. Explorers like Roald Amundsen, Robert Falcon Scott, and Ernest Shackleton contributed immensely to our geographical knowledge of the region. Their detailed observations and measurements helped create the first accurate maps of Antarctica, which would prove invaluable for future scientific expeditions. The scientific data collected during these voyages was equally important. Explorers gathered information on Antarctic weather patterns, geology, and wildlife. This early research formed the basis for our understanding of the continent's unique ecosystem and its role in global climate systems. Perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of these expeditions is the inspiration they provided to future generations. The stories of bravery, perseverance, and sacrifice captured the public imagination and continue to do so to this day. Books, films, and documentaries about these explorers have ensured that their achievements are not forgotten. Take, for example, the story of Ernest Shackleton's endurance expedition. Despite failing to achieve its original goal of crossing Antarctica, the expedition's incredible tale of survival against all odds has become a case study in leadership and crisis management. Shackleton's ability to keep his entire crew alive through a series of seemingly insurmountable challenges has been studied and admired by leaders in various fields. The early Antarctic expeditions also played a crucial role in developing technologies and techniques for polar exploration. Innovations in clothing, nutrition, and equipment were born out of necessity during these voyages. Many of these advancements would later be applied to other extreme environments, including space exploration. One particularly interesting development was the improvement in polar nutrition. Early expeditions often suffered from malnutrition and scurvy due to inadequate diets. As explorers learned more about the nutritional needs of people in extreme cold, they developed better preserved foods and understood the importance of fresh meat and vegetables, even in such inhospitable environments. The lessons learned from these early expeditions also led to significant improvements in polar clothing. The layered approach to insulation, still used today in modern outdoor gear, was refined during this period. Explorers discovered the importance of moisture management and wind resistance in extreme cold, leading to innovations that would benefit not just polar explorers, but anyone venturing into cold climates. Another lasting impact of these expeditions was the establishment of permanent research stations in Antarctica. The scientific bases set up during and after the heroic age of exploration paved the way for the continuous presence of humans on the continent. Today, dozens of research stations operate year-round, conducting vital scientific research on topics ranging from climate change to astrophysics. The early Antarctic expeditions also contributed to the development of international cooperation in polar research. The International Geophysical Year of 1957-1958 saw an unprecedented level of collaboration among nations in Antarctic research. This spirit of cooperation culminated in the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, which set aside the continent for peaceful scientific research and prohibited military activities. Today, Antarctica remains a place of scientific discovery and international collaboration. The continent serves as a natural laboratory for studying climate change, with its ice cores providing a unique record of Earth's climate history. Research in Antarctica has been crucial in understanding phenomena such as ozone depletion and global warming. The legacy of the early Antarctic explorers can also be seen in modern polar tourism. While still not a mainstream destination, Antarctica now receives thousands of visitors each year. These tourists, traveling in far more comfort than the early explorers, nonetheless follow in their footsteps, experiencing the awe-inspiring landscapes and unique wildlife of the frozen continent. However, this increased human presence in Antarctica also brings new challenges. The delicate Antarctic ecosystem faces threats from climate change, pollution, and the introduction of invasive species. The international community continues to grapple with balancing scientific research, tourism, and environmental protection in this unique and fragile environment. As we look to the future, the spirit of exploration and scientific inquiry that drove the early Antarctic expeditions remains alive. New frontiers in Antarctic research include the search for extremophile life forms in subglacial lakes, which could provide insights into the potential for life on other icy worlds in our solar system. The early Antarctic explorers, with their courage, determination, and scientific curiosity, set a standard that continues to inspire. Their legacy reminds us of the importance of pushing boundaries, both geographical and scientific, and the value of human perseverance in the face of extreme challenges. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember these brave men who ventured into the unknown, facing unimaginable hardships in the pursuit of knowledge and discovery. Their stories, while sometimes tragic, ultimately speak to the indomitable human spirit and our endless quest to understand the world around us. In the vast icy expanse of Antarctica, where howling winds and blinding snowstorms once challenged the resolve of explorers, now stand monuments to human achievement and scientific progress. The continent, once a blank space on the map, has become a testament to what we can achieve when we combine courage with curiosity and perseverance with scientific rigor. So as you close your eyes, imagine the endless white landscapes, the towering ice shelves, and the eerie beauty of the Antarctic night. Think of the men who first saw these sights, who heard the crunch of snow under their boots where no human had ever walked before. Let the quiet determination of these explorers lull you into a peaceful sleep, filled with dreams of adventure and discovery in the world's last great wilderness. As we journey further back in time, we find ourselves in feudal Japan, a period spanning from the 12th to the 19th century. This era was marked by a rigid social hierarchy, with samurai warriors at the top and peasants at the bottom. Tonight, we'll explore the monotonous and challenging life of a Japanese peasant during this time. Prepare to be lulled to sleep by the tedious details of their daily existence. Feudal Japan was divided into four main social classes: samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. However, beneath these classes were the outcasts, known as the Ada and Hinin. The vast majority of the population, around 80%, belonged to the farmer or peasant class. Despite their crucial role in society, peasants led lives filled with hardship and limitation. Let's begin by examining the living conditions of a typical Japanese peasant. Their homes were simple structures made of wood, bamboo, and thatch. These dwellings, called minka, were designed to be functional rather than comfortable. The floors were often bare earth, and the walls were thin, offering little protection from the elements. Inside a minka, you would find a central hearth called an orori, which served as both a cooking area and a source of heat. The smoke from the orori would rise and help preserve the thatched roof by deterring insects and preventing rot. However, it also meant that the interior was often smoky and dim. Sleeping arrangements were basic, with family members sharing a common sleeping area. They would lay out thin futons on the floor each night and store them away during the day. Privacy was a luxury that most peasants could not afford. The daily routine of a Japanese peasant revolved around agricultural work. They would rise before dawn, often to the sound of temple bells. The first task of the day was to tend to the household shrine, offering prayers to ancestors and local deities for protection and good fortune. After a simple breakfast of rice, gruel, or millet, the peasants would head to the fields. Rice cultivation was the primary occupation for most, and it was backbreaking work. The process began with preparing the paddies, which involved flooding the fields and plowing them with simple tools or draft animals. Planting rice seedlings was a labor-intensive task that required bending over in knee-deep water for hours on end. Men, women, and even children would participate in this grueling work. The hot, humid climate of Japan made this task even more uncomfortable. Throughout the growing season, peasants had to constantly maintain the paddies. This included weeding, managing water levels, and protecting the crops from pests and diseases. They used natural fertilizers such as night soil, human waste, and ash to enrich the soil. Harvest time was both exciting and exhausting. The entire community would come together to cut, bundle, and thresh the rice. This was followed by the laborious process of hulling and polishing the grains. While rice was the staple crop, peasants also grew other vegetables and grains when possible. However, the fruits of their labor were not entirely theirs to keep. The feudal system imposed heavy taxes on peasants, often taking up to 40–50% of their harvest. This left many families struggling to have enough food for themselves, especially during poor harvest years. In addition to farming, peasants had other responsibilities within their village. They were required to participate in community projects such as maintaining roads, repairing bridges, and building flood controls. These tasks were often carried out during the agricultural off-season. The concept of leisure time was almost non-existent for Japanese peasants. However, they did have occasional breaks during religious festivals or local celebrations. These events provided rare opportunities for relaxation and social interaction. One such festival was the Obon, a 3-day celebration in summer to honor ancestral spirits. Peasants would clean their homes, prepare special foods, and participate in communal dances. These moments of respite were cherished amidst their otherwise monotonous lives. Education was limited for peasant children. While some basic schooling was available in temple schools called Terakoya, most children were expected to work alongside their parents from a young age. They learned practical skills through observation and hands-on experience rather than formal education. The diet of a Japanese peasant was simple and often inadequate. Rice, being the most valuable crop, was often reserved for taxes or sold to buy other necessities. Peasants typically subsisted on less desirable grains like millet or barley, supplemented with vegetables grown in small garden plots. Protein was scarce in their diet. Fish was occasionally available if they lived near rivers or the coast. Meat was rarely consumed due to Buddhist dietary restrictions and the need to preserve draft animals for farm work. Miso soup and pickled vegetables were common ways to add flavor to their meals. Healthcare for peasants was primitive by modern standards. They relied heavily on traditional remedies and local healers. Common treatments included herbal medicines, acupuncture, and moxibustion, burning herbs on specific points of the body. Many ailments went untreated, and life expectancy was low. The changing seasons brought different challenges for peasants. Summers were hot and humid, making field work even more arduous. The risk of heat stroke was ever present. Winters, while less busy agriculturally, brought their own hardships. The poorly insulated homes offered little protection against the cold, and food could become scarce. Natural disasters were a constant threat to peasant communities. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions could devastate entire regions. Crop failures due to floods, droughts, or pests could lead to widespread famine. In such times, peasants often had to rely on the mercy of their lords for survival. The life of a feudal Japanese peasant was not just physically demanding, but also socially restrictive. They were bound to their land and lord, with limited opportunities for social mobility. Marriage was often arranged within the same social class and village, further limiting their world. Despite these hardships, peasants developed a strong sense of community and mutual support. The concept of yui, or cooperative labor exchange, was crucial for survival. Neighbors would help each other with tasks like roof thatching or harvest, creating a network of reciprocal obligations. As we draw this segment to a close, reflect on the monotonous yet challenging life of a feudal Japanese peasant. Their days were filled with endless toil, their nights with simple rest, and their years with the slow passing of seasons. Let the rhythm of their mundane existence lull you into a peaceful slumber, grateful for the comforts of your modern life. As we continue our journey through history's most mundane and sleep-inducing moments, let's turn our attention to the daily life of a feudal Japanese peasant. Prepare to be lulled into a peaceful slumber as we explore the monotonous routines and unremarkable existence of these humble individuals. In feudal Japan, which lasted from the 12th to the 19th century, peasants made up the vast majority of the population. These hardworking individuals lived simple lives, largely untouched by the grand political machinations of the samurai class above them. Their days were filled with repetitive tasks and backbreaking labor, all in service of their lords and the land they tended. A typical day for a feudal Japanese peasant would begin before dawn. As the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, our peasant would stir from their simple futon laid out on the dirt floor of their modest home. The dwelling itself was nothing to write home about, a small, thatch-roof structure with paper windows and sliding doors made of bamboo and paper. Rising groggily, our peasant would begin their day by tending to the household fire. This wasn't just for warmth or cooking, but also to ward off the mosquitoes that plagued the rural areas of Japan. The smoke from the fire would help keep these pesky insects at bay, allowing for a slightly more comfortable existence. Next on the agenda was a simple breakfast. The staple food for peasants was rice, supplemented with whatever vegetables they could grow or forage. On rare occasions, they might have some fish or even rarer still, a bit of meat. But for the most part, their diet was plain and repetitive, perfect for inducing a deep, restful sleep as we recount it. After their meager meal, it was time to head out to the fields. The vast majority of peasants were farmers, and their lives revolved around the agricultural calendar. Depending on the season, they might be planting rice seedlings, tending to the growing crops, or harvesting the precious grains. Rice cultivation was a labor-intensive process that required constant attention. Our peasant would wade into the flooded paddy fields, their feet sinking into the mud as they worked. They would spend hours bent over, carefully planting each seedling or removing weeds that threatened the crop. The work was backbreaking and monotonous, performed under the relentless heat of the sun. But rice wasn't the only crop they tended to. Peasants also grew other vegetables like soybeans, sweet potatoes, and various greens. These supplementary crops were essential for their diet and could also be used to pay taxes to their feudal lords. Speaking of taxes, let's take a moment to discuss the burdensome tax system that weighed heavily on the peasants. In feudal Japan, peasants were required to pay a significant portion of their harvest as tax to their local daimyo, or feudal lord. This could amount to anywhere from 40% to 60% of their total yield, leaving them with barely enough to survive on. Taxes weren't just paid in rice, either. Peasants were also required to provide labor for public works projects, such as building and maintaining roads, bridges, and castles. This corvée labor, as it was called, could take them away from their fields for days or even weeks at a time, adding to the struggle of making ends meet. As midday approached, our peasant might take a brief break to eat a simple lunch, often consisting of leftover rice from breakfast, perhaps mixed with some pickled vegetables. The meal would be quick and unremarkable, barely providing enough sustenance to fuel the afternoon's labor. After their brief respite, it was back to work in the fields. The afternoon sun beat down mercilessly, and the humid air clung to their skin. But there was no rest, for the weary crops needed tending, and the demands of their feudal lords wouldn't wait. In addition to farming, peasants often engaged in other activities to supplement their meager income. Some might practice simple crafts like weaving or pottery, creating items for personal use or to trade with neighbors. Others might forage in the nearby forests for mushrooms, wild vegetables, or medicinal herbs. As the day wore on, our peasant would begin to think about the evening meal. This was often the largest meal of the day, though still far from lavish by modern standards. Rice would again form the base of the meal, accompanied by whatever vegetables were in season. If they were lucky, they might have a small piece of dried fish to add some flavor and protein to their diet. After dinner, there was still work to be done. Evenings were often spent repairing tools, mending clothes, or preparing for the next day's labor. In the dim light of oil lamps or candles, families might gather to discuss the day's events or listen to stories passed down through generations. Education, for the most part, was a luxury reserved for the upper classes. Most peasant children learned by working alongside their parents, picking up the skills they would need to survive in their agrarian society. Reading and writing were rare skills among the peasant class, with most individuals remaining illiterate throughout their lives. Entertainment was simple and infrequent. Peasants might gather for local festivals a few times a year, celebrating the changing seasons or giving thanks for a bountiful harvest. These events provided a brief respite from the daily grind, allowing for some music, dancing, and communal celebration. As night fell, our peasant would prepare for bed. Sleep came early as they needed to rise before dawn the next day. The futon would be rolled out on the dirt floor, and the family would settle in for the night. The darkness was often absolute, broken only by the soft glow of the banked fire or the light of the moon filtering through paper windows. And so the cycle would repeat day after day, season after season. The life of a feudal Japanese peasant was one of constant toil and struggle, with little variation or excitement to break the monotony. Their existence was focused on survival, on eking out enough of a living to feed their families and pay their taxes. This routine continued year-round, with slight variations based on the agricultural calendar. Spring brought the planting season, summer was filled with constant crop maintenance, autumn heralded the harvest, and winter was a time for repair work and indoor activities. It's worth noting that despite the hardships, peasant communities often developed strong bonds. Neighbors would help each other during busy times like planting and harvesting, sharing labor and resources to ensure everyone's survival. This sense of community was essential in the face of natural disasters, crop failures, or the arbitrary demands of their feudal overlords. As we draw this segment to a close, let the repetitive nature of the feudal Japanese peasant's life lull you into a peaceful slumber. Imagine the endless cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting, a monotonous rhythm that continues day after day, year after year. Let the simplicity of their existence calm your mind and prepare you for a restful night's sleep. Feudal Japanese peasants faced harsh realities. Their lives revolved around backbreaking farm labor and oppressive taxation systems, leaving them with little to show for their efforts.